Oh my goodness, you guys! Welcome
Hello.
and enjoy. What is it? Welcome and enjoy the 45th anniversary of Arcane Games and Events AGE Open May.
Super excited to be here. It's going to be a lot of players. Looking like 25 plus so far.
25 plus so far.
Yep.
Welcome to the stream, everybody. I'm Blake. This is Josh. We are excited to bring you probably 5 plus 3, so 8 total rounds of Flesh and Blood Classic Instructed. And I'm excited.
Oh, I'm super excited. I think that everyone got their kind of Pro Tour anxiety and sweatiness out a bit, and everyone's going to come here bringing things that they want to see happen into the new meta that's going to be emerging with Just Till Dawn.
Right. Somebody showed us a deck list that said Riptide, which they have been a top 2 or 3 player here, so
that's going to be
now they're going to just throw it all away for a dream for a green person, so that doesn't work out for most people.
Yeah.
What else is going on? We got people driving in from San Diego.
San Diego came up. There's a lot of new players. I think they're kind of coming in. We're seeing new faces come in and out every day in the kind of like midsections. And we have some familiar players that are going to be here. We're going to have some player profiles on them. I think we're going to pull one up right now.
First of all, though. Oh, okay. Well,
player profiles. Show the players a little bit. So the couple player profiles we want to highlight is obviously Craig Pollock from SoCal on the team Experience. He came back from the Pro Tour recently. He did pretty good at Pro Tour, bringing Oldhim.
22. Which is 1 off from 21. No, it was very cool to see Craig do that well. Of like, okay, like maybe we are, instead of just giving him money every week, or money every month, we are doing something where it's like we're teaching him how to be good into some of these things. And like, when Craig does well, we do well. There's somebody else. Is Zane coming in today, or did he?
I don't think Zane can make it. I think he has other obligations. We do have a couple other players that we'll be highlighting as the day goes on. Right. That's the whole point, is highlighting the community, the players, the stories that bring you here to this event. And then we also have some sponsors that we have to highlight for making this thing happen. Yes. First off is going to be Collectors Legion. The store, the venue we are at, really great guys. They sell fab singles to support the scene. This is going to be coming out of their fun little stream booth that they're supporting us with. It's going to be a really cool time. We're also going to be giving away more money in this bracket than ever before. We're going to be adding a bounty from the Savage Lands News. He has gracefully donated this amazing playmat and $100 in store credit to Collectors Legion to anybody who can do the highest damage in 1 turn.
And it has to be actual damage, not
hit,
not theoretical, not, oh, my opponent's at 1, but I have a 55 damage combo in hand.
Yep.
That only does 1 damage.
No, it has to hit. That's the Savage Lands lifestyle, is how hard you can hit. So thank you again to our sponsors and for giving more money towards the community and the players to come out and show us what they got.
Moving into what we're talking about, though, is we got the weekend stories. Oldhim, did you expect him to win something? I think what's really cool about Pro Tour is, this is the 4th major tournament between Pro Tour 1, 2, Worlds, and this one. 4 different people won the whole thing. 4 different heroes won the whole thing. Yep. Oldham's probably always been around, but never made it to the top. And then somebody just comes and just destroys a Dragon Lady on national TV to take it all down for round 1. That's Michael Fang.
It was definitely a massive story arc for Michael Fang, how he progressed through the bracket, his discipline, his training that got him there. Did I expect Oldhim to win? Not necessarily. I would have put my money more on a Ranger, on Odromai, but Michael Fang was really composed, knew what he was doing, and was able to pilot a really clean Oldhim into the finals and be a really good Dromai player who probably had the advantage, but he was able to pull it back and figure out that win. So Oldhim wins PT. I think it's just mostly due to the player. The player really shined in that specialization of the Oldhim knowledge.
Right. And then right after that, everyone was like, well, don't worry, we're not going to have to do this meta ever again because we're going to have massive changes. And then there was nothing.
No changes.
No changes.
Some people bet on that, but not everybody bet on that there'd be no changes. Someone's like, maybe they hit Ranger. Maybe they do like a Codex, 1 Codex. They don't need 9, but maybe 1 Codex or Rain Razors, but nothing happened. They like the meta as is. Lexi didn't win Pro Tour. Maybe it would have been different if Lexi won Pro Tour, but
And I think there's some arguments online where I kind of think this too of like, well, we didn't ban some of these other cards for literal half a year or a whole year. Why would we ban the one for Ranger in 35 days? Like, that doesn't truly make sense. It's like, can you play, just put Sinks and Fates in your deck now, and that's all you got, and Oasis, and now we're just going to shut out Lexi's, or people just start playing Uzuri, or like there's all kinds of different permutations of what could possibly go on. And it's something where it's like, okay, well, let's have that happen. I know there's people at the bottom of the leaderboards being like, I know there's Ryan our chat going like, there's a specific saying they said in the ban of like, we're ready to let the meta take itself forward and see what happens.
Yeah.
And all the people in Brew Chat are like, take this forward by just auto losing to like the best deck without any recourse is kind of annoying, because it's like Lexi can do a 25 damage turn after you've already blocked 12, so it's like cool.
It's definitely hard when you have those oppressive decks that you feel are getting like just romped on, like just they're overly killing you or overkilling you, and it's not as close a games. But everyone's had their time in the sun. You've seen this with Runeblade. You've seen this, with Illusionist. I think that you just have to let them enjoy that time for now and trust that LSS wouldn't make it unhealthy enough to where everyone's having a bad time. Once again, Ranger didn't win the Pro Tour. There are natural counters out there.
Yeah, that's something where it's like, oh, one person forgets to shoot an arrow or doesn't draw their card exactly right. That doesn't make the deck worse.
Yeah.
It means like one game for 25 grand over 50 grand, and like is, oh, don't worry, Lexi was 65% of the meta share wins or whatever that number is, where you're just like, geez. I think the funniest thing that happened about this is all the people that were like, see, I told you, Azalea is, and it's like, yeah, you got push, and now even with the push cards, it's like Azalea is maybe still the 5th or 6th best hero, where you're like, how did that happen for you? Where we see the raw power of Azalea not really go through in a major tournament when people are drafting and playing at the highest level.
I definitely think you just have to have the bracket stack up right. And like you said, maybe it was that one game they didn't play the arrow, or one game that this doesn't go right. And that's card games, that's always going to be a factor, is that it's a combination of how good of a pilot you are and how lucky you are. Right. You cannot never not get around the luck part,
And Oldham's just going to be lucky because he runs 97 blues and has 15 defensive options for every situation.
But I would say the age of ice is coming to an end, where you see things like Islander not being prevalent in the meta anymore, Oldham becoming more towards those LL, getting bans, and Lexi being less on a fuse build and more on a straight damage build. So that will open up more options, and I think people should explore those options to start racing instead of being too heavy on blues. I'm excited to see the meta evolve, and I think it will continue to evolve, and we'll see more of that today as well. Different
kind of represents for what we're going to see today is everybody has their pet deck, and I'm excited to play Pursuit of Knowledge, and we're going to try this. But then you like, okay, what are the actual good lists from Pro Tour?
Yeah.
These people are putting these quote unquote pro players are putting their deck list out there. They're telling you their sideboard. You're going like, okay, well, I wanted to run 9 codex, but I guess I could run 5 specific ones in these matchups the specific way that I've been taught to. I've been taking coaching with coach, and oh my god, like with my coaching and my deck list and the sideboards, there's no way I can lose today. Maybe there's 7 people that are stepping into this $40 arena and saying, I have put in some practice to ruin your day.
I think that the level of competition here is definitely competitive casual, where people are going to try their best. They want to be great pilots, but they're not going to be too hard sharking or trying to do anything that's more effort than it would take to win. Local. I'm not trying to BM anybody, so I think we'll see just some more fun things, like you're saying, like one of Pursuit of Knowledge or one of Lunging Press, which you'll see a lot of one-ofs in the Pro Tour decks. I remember Zach, who top-aided with Viscerai in the Calling, he had like a one of Runic Reclamation, which was very interesting to me as a Runeblade to see. But you're seeing more of those spices come into play now that the meta is kind of figured out. You need to have more mix-ups ready for people.
Right.
You know,
And I think this is how we could bridge this to the RTN season begins. Like the Zach Bunn list, everyone was like, "Oh my God, Eviscerate top to calling." It's like, yeah, brother, this hero's not bad.
yeah.
You guys just want to play the easy stuff without putting in gallons and gallons of work into your specific hero. Like, there's still Revel and Runeblade. There's still decks that play reds instead of blues.
Yep.
You can high roll anyone in the game if you play the right order of your cards from Sonata. Like,
Correct.
I don't know why people would be surprised by that here. And it's like, well, he's a C tier hero. Well, it's like, Jim exists, and like some of the heroes that are A's, like, is it Oldham? Okay, I just beat Oldham because of how I set up my deck this way. It's like, goodbye. And then this explosive power of cash in to draw 2 cards and keep it going. Like, you're basically building your own Skeletor mini turn from a cash in and a Sonata.
And the longer the chain is for Runeblade, the better. Usually you get so much value out of it. So decks like that always have it. But the same thing you could say for Reinhardt. Reinhardt has always been regarded as like a lower tier hero, but he's still valid in the meta. He's still top 8 if you have a good pilot who can get the right matchups, you know. So I think you'll see more of those things, especially going in RTN season. More specialists come out and just start trying to disrupt the meta with what they know versus trying to play around what you have.
Because I think the thought process is we got a main triangle of, let's not say Azalea. We got not say Ranger. It's Lexi. Lexi is one side of the triangle. Oldham's over here. Dromai is on this one. And then if you're playing a deck that isn't one of those 3 that commits to the triangle of I eat up Lexi's eats up Oldham.
Yeah.
Oldham should be able to figure out Dromai unless you built your Oldham deck wrong. It's like if you're playing a hero that isn't one of those 3, you need to beat 2 of those 3 and pray into Gem.
Correct. I think that's exactly how it feels right now. And I know there's people who are at this event who are hoping for that triangle to be in their favor today.
Right. And that's something where it's like if you're praying into a triangle, you can only really be good against one of the triangle if you're one of the other triangle, but you just beat all the other heroes.
Right.
Which is kind of frustrating of like, oh, I'm Dromai. I'm just going to auto walk over some of these other heroes that aren't prepared for my deck list.
Yep.
Same thing with Lexi of like, do you not have disruption or defensive? And there's no point in blocking against Lexi. You have to disrupt her.
What type of meta with Oldham coming out and Islander coming out do you think that we're in right now? How would you describe it? Is it a mid-range meta? Is it an aggro meta? How do you feel this meta is shaping out to be post-Outsiders?
I think it's interesting because whenever you are playing a deck that folds to a Lexi or a Katsu, you are kind of like, how do you ever lose to another hero?
Yeah.
Because you were beating me so bad on some of this stuff, but then you're like, I'm going to target you with maybe an Azuri list. And Azuri just can completely dumpster a Lexi where you're like,
it's true.
Oh, this works. So I think it is a prove it meta of like, you're gonna do 38 damage to me in a turn, prove it. And it's up to me to prove the ability to disrupt you from doing that.
Gotcha.
Because if you're like, put a card in my arsenal, pass, I'm going to build up a 6-card hand, you don't do anything to me besides an Anothos swing for 6 and a pummel for a Nothos for 10, like that's all you have in your hand.
Yeah.
Who cares?
Who cares?
But if you do, here's a Spinal Crush, now you can live for another turn or whatever. So I am expecting maybe some Guardians to just, everybody loves Guardian here. So is there 3 Bravos here that it's going to be like the Lexi player comes here ready to just 35 everybody and then spinal into crippling, and then you're like, why did I show up here?
Well, it is SoCal. There's going to be Guardians. I think you not coming to this event and expect not to play against a Guardian would be foolish. There's just Guardians everywhere, I think, in most metas. I think they're, the mid-ground. Guardians love playing Guardian. Very scared for them to get new things.
I love it.
But so they'll always be around. So you're always gonna have to expect that mid-range fight for sure. And Azuri loves that mid-range.
Has San Diego got Katsus yet, or not quite?
We've had Katsus fall in and out. I don't think there's anyone who's, I would say, a dedicated ninja main at the point in time who's pushing it. I think you probably have some more luck up here or in NorCal with. I guess Tao, but I don't think Tao is like a dedicated ninja. I think he just plays things he likes playing.
Assassin, all right.
Yeah.
I think as soon as a Katsu sits down across from you and then you haven't played them 3 times a week, you just lose because you're gonna be like, oh, I just block out this. I'll take a Surging, and then the Surging turns into bonds, into something else. And it is like, now that hero, a 5-card hand, turns into a 6-card hand, and then mass is a 7-card. And then my hero power makes it the right 7-card hand, and you're just like, what is going on? And then can you swing back or not? So I think more than ever, the die roll, maybe you do go first if you can do a bunch of damage on opening turn, like a Guardian or a Reinar. You do need a bunch of damage in that first turn where your opponent can't do anything to even have, like, I can't beat Lexi with 40 health, but if she only has 24, now this race is actually a thing I can do.
So I think it's so true that we are in a kind of like you don't have it meta. Like I think you're in an all-in meta. Like my all-in beats your all-in, and we're gonna see like classic like anime fight. Like just give it your all and see who gets out ahead after the dust settles. And that's I think what we're gonna see most players aim for is there's gonna be blocking, all in, switch the tempo. It's gonna be through Akatsu, through Alexi. Reinhardt can't do it that well because like mid-range decks just struggle to be able to punish that opening. They can only hold the tempo.
And I think one of my favorite things to do about Flesh and Blood is to completely be like, this is like a fighting game but card game.
Yeah.
And so if you're a fighting game fan, there's an idea of one-touch death combos where you're just like, I can put all my resources into if I get a window and I hit you, I can cash in a bunch of damage.
Okay.
And I feel like that's kind of the idea of where we're at of like, if your opponent draws a sigil or has a no block in their hand, or maybe there's even something like an Oasis without the Tunic trigger up, it's like you need to cash in this damage as much as possible. And if you do that twice a game, you're probably going to win.
Yep, I think you're correct. You got to be good with your blocks. You're like in a Street Fighter era of just having to knowing your block and look for that opening. I've been practicing with some people and I'm helping coach some people on certain Runeblade things, and that was the one thing I noticed for sure is that I was really trying to break the fundamentals. Is like make sure you're blocking correctly, and then right here you'll find the break, and then right when you get that break is when you just Mordred, Revel, just go all in, and then you'll be able to dash ahead right there and just do that. You said that death touch combo of just finishing them off.
Because Mordred is like a 0 for 7 in the right.
Yeah, it's a lot of free
type
tendies.
of ideal.
100%. It's a lot of free tendies, and it's so good against Dromai. Even so, that's another part is playing. Viscerai part of that triangle. You're really good against Dromai, and then just like hate playing against Rangers, and then so it's going to be such an interesting meta. I'm excited to see what people are bringing today for sure. I'm wondering how many ninjas we're going to have, how many Rangers we're going to have. Is there any wizards still left? AB checking people. That's always.
I mean, that's like literally that's what happens at these tournaments. Of like everyone goes, oh well, this is clearly what we're going to do, and then somebody like shows up 5 minutes late and brings Kano, and you're like, okay, like hopefully I don't play them in the first 3 rounds. What we do have coming up though, for our final topic we're talking about is next month. This is going to look a lot cooler because we're not going to be in a. I mean,
fish tank box.
Collector's Legion is amazing.
It's great.
But we're going to be in a convention center where you can fit 200 something people. I'm not dogging on Collector's Legion. I'm just saying
they don't have a Starbucks inside Collector's Legion, but they do have a Starbucks
across the street here. But so we'll be at the Arcane Game and Events branded convention center that Pasadena is going to rename for us. And that'll be next month. It'll be a very big deal.
It's going to be sick.
Because there's going to be a PTI in that Battle Hardened, obviously. There's going to be a gold foil going on. And then the next day will be the June version of our tournaments.
Yeah, but everyone's going to be there from out of state. It's going to be a lot of money on the line. There's going to be extra bonuses, maybe more bounties, more giveaways at that time as well. Really just kind of a celebration of our community here in California, I think, and really excited to be competing for that gold foil and PTI locally, not having to fly all the way to Baltimore. I know how much fun that was for a lot of people on the West Coast. But
and if you're living in Chicago, because half of the Flesh and Blood community lives there for some reason, it's like, come take our PTI away from us.
They won't.
If it's like, I could beat Craig, come and beat him. Like, let's go. I don't think there's a BNR between now and then, so you'll be able to do all this. Everyone's gonna have their this really worked during the what are they called? Road to Nationals. So everyone will know after 3 weeks of tournaments of like, is this deck good or not in this? So I'm expecting Battle Hardened to be probably the highest level that we're gonna see on our stream for a long time, because it'll be like everybody's guns are cocked and loaded, and
Arizona's going to be there. Vegas is going to be there. Oregon's going to be there. Washington's going to be there. Yeah, we have the Attack Action podcast coming down. That's all of Oregon.
They're almost Oregon.
And
they are going to be there. Yeah.
Yeah. So we're having as many of the West Coast communities that we're in contact with, and that we try to get out here. Pro players from that region, maybe even some Canada players if Canada wants to come out and compete.
Sheesh,
you know,
British Columbia, where you at,
yeah,
bro?
come out, show us what you got. It's going to be a great time, great venue, very safe, very clean. Me and you walked around that venue all the time last time. It was great.
I was going to the bathroom so much. So much water there. It was great.
Yeah.
I think one thing too is like by then we'll know where Worlds is, hopefully.
Yeah.
By there we'll know where Nationals is. So it will be like this will be the last stop of high level competition from our neck of the woods, except for the next. There's AG in August too, or July. I don't know if I guess Nationals would be August. Nobody knows.
No,
right?
we don't.
Like,
that's the big thing.
How annoying.
They want to know.
It is 10:55, so we are going to do our players meeting. If you can see everyone behind us, we're getting ready to go. I think we have at least 25 people, so we're expecting 5 rounds.
Yep.
That's the recap from earlier. Any final thoughts before we get our players meeting going today?
I want to see some spice. I want to see some creative expression. Alan is here today.
Oh, who's that?
The Alan Chavez. He's the bobble man from Pro Tour. Did you not hear about him?
Oh, no. What did he do?
Play the titanium bobble in his deck at Pro Tour, went 4-0 in Levia. You know, he's stuff like that by bringing your one-ofs, that little expression, you know, that's what's going to make you world famous.
I think that's my favorite thing that happened was like somebody did all the math and they were like, here's the win-loss thing of all the heroes of what you should do. And like literally Alan ruined their graph of like what's the hero I should pick up if I want the best win percentage, and it's like the answer is Levia unless you start
pay attention to the graph.
Unless you start putting some qualifiers or disclaimers in there. But that's the man in the sky says it's time to shut up for 10 minutes, so I'm gonna just take that advice and we'll see you soon. I gotta click this button that says
back soon.
Long break.
Meyer from the non-attack action podcast.
He's from the podcast that exists only in his mind. And to tap into that, we're going to use some special... a variety of times.
Hey guys, we got a first round match. Apparently I lied to everyone.
Yep.
38 people.
38 people came out today. A lot of new faces were out there scoping it out. A lot of familiar faces, but community going was thriving pretty good, and we're really excited to bring you 6 rounds today.
Right. And you may say, Blake, why are you going, 38? Well, that's one more round, one more grueling matchup everyone's got to get through. One more pretend that Lexi isn't strong enough yet, or maybe she needs another card to get over these guys. We do have a barn burner for round 1, though.
Oh, yep. We're excited to bring you round 1 being Zachary Wallach, AGE champion, and Craig Pollock, also former AGE champion.
Nice.
Facing off in the classic matchup we saw recently in Pro Tour, which is Dromai versus Oldhim. This will be an exciting one to see from a different perspective of 2 different pilots, but at the same skill level, and see how they approach it.
We've got both their faces very well lit up. I had no idea. Our timer's struggling a little bit, but we'll figure that out. Most of what I'm wondering is Craig going to play this aggressively? Is he going to wait around? What he's not going to do is play any yellows because he doesn't have any.
No, Guardians never play yellows, and if they do, it's like Remembrance and like one other yellow card.
That's what I'm worried about. Is there is no Remembrance in Craig's list, so I'm assuming there is no long game. This is, hey, I saw. I don't know if he was inspired by what happened in the finals of that one tournament, but it's like maybe we can just go punch Droma in the mouth, and she won't be able to do what she wants. Important stuff on Zach's side is Ghostly Touch, though.
Ghostly Touch is pretty key into this matchup for beating Oldhim. He has a lot of 6 attack cards, and can pop your dragons fairly easily. So the Ghostly Touch will be able to maximize your use of dragons and build up a bigger hand that comes down and slaps them at the end of the game for like a 22 usually.
And I think what's interesting about a round 1 matchup against somebody that's this good and against a deck that's going to require a lot, we're going to get full brain power from these guys. We see some water going into Zach. Craig's probably already hydrated. So I'm expecting this, instead of being like, oh, I was just really tired after 5 rounds, this is going to be a full-on battle.
Oh, yeah. This is mentally fresh. These people, round 1 is super important most of the time for your bracket run, because if you lose round 1, then it's like, well, we got to win the rest of them in the secondary. So these can often be, I think, the most tense games because you're so fresh, you don't want to make any major mistakes.
But just be different and have a sigil in turn 1.
Super solid, and pitching to Furnace to start that Ash generation. Dromai needs to have Ash in the bank in order to create her dragons.
I think what's interesting is we didn't push the button the 3rd time, because there's no way this is a yellow sigil of Solace. I don't know what happened over there.
Hell no.
I think they got to keep moving though, because this isn't a untimed round. This is a game that's going to be moving fast.
Most definitely. These are a longer games, not necessarily based off of one style versus the other, but just a lot of counters on each side and having to respect each player's response, whether it be a dragon, Oldhim clearing it, or whether you trying to attack with a priority dragon and not have it get popped by Oldhim. A lot of micro decisions made in this game, but I'm really excited to see these pilots navigate through it.
I love that Adam is one of the people that works here. He's one of the owners. He's like, I remember this game. I haven't been playing for a while.
Going to Magic events and places.
But he takes the full disabled because he's like, I got better stuff going on in my hand. Enigma Chimera is very interesting because that's not going to have go again.
It is a blue one. It's just a 6. I'm pretty sure it's only a couple of these he runs in the list.
3 of those big boys.
Yeah. I think that's pretty standard, but just going for the generic 6 attack, continuing to build his Ash presence, up to 3 Ashes now, just based off the way he pitched that. So I think he's waiting to like a big Ash turn where he can generate a bunch of little.
A big Ash turn.
Big
I love
Ash
that.
turn, dude. So
Dude,
you can
put that on a t-shirt.
big Ash turn. But he just wants to build that up, and so he can go wide enough to pressure Oldhim without getting popped right away. We're going to see coming out of Craig is going to be like Glacial
Footsteps.
The red one.
Gets rewarded with a 10 damage punch in the mouth there. I think you definitely...
Does Zach say I take it?
If he takes this, I don't know what's going on with Zach. Because he took a disable and did nothing afterwards.
Yeah.
Which I don't know if there's some Dromai counter brain play where you're like, actually, I'm setting up a late game strategy here.
Health is a resource. Zach had the defense reaction in Arsenal, making the block a little better. only going to be leak like 2 or 3 damage
It'll
from
be-
this.
Yeah.
Uh,
10 minus 3 minus 4 be down to 3.
Yep, correct. Still good chip damage, but not as much as he hoped. Zach, the Wallach, always having an answer for those big attacks. That's how he got that nickname. Man, he's really good at arsenaling those D-reacts when he needs them. Going up Ash to Rake Embers, so he's going to get some and lose some, making 3 Marvel Ash Wings.
And I think if you're just not aware of Dromai, or if you're not aware how Zach plays into our friend, the Grandfather of Eternity, I think Zach is going to go the game plan of, I would like to build up 7 or 8 of these Ash Wings.
Yeah.
And then anytime my opponent maybe doesn't have 2 poppers, if I have a Chromai, or just somehow don't have a popper in the late game, they've got a bunch of ice cards, we are going to just overrun them with Ash Wings, 2 turns of like 7 Ash Wings at once.
Now, here's interesting. Are you supposed to be bringing Rampart into the drone match? I'm not as familiar. I'm not an illusionist or guardian player, but I know there's always some kind of controversy on what shield to bring on certain matchups.
I do think I would like to block Kyloria easily 3 times a game.
Okay.
So maybe that helps a little bit of maybe make your hand worse those couple turns. What is a ice? What are they called? Frostbite out of nowhere from the ice shield gonna do?
Yeah.
Maybe it stops a breaking point. I don't know. Nope, there's no breaking point from Zach.
I think that all depends on the list. Like if it was against Mara's list, where it's more aggressive, more low to the ground, more red line,
Right.
Stalagmite might have been a better option because it can disrupt those turns.
Right.
But I think Craig knows Zach well enough to know that he usually does a traditional kind of build up the board list, so he can take his time with the Rampart.
And I think one thing that maybe we just said was, oh, what he's gonna do is build up 7 to 8 Ash Wings and then hit you twice where you don't have poppers. Well, at the very beginning of that Ash Wing turn, you could 2 times per game block with Stalagmite and just block 7 dragons, basically, if there's not a go again plus a pitch. So that is a thing where maybe if you know this is his game plan, Stalagmite just, oh my god, I did not expect that, and now I have to play around that the entire game and make suboptimal plays.
Definitely these small decision points, though, are micro advantages over the other player. And this is where you really see, I think, the knowledge of the matchup shine. Craig bringing the Rampart. Chokeslam coming in against Zach, kind of thinking about it a bit. It doesn't affect him too much. Chokeslam will make it so your cards can't gain attack from anything. So Zach doesn't have anything that buffs attacks, but he just kind of wants to survive from the damage. We have 3 cards here.
Dominia hitting the bricks here. I think it just makes, okay, I'm not going to line strike for 7. Like, that's the only thing that really says in there. That's going to be a full block.
Craig was floating too, so maybe Zach was just trying to be cautious around Pummel. Thankfully, he had a dragon in arsenal ready set up. Zach pulling from his second pile of dragons that are Marvel, so he doesn't have to take the card out of the sleeve. First dragon coming out is a big one.
Right. And if we're building up a kingdom of dragons, this is the first step of, it's going to make everything behind it better. If you do not Titan's Fist this dragon, everything's going to snowball you. So I'm expecting next turn, Craig's going to take a turn off and just hit Maragai. And then Zach has basically 3 turns of Maragais that can give him a little bit more room. And then set up a dust. What are they called? The dust from the Red Desert. Like
with the Vinny.
Like everything that Zach's doing is basically putting Craig into, are you patient enough to beat me? Are you disciplined enough to beat me?
Mm-hmm.
And I think Craig is one of the people who can say yes to that all day long. So it'll be interesting of what does Zach do to set up, like instead of drawing these hands perfectly, maybe all these people are also setting up for a second pitch stack?
Most likely, I think both of them are trying to be optimal into their second pitch stack of the game. We're still in the first quarter. None of them have broken 30 health. We know Zach runs healing, and Craig is just going to be an absolute wall of to chip through. Zach did have 3 Ash Wings to begin with. Now 2. Those Ash Wings are really where you're going to be leaking damage because you don't always pop them if there's a bigger dragon. Craig did clear the big dragon that was already out, passing back the turn. Now Zach has an opportunity to create more Ash and create more Ash Wings, making it hard for Craig eventually to clear like 5 of them, maybe even 6 of them.
And I think the damage of, oh, here's 3 with go again, you can't really just like, okay, we're going to use one of our best defensive options to block this. It's like the thought process of what Dromai does is a 1 for 3 and go again is not damage that you can just be like, oh, that's not going to matter because eventually, and then here's another one, 0 for 4.
Yep.
It's like we're getting cards out of your hand, and then pretty soon you don't have enough stuff to block my dragons afterwards, it can start a snowball, even though they're dragons.
Craig probably kind of regretting using the sink a little early here. You know, the sink would have perfectly covered, but it seems like the Crown of Seeds also perfectly covers for him. Getting a Terror Sunder out of Craig's hand is pretty big. That's disruption from him. Zach doesn't have to worry about a Terror Sunder on a big attack anymore.
I think what's interesting about this hand is we played everything that's not a dragon and pitched the dragon. So eventually, when we get 12 turns from now, when the timer says 8 minutes, he's going to get to a hand where there's 3 dragons.
Yep.
And he's going to put all 3 dragons in a row.
Correct.
And it'll be like, oh, crap. I'm not able to deal with this as Oldham. Unless, does Oldham have Inland Strike going on?
Seeing big cards out of Craig. That's the Spinal. That's the Terra Sunder. This would have been a big turn for Craig, but he's choosing to block as Zach has been able to apply enough pressure here with only having three Ash Wings, but 3 red cards that had go again was really big into getting Craig's hand thinned out. Craig pitching.
We're just killing an Ash Wing. I think that's very interesting. If Craig's going to be very healthy this whole time, but if he's blocking with Spinal Crush, like what is he going to do the last 31 damage with?
I think Craig right now is just trying to stabilize the board. He understands here if Zach starts getting ahead, that can be bad for him. Keeping a high health lead is important here.
Yeah.
Like I said, this is going to be a long game.
And we have like a pass from Zach of like, I'm going to put out my best Ash and then just go.
From the Red Desert. For anybody who doesn't know, Ash in the Red Desert is often a new auto-include for most illusionists. What it does is it takes away Phantasm for one dragon specifically, and that dragon has 6 attack, and if it hits, it does another 3. So that's the big one that does a lot of damage into...
Saragai.
Yep, and Saragai, or Vinny, as the Dromai kids call her.
I do think, like, okay, Craig, how much damage do you have left in your deck? And I know we've only been playing for 6 minutes, so I'm being kind of like, what's going on here? But, like, I don't like blocking with Spinal to avoid, like, Dust Up getting 1 more dragon. And then after you block with that, hit 1 more dragon with your Titan's Fist. Like, if there wasn't basically a put my best combo piece down by Zach and pass, Craig could have just gotten overrun there. But now he's facing 10 damage. So, like, or this will be an 8 damage glacial, I think. Like, it's going to work out here, but I was like, that was terrifying for a quick second.
It's definitely showing the matchup knowledge, Craig knowing how to manage these dragons. And that's, I think, the key to his success. Not, like I said, not having too many of them go too wide to the point where he can't clear them. At max, he clears, like, 1 on his turn, 1 on his turn always, right? Because you have a popper and then you swing your Titan's Fist. If it gets too wide, you see a Oasis from this dominated attack. Perfect. Zach still at 31, being the wall, having answers for exactly the things he needs.
That was dominated. Interesting. So I think what's going on here is we're waiting for Vincerikai.
Yep.
And then that's going to be a power turn for Zach. Because it's going to get 2 cards out of Craig. And then what can you do besides that where it's gross enough where Craig would maybe have to block instead of just cleaning up the Vincerikai that hand?
It's amazing to me that I've seen these couple turns go on now. Like, we're in like his 3rd, 4th, 5th hand right now. They're still pretty much at the exact same health they started with on turn 1, which is to be 39 to 31. Both players being really firm and waiting for that all-in moment like we're talking about, waiting for that opportunity for them to be, okay, here's how much damage I have. Can you match it? Are you going to take it all, or are you going to block and give me tempo?
And I think that's kind of a losing battle for Guardian, because it's like your all-in as Guardian is like your best attack plus a pummel.
Yeah.
And so Zach's best thing is dump 4 dragons and do 12 and then have board presence and also ruin your life.
Yeah, it's
do it all again next turn.
It's definitely a hard knowledge matchup, in my opinion. Knowing exactly how much damage you have in your deck, how to pressure the Dromai effectively, not wasting your card economy, because Guardians often like pitching to their hammer to make it so they don't lose cards, or pitching 3 cards for one big one, making it really hard to fatigue them out because they're always getting such value putting back into the deck.
And I think the biggest, the thing that is going to happen is one time Craig is going to pitch for an attack that's going to require 2 blocks from Zach.
Yeah.
And then it'll be like, does it get pummeled or whatever? That sleight of hand will be very important when that comes down.
It's definitely true. Craig has to set it up, but right now Craig putting 1 in Arsenal. He's kind of have a bit of an off turn, just putting some pressure on Zach, which is good. You can't let you can't let the person you're playing against get too much free reign. Eventually, you're going to have to swing back. You can't just play defense. So I think he's doing a good job of keeping pressure on Zach. Zach down to 26. Not enough dragons on board, but we do have the red dust, 2 counters on Ghostly Touch. He still has a long way to go to finish this match and 40 minutes left.
Right. I think we should breathe for a second because
Okay.
I think they are kind of like, we're talking about a lot of potential in this game or what could happen soon.
Yep.
And I don't think a lot of games are like this in Flesh and Blood of like, normally you can play the 4 cards in your hand, to your best of abilities, and kind of like get by or use your leverage to get them by a little bit. But I think this is one of the matchups where you can't really just go, well, how am I doing right now?
Yes.
It is kind of like, I need to save this and hope for the best and still be ready to go for the next 12 turns. And like, some of these dragons don't seem that scary, and like, maybe I could just take what are they called? Take an arcane and a couple physical. But as soon as you do that, it is like, when the big ones come down and you don't have your full 40 health, it is very scary.
They definitely accelerate the game, start ripping health, and armor pieces. Or Tumultai is another big one. If Zach can see a Tumultai soon, that's going to change how Craig has to approach this matchup.
Because I think Tumultai is coming for a Crown of Seeds.
Tunic, or can you do Rampart?
I mean, it's an equipment.
Yeah, I think you can do Rampart. So a lot of options. I don't know the right answer, but Zach will definitely show us what he thinks is optimal as Dromai to blow up as Tumultai.
I just was like, as we were talking, I was like, like, I think it does. Take your breath of like, this is a 40-minute extravaganza coming up of like, what sucks is these people are going to play extremely well.
Yep.
And we're going to be narrating the whole thing, and we may still miss of like what the actual moment is that won this game just because of how Dromai works.
It's very true. We might, just because we're not Illusions players or Guardian players, though, we can't give insight how we think the game state is going, at the moment.
Well, I mean, we've seen these heroes, but it is like more of like Dromai is doing so much extra stuff.
Right.
That like, oh, how did you get something out of the claws or clutch out of the jaws of death or whatever? It is something of like having the Phantasm Dragon show up right before Kyloria that gets me the other card that gets me enough to pitch Vincerikai to put on my Ash is something that's both planned for, and if it's serendipity happens,
Right.
goodbye, Craig.
Just drawing all the cards in the right order, and that's another big thing when playing against you players like Zach or like Craig. I've done it before, and they know what you're pitching too. So while you're playing that game in the back of your head, like, I want to draw these cards in the right order, I'm going to pitch them in the right order then, so they know what's coming up, and they might pitch something like Craig might pitch at the same time a Channel Lake Frigid, which might mess up your combo and things like that. So it's just a different level when you get to, I think these players' knowledge of the game is like they see it in a different dimension. It's not just the first opening hands, but it's the mid-game second cycle. It's the, how many cards left do I have in the deck versus how many reds versus blues. These people will account for that. We're going to have another dust up here. Zach got 6 Ash.
Sweeping blow. That's
Sweeping
even
blow,
better because it has
Sweeping
go again, so there will be more stuff. But like 6 ashes is great because he's never going to run out.
Right.
The second that ash is crazy though, because maybe there's a time like what we're saying of what is Craig's best attack? Probably Spinal with a red pummel on top. What is the best thing Zach could do? He could wait until he has 2 Vincerikai and 2 blues and just dump them both with those ash. Do something where Craig would have to block 12 or take a bunch of Arcane, and Craig's not going to be able to block all of it and swing back to kill only 1 Vincerikai instead of both. I think that's maybe what Zach is playing for, maybe just based on how he has his ashes played of like that. He's not saying it, but kind of what he's doing with his cards. That's what I think is happening.
Here's the Tumultai coming out into the big dragon. Let's see what Zach chooses. He has to reveal, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's just grabbing both of these because he did them simultaneously.
Yep, so he makes it so it can't be popped, which is great with the Mist Dragon. And then now he's going to attack with the Tumultai. It's not going to have Phantasm because...
Looking for 2 reds off the top, too.
Any responses from Craig before it resolves?
Use your crown before it's gone forever, bro.
On the layer, Craig responds, uses crown. As Blake said, it most likely will be the target for this tumultai, so why not use it before it's gone? And it will absorb 1 extra point of damage from the ward effect.
And it kind of sucks because Tumultai has 5 health and Titan's Fist does not go to 5.
Does not go to 5. It is going to. He will have to commit a whole attack action card. 1 blue, 1 red.
So Crown can still go. Maybe he's like, no, I want this Arcane choose. Tunic would work too. He is going to take his time to look through the graveyard because I think this is a very important decision of how to shape the back half of this. It is a whole thing of if I take away your crown, now my 0 for 4s are good.
Yep.
He's deciding to go after the Tunic to prevent the I can pitch 1 and grab a card from my helmet.
He had a staunch for the tumultai. Very interesting. Chat, would you have done the same? Would you have gone for the crown or the tunic? Definitely like to hear feedback, what you guys typically do as Jeremiah players. But I think the tunic is an interesting one to hit. It's going to ruin a lot of value for Craig over time. It makes his 2-card hands even worse now.
But he's got the 6 to kill the dragon.
Got the CNC, a classic, kills the dragon, but it's okay. Looking at the list here, Zach did come prepared to play against Oldhams. He has 2 remembrances in. I'm wondering if he runs both of them currently in this matchup or not. I imagine he would.
What's interesting, he only has 1 Uvia, and then Necria is not chilling in here. So I think he was looking at the list. I remember just chatting with him. He was like, am I about to play 3 Uvia and 3 Necria? And go full dragon control, like some of those lists were. Shoutouts to the person who got 9th place, Ian Zhang. They were talking about his list. This is Sweeping Blow, probably this is Billowing Mirage.
Billowing Mirage, yeah.
Billowing Mirage number 2, I think. This is something where just put a 3 block and hope for the best, Craig.
Zach seems to be pitching his dragons and burn them all from what I can see. And also, like for instance, there's a sigil pitch. So Zach's really playing for this second cycle explosive, comeback. He's playing all his red cards that generate ash. He has 2 Vinny ashes. He has 4 normal ashes.
Right.
So he's really setting up for that big turn. We have not even begun to see the Empress of Volcor.
And it's like, why would you not play that sigil? Well, sigil, when it goes back in your deck, at least he already has a red with go again this turn, so he can give his dragons go again, blah, blah, blah. That sigil will help him do that later. You see Passy Mirage, so it's now like, Craig, good luck. Like, this is looking like Zach had enough time to establish everything, and now Craig's going to need basically a Titan's Fist board wipe that doesn't exist.
Yeah, he's definitely getting outrun. Once you get past to the 3rd big dragon, it gets really hard to manage. Craig going not for the dragon, but for the aura. I think that's correct. I think you want to get that aura out of there as fast as possible. It eats up a whole turn. Maybe you draw something with go again. Maybe, let's see.
Yeah, get the aura first, so if there's any, there's
no go again. He's not
Enlightened Strike in there. Or anything.
He does have Rouse the Ancients, but I don't know if he would
God.
use that to do anything.
He's going to have to rouse this Yinderai with a endurance counter, with a Yinderance counter.
Another option would have been Zealous Belting. He's not running it currently, but it's another thing that Guardians have been using to deal with wide boards.
Right now, Zach looks like he's playing the piano too. Of like, I'm just getting all my stuff going. He's tinkling these black keys. We're gonna
this dragon piano. He's making all the dragon noises.
And Craig is like, please stop touching Like, what is this board state? We're gonna block 1 from our tunic. Or no, what is this called? Block 1 from the helmet, block 1 from the
No more
shield.
tunic, man. You need to get the 1 block.
Yeah.
You need to get the mana to put towards the shield.
None of these dragons have on hit though, so maybe this is the time where Craig's like, I'm just going to take this damage because I don't want to take damage later. Just kidding. He's blocking.
These players have been playing so fast. We still have 32 minutes left in the game, but you're seeing now the ties kind of shift. Zach is able to establish his dragon board or dragon equity greater than which Oldham can deal with it. As long as he can maintain and play safe, here's a Remembrance coming in for probably a Tumultai. Yep, Tumultai and some other dragons. All the fun dragons.
So we're going to do this all over again. I think what's interesting too is Craig once again blocked the spinal.
Yep.
So it is like, what is Craig planning on pummeling to get back in this game if it's not going to be a spinal crush? Maybe I'm one-track mind on spinal, but that feels like the best thing to deal with this.
Craig's list is very interesting to me. Craig is running 1 blue pummel. Is running 2 pulverized, 2 red pummels. So his pummel distribution is definitely a bit weird, which kind of changes his damage cap for the turn. it seems like he's playing just a fairly standard mid-range list. Terra Thunder, Thunderquake, Wintergrass, Disable, yeah. And so that list might struggle with a wide dragon board, but might do better into an aggressive dragon board, you know?
Right.
Um,
We didn't see Craig beat this Miragai up, so maybe he had 2 reds in hand, and maybe that's why he's blocking with Spinal. Because that does not feel good to not even swing a Titan's Fist back across the table. That's a good way to get overrun here, and I feel like when we do talk to Craig in 3 hours about what happened in round 1, I think he's going to go, oh my god, like, did not draw my stuff in the right order. I think what's one thing that's fickle about Flesh and Blood, like, I think we talk about other games where it's like, you didn't draw your energy card or you didn't draw your land. For this game, it's 4 reds at the worst time will literally set you back 2 turns, and if you can't get back from those 2 turns, you're just toast.
That's why you got to run Hope Merchant's Hood, and then you never have that issue. Just some Hope Merchant's Hood back, a free mulligan. But yeah, no, that can definitely line up that way. And then that's just card games. That's luck. I think Craig's been playing as best as he can to manage these dragons. You see him popping every turn. You see him swinging a hammer every turn. But without go-agains, you know, if Zach is going to keep lining up those turns where he's able to generate 1 Ashwing, 1 big dragon, then eventually that math will consume you, you know? And now we're seeing 4 big dragons on the board, 2 little ash wings, your ghostly touch counter at 5. It's going to be really interesting to see how Craig is able to finish this out.
And Craig's cycling through his deck using his Crown of Seeds on his own turn just to get a new Arsenal card. He did finally take out the Miragai, so the Mirage is gone. And then it's like back to you, Zach. Like, I think we're just waiting for Zach to draw Vincerakai. And then as soon as he does, it's like, well, this will be game over.
Yeah, Zach is really good at also managing his dragons. Here you're going to see the base vanilla damage for 5, go again. But also, he obviously doesn't commit any dragons unless he has a way to protect them, whether it be the Mirage Eye or whether it be another ways where they can't pop like the red ash from the desert. He's very careful at managing his dragon army. I've seen him go down so low just so he can get to the big dragon army and then just overwhelm you.
Can we count how many cards Zach has on his thing right now? It's like
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
He's got 6 dragons, 2 ashes, 3 other ashes, an arsenal card, a time snap potion. It's just like,
he's got a lot of stuff.
If this is your first intro to this game, please turn off and try back in 2 hours because I don't want to explain this to new players. But it is like, it's just so much extra stuff of an old man swinging a hammer every turn is not going to be able to do this.
Definitely. Especially if that hammer is not Winter's Well anymore. It's just a vanilla hammer.
Right.
Winter's Well was definitely a bit impactful in this matchup because, you know, they run a lot of reds. You can prevent, you know, the dragon development for sure. But now with this, it's just vanilla damage and good on hits with ice reacts and earth reacts, but those don't necessarily help you against allies.
I mean, if you ice react against Dromai, I think you just lose, kind of. That's not enough value of, unless you hit their red, but at that point, they've already played a red.
We're still at, like I said, 28 minutes left, 26 to 33. The game's still wide open here. Craig has plenty of health to give up in order to try and close that lead that Zach's developing right now before it gets too out of hand. I'm really interested to see how Craig sets that up. He's probably pitch stacking with his Crown of Seeds to like do a bunch of big turns, but I don't know what a big turn would be like.
What's crazy too, we have 7 ash. So even after all this, like Zach is killing it on the ash generation.
Yep.
Ghostly Touch has 6, so that can't be ignored for too long.
Yep.
And then, okay, we killed a dragon. Great.
Perfect.
But then there's still 4 left. And I think killing Uvia was very important.
Super important.
Which I don't think many people have the discipline to do that. And like, yes, we're talking about Craig playing from a losing position this whole game, but like, if you don't have patience and discipline, you just lose literally in 10 minutes, in 3 minutes instead of 25 minutes from now. Like, Craig is in the idea of I am playing to every single out I have right now.
Correct.
Which I think is like, maybe this isn't how Craig wanted to start his tournament.
You got to do glass half full for sure. And I think he's been managing greatly. You know, he hasn't, I don't think, made any major mistakes or tilted or anything. You know, the dragon, the board that was 4 big dragons before is now down to 1 big dragon and 3 little ones. He's doing a great job of figuring out a way to manage all these dragons that Zach has to now, I think, be a little more cautious when approaching. Right. Rake the Embers red is not something you want to see though, because
No.
that's another 3 small
Yeah.
dragons you have to
Like,
have
oh,
biting your
we're
ankles.
We're getting rid of the big dragons, and there's not a lot of little ones. Well, now we just doubled them here.
Yep. Man, six little dragons. That's going to start really chipping
little
away.
dragons sit on my window, or whatever that is.
Caloria coming down.
Kyloria is a hit effect dragon.
Is 4, has 2 health. Very annoying. Reminds me of like the Lord of the Rings dragon, the smog.
Yes, Smaug.
On top of all the gold.
Whatever his name is.
Here you're going to shoot out the dragons 1. Oh, he
Pop.
says I block the first one and I pop it.
I think that's very interesting. Yes, you have a dragon set up, but I'm not gonna let you hit me with 5 of them first.
It's very true. I think right here is you're going to see a lot of expert navigation come from Craig in this matchup, because he could have taken the 5 or the 6 little dragons and waited to pop the big one,
Right.
but that's health, and that health adds up over multiple turns. You need to stop it right away. You need to consistently have poppers, and so his turn ends.
I think Craig, by showing the red glacial footsteps right here, he is saying, by the way, I am now racing.
I am
This
now
is my
going.
only way to win
Yep.
is to get a bunch of these in a row and just hope you don't have it like that.
Yep.
And then Zach going like, okay, like I'll take 6 here, but I have 3 cards and I can do whatever I want after this.
Having one of the bigger dragons come out that Zach
There's
needs,
Vincerakai.
and Vincerakai. This is now an overwhelm of baby dragons just coming on the board. You have
Yeah.
5 Ashwings. You have
This is
Vincerakai
disgusting
with
from
the red
Zach.
dust. Doesn't have Phantasm. You have the Mist Dragon that takes away Phantasm, the first dragon you attack with. So that's
Right.
he has to order this correctly here. So first we're going to do Kyloria,
Yeah.
because the Mist Dragon affects the first dragon that attacks. So he says, I don't
Oh
want you
my
to
god,
pop.
there's a Yenderai down there still
There's
too.
the Yanderai as well, correct. Time Snap Potion is also there, if you forgot.
It's like I already used my helmet, so I'll just use a space for a dragon.
Still has 5 Ash. Zach managing this matchup very comfortably.
And
he
this
seems.
is where, like, okay, maybe this is, if you're paying attention at home, maybe this is the exact scenario where I would have rather had Stalagmite, because he doesn't have any cards in hand anymore. And you could just be like, Stalagmite give you an ice. But, like,
Yeah.
I know that the other shield has probably blocked 6 damage at this point.
Yep.
But it's like, that. I think that's where, if you're trying to sideboard yourself of shields,
Yep.
do that math. Okay, the 4 is blocked. Now here's 6.
6 unpoppable. If it hits, an additional 3 damage from it as well. So here's my whole hand. I don't want that to hit me.
And then these small dragons are going to get popped, and he's like, great, I don't care.
Perfect. I think he blocked that as expertly as he can. No damage got through. Ended the turn, slowly whittling away at his little dragon army, because those are the real things that win this matchup.
And the fist will immediately kill Vincerakai. That is
Yep,
a
get that outta
no-brainer
here.
mode.
It's okay. Zach has not played the other one yet. Still has another red dust out.
If
so you'll
Zach
see.
follows up with that, it's toasty.
It's going to be hard, but that one's definitely the biggest threat you always prioritize as well.
Maragai's hiding where the helmet goes. I was like, Maragai's dead? No, Maragai's hiding where the helmet goes. There's the other Vincerakai. I don't think this was pitch deck for. I think this is we set up and now it's boom boom.
Well, he couldn't pitch deck because he
still in the
remembrance,
first-
and then
oh,
he
remembrance.
it will shuffle up the pitch deck. So this is
job.
definitely just good shuffling technique. Getting the Vincerakai is perfectly spaced.
So the thing we did last turn, we're going to do it all over again. And 2 turns of this pressure probably beats every hero in the game that isn't Oldhim.
Yep.
Oldhim is the one that maybe has options to get around this.
Oldhim, it's hard because Oldhim, you sacrifice with Oldhim is you get better ice and you get some more talented cards, but you also sacrifice Dominate, which is like a big thing in the Guardian arsenal for finishing games. You now need to have cards like Macho Grande, Glacial Footsteps. Those are your finishers, but as you've seen him play multiple Glacial Footsteps. I don't think I've seen a Macho yet, and it gets damaged through, but not fast enough because you have to rotate through all those cards.
But something's brewing because Craig just took 4 and gave Zach a card, which I would think is not smart, but he's also wondering, what should I block? This is interesting. I don't understand. I'm not quite sure what they could be talking about right now. We're going to block Vincerakai. That's a no-brainer. We're going to kill that Vincerakai next turn, but does Zach send the full dragon army?
Chromai that doesn't have Phantasm because he has like all the dragons out right now. Name one dragon that's not out besides the
Right.
legendaries.
You can't do it.
Yeah, I think he has every 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Frick.
He has 5.
Frick.
Yeah, this is a lot of damage coming through. Massive dragon army just being developed by Zach.
So this is where not only did you have a life lead and you were holding on, your fingers are slipping.
Yep.
And you do not have the harness on right now. So what sucks right now? He has to have. I think what's happening is I want a blue and I want a card to put in my arsenal so I can Crown of Seeds, which feels really bad if Zach puts down any other card right now.
Yep. Zach putting down. We still haven't seen the other major dragon, which was
Dominia was blocked with very early on,
okay.
so Dominia will not be a factor in this game because he did not remembrance it back in either, I don't believe.
He still has a second remembrance, though. He is running 2 of them, so he could choose to bring it back if he would like.
He just pitched the remembrance to the bottom, so I don't think that's a part of his game plan. I think he's got his deck the way he wants.
Once again, very impressive. This has been 20 minutes so far. This game has, I felt like, has developed so much over the course of those 20 minutes. Both players knowing their deck very well. You're seeing, I think, peak flesh and blood gameplay from both pilots.
Rake the Embers.
There's your third Rake the Embers, the last
Grandpa.
one. But that's 9.
Keep on digging.
That's 9 little dragons he has made. This is to start getting very overwhelming, even more.
Oh
Another
my
Chromai
God.
coming down.
Get
You
this
see
man
Craig.
outta
Can we
here.
go on Craig here real quick?
Yeah, Craig him up.
Let's look at. That's the expression you have, and there's
Dude.
Alan in the back just
He's
watching.
like, Titanium Bobble doesn't make dragons? What? There's other heroes? I could play that and do this?
Craig doing just not having the best time now. He, like I said, his grip was slipping a little bit. We're 2020 right now.
What's that one song from the 90s that goes, rake that thing, boda boda?
I think I know what you're talking about, but I can't
Yeah.
remember the name of the song.
I think they made it after Zach or whatever. This is disgusting. Like, once again, 1, 2, plus 6, 7, 8, 9 dragons on there. That doesn't even make sense. I did that wrong.
I think there's
6,
more than that.
7,
1, 2,
8,
3.
9, 10, 11. I just
I don't even
skipped
have that.
2.
I can't even count them on my fingers. There's so
Jeez.
many of them.
That is true. We haven't even started burning them all yet. I think what's interesting is there's so much. There's not early game for Dromai, obviously. So you kind of need to overrun her, and maybe that's the heroes that can figure this out.
Yeah.
But the late game layers of Dromai is unbeatable if you let her get to this point. If you get rid of all these dragons, I'm going to start burning them all. If I put 3 burn them all downs, you're going to have to pitch a blue to get rid of all this arcane.
Mm-hmm.
Good luck. You're not going to have a blue in your hand and then also be able to block these with a popper. You're just done. Which Craig's life bar immediately disintegrates down to 12 after all these
Baby dragons.
which he put in 1 stack. That's hilarious.
Baby red dragons. That's what you do with tokens.
Yindarai is I don't really want to pop this because I want to pop the one after.
He's super annoying to get rid of, though, as Guardians because he has the soak 3 up, you know?
Right.
Man, these dragons are doing so
This is
well.
just
And
Dunzo at this point. Sorry, Craig, for pairing you up against this.
it's probably one of the best piloted Dromai games I've seen out of Zach so far, the AGA series. He's done a really good job every time of just managing his board.
I think what's crazy is don't give Zach any confidence because then it's like you need him to second guess himself
That's fair.
or he's going to beat your ass. And like Zach with confidence is one of the scariest people in the room.
Once he gets into a state that he's comfortable with, then you know that he's not going to mess up from there.
But he did pitch Heart of Final, so the comeback is ready to go. We're healing.
All right. That is hard to find. That would be his second cycle because he Oldham doesn't shuffle his deck. And I remember Craig pitching it pretty early in the game. So we're on Craig's second cycle. Let's see if Craig was able to pitch stack something successfully to come back, or if it from here you just drown in the sea of dragons that is Dromai.
I think what Guardian needs for this is a legendary boots that when it blocks, it uses Phantasm. That'd be sick. Counts as a 6 block.
Counts as a 6 block, use a Phantasm. And boots?
For shoes, yeah.
Let
that's what I
no.
mean.
Just the heaviest brick shoes
Right now,
possible.
Trent's at home like, yeah. I guess Trent's over there somewhere.
Trent's here. He's playing.
What?
Yeah. Watch out.
No, I'm good. I'm commentating, so I won't play him.
Okay.
Don't worry.
20-7. Drastic. It was
Yeah,
2020 a couple turns ago.
What sucks is we're just basically waiting for Craig to draw cards and hope
Yeah.
for the best this time, but I don't. there's literally nothing that can get you out of this scenario. This is checkmate if you like that one game with
He just plays a
chess.
dragon, and it just like feels like there's another knife, just stab.
Right.
It's like, oh, another dragon.
She's gonna have 3 action points, so who cares if you
Kylo
pop these
Williams.
dragons?
Oh my
This
gosh.
is gonna get a card out of your hand first with sweeping blow. Make another ash. I think what's
Still have
interesting,
4
like
ash.
first style, if he gets cards out of their hand of Craig's hand, if he ghostly touches for game, he's the sickest person in the world.
He pops Chromai, but Chromai gains another action point. And
Yeah.
guess what? He has a second Chromai,
Sheesh.
so he can continue down his path of destruction.
He's beginning to believe.
Chromai again. Zach going all in now for this. Not a popper.
Not a popper.
So gaining the
Uh,
action point back, going in again.
Craig, don't do it. You're gonna go down to 1.
Craig's going to go down solo. I think from here he doesn't
Craig!
have any poppers.
No.
Do you
Just
do you do
doing
the
one
ghostly
at a
touch
time.
for the finish?
Wow.
All right.
Ghostly touch.
Ghostly touch. No ghostly
Whack.
touch.
Yeah, Craig.
It's all good. GG.
I think that's something where Zach's gonna watch that clip at home every time he feels bad. Like if he misses a pharmaceutical
He's gonna
test
come
or
back
whatever,
and he's to be proud about. Like, I
he's
mean,
gonna
that's
go,
definitely
at least I have this game.
that's definitely a proud game to be.
His kid doesn't get into the what are they called, magnet school in kindergarten. He'll just let me go back to 2023 and look at this match where I just beat Craig by 20 without sweating.
GG definitely. Zach Mashley played for round 1. That was just round 1, and I felt that was a long masterful game. 15 minutes left against an Oldham Jeremiah. It's doable, people. We don't need to go to time.
Right, and I think one thing that sucks about what we just saw is I'm trying to tell you guys at home that this is that's the wrong button. That this is a triangle meta, and
Yeah.
I definitely kicked that camera. This is a triangle meta where like Dromai beats Lexi, and then Lexi beats Oldham, and then Oldham beats Dromai.
Then Azalea beats Lexi.
That isn't what happened though,
No.
and it is kind of like if we sit up straight and we really investigate what just happened, like that. Those were 2 people that are the best people in the room on their respective decks, and I don't like if Dromai can do that to the best person in the room. It's like I'm gonna have to. Can you build Oldham where you can do better than that? I don't know.
You're gonna have bad matchups going into any bracket, in my opinion, and that's something especially Oldham will know because Oldham also had this matchup become worse for him as he got things banned for him.
Right.
So LSS will always be balancing those things and be trying to consider those. I think it is a hard matchup, but there are builds that can do better against it.
Right.
I think it's all about the expression in your build. I think Craig brought a very mid-range build. Maybe you put he has like a couple spicy things, like 1 blue pummel, 2 red pummels. But I don't think there's anything really trying to deal Jeremiah besides the dominate attacks and like just swinging hammer. If he had Winter's Well, it might have been definitely a better matchup at some point. But this is just.
I mean, 1 frostbite on like 3 of those turns would do that or whatever. By the way, I wasn't rolling my eyes at you. I don't know if you saw that. I was rolling my eyes at our man in the skies. Or whatever. But like, I do think the whole triangle thing that we're trying to say here is like. What's interesting is, okay, Craig's going to lose to the Dromai, but maybe he'll build his deck to beat Lexi. I'm on your ass, Lexi. Because there's some stuff in here where I'm like,
Yeah.
what the hell is 3 buckle doing?
Yep.
What?
That's definitely another really cool thing I think
Like,
about the expression and deck building.
Does
for
that
Flesh and Blood.
hit the
buckle?
Does that hit the head for?
I think it does something
her
with
face?
damage. Yeah. Or -1.
Because it let's +1 on our biggest attack and give it dominate, so it's gonna hit. And buckle takes the equipment if it has a thing on it. I think so.
On it.
I don't know what that would be for Lexi. It feels like that's a Lexi.
So that's probably the spice he's bringing towards. He's probably expected some more Rangers. We'll never know unless you talk to him. I'm sure we're going to go to a break soon. I'm going to go out there and start kind of investigating more and some of these people's lists and get some more answers on what they expected to see here, why they brought certain things. These are all huge factors when participate. Where'd you get all these papers?
And we'll have a metagame of it. Oh, it's literally happening as I was saying it.
The metagame just came in, everybody, and we have 7 Azalea. That's not Azalea, that's Lexi, but it's okay.
Oh my god.
5 Katsu,
How crazy.
4 Oldham. 3 actual Azaleas, 3
Nice.
Dromai, 2 Briar, 2 Dorinthia, 2 Reinhardt.
Why is Katsu such a pain in the ass?
What do you?
I hate Katsu. Well, because I'm trying to play.
You're,
I'm trying to play
you're a brute
Reinhardt,
person.
you know.
Yeah, he's not
So-
letting you Reinhardt.
So if you're like, oh, I want to play Reinhardt in this meta, I'm gonna feast on these Oldhim and Dromai. You guessed completely wrong.
yeah, I
My
think
plan for next week's RTN is going to fail.
the RTN would be interesting to see what people truly flesh out. But it seems they're leaning towards Katsu. They're leaning towards, Azalea and Lexi as usual. I think Craig being one of the 4 of the old hymns, thinking that he'd play into Rangers is probably correct here. Just hitting the 3 Dromai, which is part of the triangle. They exist. Dromai does well. You're going to see her in the top tables. 1 Azuri.
My iconic lady in the bottom right. Like what I'm rooting for is these ones to do some damage today.
I'm
Like-
excited to see an Islander. Let's just spices things up.
The person on Riptide 2 is our favorite Anthony Pham, so we're gonna figure
Fan
that
favorite.
out unless he's on 0 and 5 duty later, but we'll get him on.
So the expected meta players did arrive today in droves, but also the one of specialists are here to shake things up and try and make it into that top 8 for Justin's money and for that bounty. If you guys don't know, we're having an extra bonus in the bracket today for anybody competing, sponsored by Savage Land News. We're going to do the highest. Oh, man.
Oh my god.
We're going to have the highest damage done in a turn. We'll net you $100 store credit for Collector's Legion. Buy a box, buy singles, they have it all here. And also a custom playmat from Savage Lands News. Go check them out at Savage Lands News on YouTube and on Twitter.
And currently we're at 27, I heard.
27 has been the top high score, and this is damage that has to hit
Was
as well.
that Zach with 6 Vincerikai? Oh my god.
So the person that apparently did the 27 damage, got it to hit, and then died on the swing back. But it's okay.
So they're going for the money.
They're going for the money, but that's okay. That's why you have this in the bracket. Have a little fun side things to work towards. I'm interested to see how high that damage will go.
Because I think I've heard everyone, if you have an Azalea in your meta, the whole thing is like, Azalea's just sitting there like, I have game in hand and I have 40 health. What are you going to do?
Yep.
And you go, 28. And then they go, cool, dominated arrow for 15. And there goes your last 4 health. So
Hurts.
I don't care what you do. Like, you're not playing pummel, are you? Who cares? But y'all have fun. We'll see you in another 20 minutes probably for
Maybe.
round 2.
Maybe less, depends how fast. But
Oh.
stay tuned. Check out some of our
minutes.
content from the past. You'll be seeing pop up here. See you guys soon.
Long break.
Okay. And they're starting to get easier than harder, right?
I don't know. You tell me.
I haven't been actually mad since last February. So let's go,
I feel like there was one we were both mad, and that was fun.
Oh.
So.
Okay,
maybe we'll
I
do
remember that. I remember that.
Let's do that. Here we go. It's Plague Hive. What happens when they pitch Plague Hive, Blake?
Oh my god. Okay, so I'm gonna be part of this problem finally. I mean I've been playing Uzuri, blah 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 blah
Blah,
blah.
blah.
What sucks is I my first outside. I'm so excited about all my outsiders. I'm gonna build this deck. I'm gonna play this. Somebody in our meta, he judges these things. He's the worst because
Not to name names.
he's like 9 codex. I'm blowing up his deck list. He's literally gonna go fight in Baltimore, but it's just a pain in the ass. I'm always like only have 2 health to survive, and it's like, all right, I'm gonna roll this dice, and he puts out his disease tokens, and he goes, a 1 or 2 is blood rot, a 2 or 3 or 4 is inertia, and a 5 or a 6 is frailty. Every mother f time he rolls his die, and it'll literally go to 2, and I will block with my full hand. The blood rot comes in, and I literally gave him the kitchen sink, and he beat me exactly, like, without, like, some arrow. I was probably going to lose anyway in 2 turns from now. But, like, the 4 damage that pitching Plague Hive did twice of 2 exact rolls on Blood Rot was, like, a moment where I was like, why do I like this game? Like, I don't get it. Because, like, I do like having the options of I am the person who's going to block extra here and get this out of here. And now, if you block extra, now you can't afford the Blood Rot pox. So that's annoying now. And now we're going to have to move straight to the people in the window who think they're cooler than Blood Rot pox, Those people are annoying as hell. So it's just frustrating because I'm sure if you're a dagger wielder, you're like, oh my god, I hope I don't get frailty, and then you get frailty. It's probably one of those things that are explained in science of like, oh, of course you're gonna get the worst ones because those are the ones you're gonna remember, and all that kind of stuff. I don't care about inertia. Give me inertia every time.
I think that's what they call the Blake hypothesis.
Yeah, the confirmation bias, but
The
negative.
Blake paradigm.
Yeah.
The worst thing that could happen to Blake will happen when Plague Hive is pitched.
The other thing that happened about this card is I was gonna trade my Codex Blood Rot that was $300 something for a Plague Hive and a couple of legendaries, and somebody's like, "I'm sick, I can't make it." And then 2 weeks later, we traded, and he was like, "Oh, the value's down, so we're just gonna do 1-for-1." And I was like, "What? I lost $130 something of value because you were sick or didn't want to go? You could have told me, and I would have traded someone else."
Yep.
I just gotta be meaner.
All right, here's a question.
Okay, here's an answer.
When Evan, who we won't name, rolls on Plague Hive, does he always do the same 1, 2,
He's
1,
looking
2,
at you
3,
like,
4, 5, 6?
okay, so 1 and 2. Yeah, it's always the same.
It's always,
It's-
okay, I feel like
So,
if he was chaotic
so
evil, he would switch it up every
1
time.
and 2 is Blood Rot, and you're just like, and whenever he does the hand to hit you after like good
The hand to hit
good
you?
game, I'm always doing the
Get out, my friend.
get that out of here.
Evan
wanna
does have a
touch you at all.
particular way he likes to congratulate you at the end of the game where he just crushed you, and it's not fun.
No, and then he'll go
But he won't watch this, so it's fine. Because he's out there
No.
judging. Great judge.
this card, and it's annoying the hell out of me.
Oh, all right,
Oh.
here it is. The psyops are in effect. How are they affecting you?
Okay, so psyops is another word for conspiracy theory. I feel
Ooh,
like,
Is it?
and in my mind.
I mean, there's an element of it. I'll give you that.
Yeah.
All right, okay, I'll let you
Okay,
go with this.
so where I'm going with this is basically are there aliens in the Hoover Dam? No,
Yes.
no, there's not. But the weirdo people in Nevada that are living near Hoover Dam are like, I lost my wallet at a bar and I never got it. It must be the aliens that live in Hoover Dam. And it's like, if you tell enough people about the aliens in Hoover Dam, then people are going to be like, well, did you hear the story about the in Hoover Dam? And it's like, the people that are saying that aren't smart. They're just saying stuff long enough and getting a little bit more influence, and then people start believing that.
All right.
So now instead of Hoover Dam in Nevada, we have the best Dromai player in the Great Lakes area or whatever it is. So if the best Dromai player says something in the Great Lakes area of, no, I promise you, you put smashing good time in and you're going to crush everyone. Or knick-knack, brick-a-brack, whatever that disaster was. I know he's not in the Great Lakes area and he doesn't play Dromai. I don't even know that dude's name. But it is kind of like, no one is influential enough in this community to make the card market go buy cards. And if you are, go do something else than Flesh and Blood. Go be influential and run for Congress. Why would you use your influence to make a Majestic from Arcane Rising rise up by $4?
For money.
Make money at poker. Like, this is a hobby. There's no psyops. Psyops is like, dude, I honestly,
think there's another term for when you do it for cards and their value. That's called market manipulation.
speculation.
Which is also
Yeah.
just unethical and morally bankrupt.
Right. And
But
it's
psyop-
allowed at Mall Street.
When you tell, well, yeah, I mean, this is late stage capitalism we're in, so get used to it. until the
Yeah.
singularity comes and saves us from ourselves. But
And one thing that's honest is like, is there anybody who's sitting here in rural South Carolina who's like, I always pick on South Carolina, but like, does the person in South Carolina have by far the tier 0 deck of, you know what? It actually is, it's tier 0 Bolton. Here's what's new in it. Boom, 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 boom. We're not gonna hear about it. We're not gonna hear about it. They're literally gonna show up that day. Nobody knew what Kano was last year for New Jersey. Somebody showed up, blew people up. That's what's gonna happen again. There's no psyops of you got to be running Fog Down for the Bolton deck from South Carolina. It's just gonna happen to you. So there's no point in paying attention of, I need to go to every single podcast and pay for every single Patreon because maybe I'm missing something, and that's why I'm going to lose Baltimore. You're going to lose Baltimore because you didn't practice enough, and you didn't draft well, and you're going to lose because you're really good in your own meta, but you've been using Talishar to practice, not other real people. And you don't have a game plan for Azalea. There's so many things wrong with your deck. Why do you think you're going to win Baltimore? Why are you even flying there? It's to have fun. It's a hobby.
That's right. And this itself was a psyops. So
Because
wrap your head around
I actually like psyops, bro. It's Barraging Blake approved. Dude, was I psyops that whole time? Okay,
Am I psyops? Is this psyops?
Is this psyops?
All right. So here we go. Let's go.
Who took that photo? That's pretty
Blake
good.
was right. Blake won another skirmish.
What the heck is this? Is that
Blake is Blake
is that
being
Pontius
held up.
Pilate with Icelander's face on it? Oh,
I believe that is Atlas holding up the world.
Jesus.
And that is Iceland.
Oh, Icelander's holding
you up.
me up.
Not
Thank
to
God
undermine.
we explained that for me and the audience all in one.
Not to undermine. I mean, if you're
Okay.
not versed in classical art,
Let's go previous picture if we can. I like that one a little better. We'll address this stuff that is visible in the. Okay, we can't go to the previous picture. The man in the sky is telling me. So, we can.
There you go.
So we got our perfect Reinar sign mat from Singapore for good luck.
Nice.
I showed up that day. Last year I won a skirmish. I feel like everyone knows that. Blake won one.
That's right.
One.
You were tied.
I got the Spring Tidings mat. It was Icelander before she had ice cards. Like, wow, this is really good Arcane from Arsenal. And we didn't even have Waning Moon yet. We're just going to Stir the Aether Winds and then Spark Lightning 14. And then it was like dead. So this is Evan, the guy who lost in the finals.
He's right there. He's in both these pictures.
He's also the guy that was talking about 9 codex or whatever. So anyway, now it's Bullander, and I hated Bullander. Why did I hate Bullander? Because I love Arcane-only Icelander. And now it's time for Blitz season again. And I'm like, what am I going to do to beat those wizards? I wanted to play Reinar because obviously Reinar's first love, but it was like, everyone was like, nobody's going to be playing wizards. What are you talking about? And I was like, if y'all think that, I play wizard. And then on the Saturday before the Sunday, my skirmish was on Easter, which is why I thought this was Jesus. It was a list that was posted on Twitter, and I was like, that person won with that list. I could win with that list.
There you go.
And it was like riding a bike that I had been used to for years, and it was like everything I did with the deck last year, it got better. Waning Moon just adds 3 damage a turn. I immediately got blown up by Feiyu on Kano immediately, and I was like, Feiyu, you got to teach me this. You got to teach me this. Then I beat a Chain. I beat a Sif Bravo. The Sif Bravo was like, why are you playing Sif Bravo? I told him to play Sif Bravo. Immediately when he played me. I lost to Reinar. Then I was like, Reinar, let's rematch. I lost again. I was like, bro, I don't know how I'm going to
skirmish.
because we rematched. We were just playing in between. And hi, Colin, Connor. I'm talking. You're using in the middle of the Barraging beatdown rehash. You want to say hi to Colin? Connor, you're on probation, bro.
You could have ignored it.
And so I basically taught Joel Joel taught me how to beat him, thinking, oh, well, we're not going to play again. I just need to sort of play the other Reinar. Then we play in top 8 immediately afterwards. And I was like, Joel, it sucks to suck, dude.
You should
And
have
then
not said anything.
he goes, my health was 6 before I had my first turn.
Really?
So 18 down to, 12 damage.
15.
And
Oh no, I'm
at 18, yeah. Icelanders
Plays that other
disadvantage. So anyway, we got through that. We got through the top 8. I beat an AB 5 dash, and then I beat Evan using the Feiyu from the first part. Every mistake I ever made, I undid the mistake. I beat the best in the field. John Zapata didn't even get top 8 in this. People that have almost won Battle Hardens didn't make top 8, but I made it to the top. And there's a lot of jig. I gotta figure this gym shit out. I made it to the top, and I get my first skirmish win of the year. April 22nd, I'll do it again. Be ready for it. It's coming. One skirmish win a year. It's one of those things that it reinvigorates your love, and then you start watching Azalea dominate arrows today, and you're like, maybe I really do got to figure out this gym shit, and I can just focus on that for a
So
bit.
could you say that all of your experience through the Swiss of that skirmish, you were just psyopsing all of your
Oh, I think that's just called learning. You know?
No.
What's the difference between experience and psyops?
Subscribe now to find out. We
Yeah.
got one more topic.
That'll be on Patreon only.
Yeah, Patreon only content. How to psyops everyone you know and be liked.
Cool. I like that.
Okay,
Oh,
yeah.
we have
so
one
this
more?
Is, this is some warning content.
I don't
Not
like
warning
this.
of the content, but this is,
Is this
a
the one from earlier that I
this is a PSA
saw a little bit
announcement.
of?
And just so you know,
Oh,
whenever you see Blake, make sure you slow down while you're walking in front.
okay, you gotta say in my ear where you saw me be the most mad about this. Every day at Odyssey. I feel like I'm not. People aren't gonna be on my side on that. I gotta figure out a fake one where they'd be on my side. I think what's frustrating. Okay, so I walk in the mall a lot, so I'm.
2, and then there's 1. Hello, welcome back. Blake, what's going on? Why are we all wide-eyed excited?
The only note we had was look into each other's eyes more,
Oh,
and then look into the camera more.
sorry, stream.
But that's not what we do here, okay? We play Flesh and Blood, and that's what we care about first. We went around and talked to some people. There was a Lexi mirror going to time.
Yep.
Are people playing mid-range with all those offensive options? Just ebbing and flowing and tiding. Riptide won, but they took down another one of, which kind of sucks.
You always hate to see it, but one of them has to survive at the top. So we have a 1-0 Riptide, which is exciting.
1-0 Riptide. That's Anthony Pham, I think, unless... no, they are. Yeah, they're getting ready over there. So, yeah, it's going to be Riptide on stream. In AGE first.
Perfect.
It's going to make it there before Azuri
We're
does.
going to see the animation screen. I haven't seen
Oh,
Riptide
my
one.
God. I bet he's, like, nauseous or
Stinky
something,
or
and there's, like, green goo coming. I mean, let's just show
No,
it.
no, no.
Oh,
No, it's not ready.
No, it's not ready. It's not ready.
You gotta let Justin
I
get
was
to
so
the top.
excited.
Okay, we'll get there.
Okay, what do you think it's going to be?
But I'm
then?
also have some more exciting news for you. Where we went out there, we talked with the people behind the glass, and 2 Reinhardts also, both of them won their first
No
round.
way.
Yeah. One against Alexi, got Blood Rush Bellow turn 1, Blood Rush Bellow turn 2.
This is my meta.
And,
I'm back, baby.
And the other one was against an Oldhim. Reinhardt went against Oldhim.
Well, that's expected.
So you're seeing these dark horses or these C or B tier heroes, performing against
Palominos even.
Yeah, exactly. So if you're a specialist out there, if you're a main, don't give up. Always just go full force with it, and you'll get your matchups, and you'll win. Oh, here we go.
Oh, it's
ready.
raining, and he's blinking.
Oh man, we have Riptide with Anthony
he's smoking.
Pham
Is that smoke or is that noxious?
Peter on Lexi Livewire.
Load him up.
Load them up. I've never seen the pits look so
Pitiful.
Pitiful. But it's great to see new animations. Great to have new heroes, new characters on the field. I'm excited to see Anthony Pham bring Riptide. Anthony, for anybody who doesn't know, a local, I would say meta player, beast of a man, plays a lot of high tier decks very well. Last thing he was playing was Islander, ripping up very tournaments with that.
He's been top 4 and top something here a couple times too.
Yep, exactly. Always a contender here. Bringing in the spice from different angle. Riptide starting at 38 health. Something might
Why? Yeah.
Why?
Hey James, if you're listening, why,
he's
bro?
a little OP.
It should have been 42 health for him, I think.
Excited to see what kind of build he brings, whether it's going to be Death Dealer or Barb Castaway. I have done a lot of meme builds with Riptide, seen different things.
I mean, we got his deck list if I pay attention and start searching for
Look through
him.
the papers. And then we have Lexi. This Lexi most likely is going to be a diffuse list. But once we find the list, we'll know for sure. This is going to be really interesting because Anthony Pham will have the resources with traps to deal with some of Lexi's shenanigans, and also very strong on-hit arrows to swing back for big damage. I'm so excited. I have not seen this played at a high level yet. here at the
Yeah.
AGE, we get.
Hopefully this is at a high level, you know?
Oh, it's going to be high
Hopefully
level for sure.
It's not a blitz deck or something.
No. Here at AGE, we get spoiled with some of the best matches with some of the best players out here. And if you don't know, please, if you want to come play some of these players, come check out the calling and the next month's AGE.
Battle Harden, yeah, or whatever.
The-
It literally was at the bottom of the pile. Sorry, guys.
Blake found the piece of paper. It
We
kinda
got some
startled me. Sorry.
Death Dealer going on.
All right, so finishing the note, come out here for the big tournament if you can. It's going to be great. You know, all these players are going to be out there as well. We have both these deck lists now pulled up. Anthony and Peter's. Looking over Peter's real quick.
Have you played against Peter, or is he from? He's
not
he's
San
from Orange
Diego.
County, I believe.
Yeah. He's
Something about I am wanting to play more. Maybe I like. I think he's somebody who's like I'm choosing between 3 or 4 heroes. I am not aware of which is his favorite game store.
building his story. A new player, good to see on stream.
Yeah.
Make a name for himself. It looks like he has a classic low to the ground with Falcon Wings. With the codexes, with the Rain Razors, the good stuff Lexi that's been flowing around. And then I was looking at Anthony Pham's list currently. You have the Bolton shots, Codex of Frailties. You have Infecting shots. You have your favorite traps, the blue ones. And then you have things like Scar for Scar. You have things like Nimblism. So we're really also looking to be extremely fast. Let's see how Peter reacts to this, because Rangers typically don't like blocking, and Anthony's gonna have a lot of on hits.
And he's playing the best blocking ranger. I think one thing that we need to tell everybody at home, if you're not aware of what Riptide does, every time you play a card from hand, you're allowed to put something into your arsenal.
Correct.
Normally, that's not an effect you can do. You have to set up a couple turns. Rangers are built on you have to use your bow to get something into your arsenal.
Mhm.
Now you can just play a buff and not use Death Dealer. And then, if that's an arrow that has Go Again, you can use Death Dealer afterwards, and it gives it Go Again without the ability to, like, Voltaire 6 times or whatever.
And it's very interesting, too, the synergy that came out with Riptide. You're seeing out of Anthony is Trench. Trench is a new Ranger equipment that allows you to pay 1 and take a card from your arsenal and put it at the bottom of your deck, redraw a card. So we're going to see some very interesting new mechanics with how it works with loading and getting things unstuck out of your arsenal. Another major thing to notice for equipment is Peter having Heart of Ice.
Which is going to ruin our life. As a Riptide, like, doesn't that make every defense reaction you play costs 1 now?
Is it? So what's Heart of Ice?
Heart of Ice is basically Frostlock on her item.
Interesting.
So I'm going to pay 1 before I start attacking, and now all your defense reactions cost something. And if you look over at his list, Anthony Pham has 3 blues in his
you're
entire
right.
deck.
The three blue traps are the only blues he has. A good bit about a yellow. How many yellows? It's about 12 yellows and a lot of reds. So this should be interesting, especially since Peter isn't on a fuse build. So this will be like the main way to interact. He does have 2 Arctic incarcerations, but 1 down and dirty. I don't think we're going to see it with this one. I do like Peter's list. It's
I think there is a thought
very
process of
customized.
before you start going as Peter, you need to be like, do I have 1 resource left after all this? If so, let's do Heart of Ice first.
Yeah.
But there goes some of your bluffing ability by telling your opponent what you have of all this stuff.
Yep.
But Anthony, he's just doing, I'm going to get a 6-card hand next time. What's the worst that you can do to me? I don't care.
Peter going first. Yep, loading that up. Having an endless early is kind of annoying, showing it. That's something that's always going to recur. Let's see. He has those loaded. Okay, that's it. Took it off. I was like, did he activate again? Nope. So Anthony coming in now. We're going to start
It's
to see.
already turned on!
Turned on. Scar for Scar. Call James White back. This is why he's at
Yes.
38.
It's the
is
Scar
so your
for
Scar for
Scar buff.
Scar is always on. So this is what's going to happen is since he played a card from hand, Riptide ability activates, and now he's able to put 1 in his arsenal.
Right. Which should be an arrow,
Well-
except he's going to do it next time.
He's going to do it next time. It is a May option for sure, right? Yeah, pretty
Yeah,
sure.
you don't have to do anything you don't want to do
Yeah.
in Flesh and Blood, unless you do have to do. But
So pre-mandate came out, playing that, loading the bolt, going to do 6 go again since it's been buffed, and a ponder with an on hit.
And Peter's saying, sure, all this damage means nothing to me. I'm the big deck in format, not you.
He's definitely
I
going for the
don't care.
race. 30 to 38 already. This is a fast game. Almost a quarter gone of the first.
Codex.
Codex. Does he get double the ponders now?
He's gonna get 2 ponder.
Two
Ponder
ponder.
away.
He
Ponder away.
double ponder.
Ricochet. Dun, dun,
And
dun.
Scarf Scar. This is a crazy good opening out of Anthony.
So when you're looking at this Riptide list, since we don't know what a Riptide list would look like at a competitive thing,
Yeah.
I think it's going to have not 50-50. There's got to be a right mix of I am going to put some aggressive options. If you give me some time, I will get rid of your life bar. But now that Peter's at 26, do I block with 7 traps and get him to 19? Do some more offensive options and do that all over again.
I'm kind of afraid what Lex has to do here. The frailty token was really big for punishing this. Like now, like the harder to activate your bolts and shots. Your endless arrow doesn't have a break point. If you're looking to take all that damage, like, hey, yeah, I'll slap back. Frailty just really like put a big damper in your plans.
Right.
So it's gonna be interesting to see how big this turn is. This is gonna be a 6-card hand coming out of Peter.
And I think one thing that's very interesting to see, I don't know anything about Peter, I've not played against him, but seeing him having ability activation tokens above his stuff is kind of something that will tell me like what kind of player he is. This is a calculated player who is going to take their time. And I don't know this. This is what I'm guessing by I have a counter above my Lexi and 2 counters above my whatever this is called, Voltaire.
Yeah.
So it is something where that's what I'm thinking when I sit across from a player I've never seen. Maybe that's a tip you can figure out whenever you're playing the best of the best at Pro Tour of like even how these people make their snaps and have all foil cards and activation tokens. You're like, oh, this is one of these kind of guys.
Well, this is someone who takes what they do very seriously if they're willing to commit to this amount of style. Thankfully, Premeditate will help with a buff out of Arsenal from Endless, but it's still going to be a -1 from the Frailty since it's coming out of Arsenal. So it's just going to be a good 6 damage here. Plus, he also activated the Heart of Ice. So back to what you're saying, that it's going to be hard for Anthony to respond on his turn because of Heart of Ice. But also, while looking at his list, you said that there's only 3 of the blue traps, and mostly this is a red line build. So the Frostbites will suck, but he's not going to get punished for his traps because he's not fully leaned into it, which I think a lot of Riptide players experiment with, is not being all traps. Because when you're all traps, you lose to CNC.
When you're all traps, you lose to Wizard. When you're all traps, you lose to 3 other things, and you're like, okay, great.
So just having the trap pool is nice because you can have a lot of sideboard tech and you can have a lot of options, but not leaning into it to be your main damage resource, I think, is where people have been kind of fumbling around when learning and building Riptide.
And what's interesting, Peter is on my Discord that I talked to with a lot of people, and he was like, I think about, should I bring Heart of Ice for Oldham? And everyone was like, do not do that. It's not good enough.
Yeah.
And Anthony kind of catching a stray here of, I am going to bring Heart of Ice because I want to try it.
Yeah.
Being like the silver bullet of, well, Riptide, can you do all this too?
Definitely very interesting decisions coming out of both players.
Lasers.
This is what the new meta looks like. Are you ready for your Riptide?
Not.
Once Anthony tops 8 with the Riptide, it's over. Nurse a trap.
So we trench to get a resource.
Yep.
So that's going to help against Heart of Ice.
It does.
And that's going to happen at instant speed to get around Heart of Ice. So that's great. Inertia Trap is coming down, giving an Inertia token.
They're laughing.
Which will be really good to no 6-card hands against me this turn, bud.
That's so funny. You see Peter laughing on the Inertia Trap. All these new interactions coming out. Just having a fun time.
I've never seen this before.
Riptide. Riptide, since also the activation, the trap did activate on this. Riptide did do 1 damage to Peter as well. And now you see an Inertia coming down for Peter. The Inertia is going to make it really hard for Peter to load up the arsenal. He's going to have to commit all his cards this turn because he's not going to be able to keep any of them.
And as we're talking crap about Inertia, Ponder just says, oh, wait, what was it? Oh, Ponder just gets around Inertia because I can order my cards the way I want to at the end.
Correct.
So that kind of sucks for Anthony of like, I don't have the ability to completely block out this arrow and make the Inertia stick.
What Blake is talking about is when your tokens resolve on your turn at the end of your turn, you choose the order in which they resolve. So if you have the Inertia and a Ponder, you just choose Resolve, Inertia, then Ponder.
I thought this turn was about to be over. And
3 of a
Peter's like,
kind.
no, bro, I'm just getting started.
Now we're seeing the insight on why Peter didn't block that 1 turn and went down to 25. He said, guess what? I got the gas too. Rain Razors and 3 of a kind coming down. He's already played 2, a buff and an arrow. you're going to see so much damage come from this turn. Thank God Anthony got the frailty down, because this would have been how much does frailty scrape off the top of this? Probably going to be like 5 or
I mean, at least 4, probably
Yeah.
up to 5 or 6
Mhm.
if this gets super gross.
Yep.
That's an activation from Voltaire. It's going to come in for 6 minus 2 plus 1 is 5. All that stuff is coming.
That's a lot of math.
Yeah. That's why we're here for you guys.
You gotta do a lot.
It would be kind of sick if like there was a hero power where it's like if your opponent has all 3 disease tokens, they just take 10.
Yeah.
Because Anthony would be 2/3 the way there on that. Maybe that's the new Riptide specialization coming out in Dusk Till Dawn. But Riptide needs something to help him.
Anthony looking to full respect this turn. You know, you have a Rain Razor's turn, you have a 3 of a kind. You're getting my hand if I'm playing it. Like that's your big turn. Like that's your Kamehameha of like this is my special move. Like so, you're probably definitely going to be giving most of it, but you don't want to make it so you have nothing to slap back with.
By the way, is there any way Anthony has Feign Death in his list?
I can maybe check. I don't think that's a possibility because no one's playing Riptide and trying the spicy stuff. No Feign Death.
So I think blocking one of these arrows with a leftover resource. I guess that's kind of
What does
how
Feign
his deck
Death
works.
do?
Feign Death is wow. It's a yellow that says it's an instant where if you've already taken damage this turn, you can block the whole next instant of damage.
That's pretty
so
cool.
That's
a good way
very
out.
strong of like, let me just block one of these final arrows.
And then you get like a Spectra
Right.
Prism thing.
Heart of Ice makes it cost 2 though, so it would be absolute awful.
That's true. It would be definitely harder. So, yep, you see Anthony blocking with armor here. You're going to get armor on your big turn. That's what it's there for, to help buy me space. So far, Anthony doing a great job of mitigating this damage. Yep, coming out now with Lightning Surge from Arsenal. It's going to have go again because it was played from Arsenal.
Which is disgusting. I think if you're watching back this tournament because you just spent all day here and you're wondering, why didn't I do better? I think if you're watching this specific turn, you're like, why am I not playing Lexi? Like, maybe I do need to spend $245 to buy a new Horizon and learn all these things because every other person in the game, their turn is over already.
Mm-hmm.
And we're literally 3 attacks in right now.
Mm-hmm.
And we have one more activation of, what is this called? I keep forgetting Voltaire. And then it's going to be the worst arrow at the end.
Remorseless. Coming down.
Which will basically be like a defensive arrow option of, I'm going to send damage your way, but if this hits you, you won't be able to really do anything.
Well, on theme for this bounty on this AGE is trying to do the most damage possible. He better call a judge over to record if he wants to get that extra bonus pot.
Yeah, if there was frailty, if there wasn't frailty and the Heart of Ice hit a little harder, this would be a good turn to go, oh my gosh.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
This is a lot of damage coming down. Yeah, once again, frailty probably shaving off 4 or 5 damage from all these attacks, which is like a whole red attack, which is like worth it. Super strong opening, fam. These are just massive power turns.
Right.
Like Anthony's turn was great. This turn is great. What's turn 3 gonna look like?
And I think Anthony's gonna save a card, and I think one of those is an arrow to maybe. I'm going to Death Dealer and see what's on top. Hopefully it's a lace or a buff. I don't know exactly what his buffs are right now. But that's maybe the only way I can really get back in is to lace with frailty on top of this arrow and 0 for 6 and mess with your next turn as well.
Yep.
But that will require 2 points off of Remorseless health. So like it's going to get worse before we switch it back over.
Still, both players having options in their equipment side. Anthony's having Bullseye, having Snapdragons. There's a lot more damage to come out right now. It's crazy to me. In my head, I imagine just 2 archers running out and shooting a bunch of arrows at each other and just not moving.
It went into somebody's leg already, and they're like, well,
Let's see who hits first.
Seek and Destroy is amazing in the mirror, probably, because it's worse than Inertia.
Mm-hmm.
We get rid of those cards forever instead of put them back into your deck if it ever becomes fatigue time. I think Peter's going to be very okay with, I'm going to go underneath you in health, but not really because I have 4 cards in hand and this one coming at you.
At what health do you think you feel comfortable that you can't die in one turn? Like, what health does it become like I have to respect every turn? Like 13, 12?
It's really, it used to be like 8. I will die if if I go under 8. But now I think how explosive some of these turns are, because it's like, technically you can block with 12.
Yeah.
So a 20 damage turn is I block with 12 and still take 8.
Yeah.
And now it's like it's turning into 24, 25.
Mm-hmm.
So 24 minus 12 is just 12 again. And you're like, that. I need better options. I needed to be the person doing this to someone else instead of this happening to me over and over again.
Yeah, they're just getting pure comboed out, to those later ones. Peter says, I'm going to respect
He's
this
blocking,
turn.
He's blocking.
Here's at least one Bolton shot. Red, it looks like. And a Falcon Wing red. Wow, these are some strong cards to be blocking with.
I think Anthony loves to see that.
I think
So
so,
the
too.
longer the game goes, the more, oh, here's a trap, here's scar first, scar number 2, scar first, scar number 3. And anytime we can play that, it's not going to be that great. We got a withering shot.
Withering shot, looks like it, yep.
Okay.
And we got the Heart of Ice coming down, so gonna kind of mess up your traps here.
There's no trench this time. Maybe Peter's like, I do want to play this a little slower because I saw how good the Heart of Ice was.
Nice. Peter having great form on stream, just doing everything at the right time, which is another big thing to learn when you're playing on stream.
This is going to be Bolt and Shot, which we gave it +1, so it'll have go again, unless our friend Riptide takes away the ability of its buff. Then that would stop it in its tracks, and he does have a trap that does that.
It's true. You have to pay. He's going to block with 2 for the Bolton shot, so it wouldn't have gotten the reload, but it just doesn't want the damage. And now he's going to take the infecting shot, I think. I think he just said take that.
Withering will
Yep.
give the
Oh,
frailty,
withering shot, my bad.
which is the worst arrow to get as a ranger.
It is, but Riptide does have some options. I find Riptide interesting as a ranger because he's more hybrid. He plays attack actions, he plays arrows. You almost never see attack actions in any other ranger. So Riptide gives you some, I think, a deeper pool of flexibility. And here it comes out from hand, the Scar for Scar, unaffected by Frailty, because Frailty only affects things coming out of Arsenal.
Right.
So a Scar for Scar slap back with Go again is pretty solid. He still has another card in hand. It could be a 0 cost for 4 as well. Peter, I think I'm listening out. He doesn't have much setup. He doesn't have an arsenal, so he might want to take his time here and not take too much damage. But we'll see what he decides.
It is something of what I was thinking that Riptide would be blocking a whole bunch every turn and really trapping and doing stuff. There was a layer of, okay, I gave you a token.
Yep.
It's just Heart of Ice. I don't. It sucks that this Lexi was somehow ready for this.
Well,
instead of like, let's see how bad Riptide can do if you're not ready for Riptide.
you bring Heart of Ice for the AB1, right?
Against Wizard, is that what happens? I guess.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's kind of in your sideboard. You can flex it in, but some rangers might cut it. I don't know how standard it
There's
is.
also an AB on Trench.
Correct.
So maybe
Yeah.
the value of Trench is better than the value of Heart of Ice, and I don't get caught with my pants down on no Heart of Ice.
Well, that's the best thing about Flesh and Blood is people has different theories and approaches, different builds, and this one paid off for Peter thinking ahead, bringing the Heart of Ice for the one Riptide that showed up today. That's next level.
You gotta be ready.
commitment. You gotta be ready. Never get caught without your AB. I promise.
I believe Anthony blocked, put a card in Arsenal, drew back up.
Yep.
I think what's interesting about Anthony is why is he playing Riptide? I'm trying something and I want to do this well.
Yep.
Do I think this is the best deck in the game? I don't think he would say that.
Mm-hmm.
Why are you spending money and effort to come play Riptide? It's fun.
It's fun.
People are allowed to have fun in this game.
Yeah.
I want to see the interactions of can I push this hero to the max? What kind of sucks is anytime you get an arrow that doesn't say Riptide's name on top of it, Lexi can probably use it better. Azalea can probably give it more dominate. So Riptide's going to be in a weird area in this place for a long time unless they start making specializations for him.
He has the trap specializations, and I think he'll only get better with time, But I think right now Anthony has the right idea of doing good arrows and good attack actions with the sideboard of traps for certain situations. Like Inertia Trap is a big one in this matchup. You have Buzzsaw Trap, which could be pretty insane as well for certain buff cards.
We got Codex of Inertia, which means grab the top card of your deck and put it up.
Yep, it's the top. This one's you put on the top, put on the bottom. It's kind of a little bit of roll, but
what do we get,
have
Peter?
the heart of the cards.
Oh, we don't have to show you
don't
until
have to show.
later.
It just puts the top card. You don't need to confirm. It could put like a gem in there and then it's stuck forever.
That's why you gotta run Trench instead of Heart of Ice. Is it your Plague Hive? I don't know if too many Lexis are playing Plague Hive on purpose.
Yeah, I don't know either. I don't think they are.
That was a thing that was like, oh, this would be pretty good for the exact thing I need.
Would you play Plague Hive and Riptide?
No, never.
What?
Plague Hive and Riptide, yes.
Okay, Riptide, I think you can do it, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
That way you can pitch a yellow whenever they Heart of Ice you. You
That's
can play
fair.
2 traps.
And then you keep redrawing it, and then they just screw.
Yeah. I do think that's part of Riptide's playstyle is let's do the last 15 cards in our deck as much as possible, and I can get value off of this over and over again. Interesting how we're going to do Heart of Ice now.
On after the shot.
Right.
Yep.
I think Peter is playing this very deliberate and slow instead of shoot as fast as possible, because maybe Anthony would have more options if we were going fast as possible to just put whatever trap he wants from his hand.
Yeah, you kind of have to play around traps like that. You got to like do things one at a time.
Scout the Periph is not a good block. It's just a 2 block.
2 block and then probably 2 reactions.
Here comes a pitch for Frailty Trap.
Frailty Trap's super sick, one of my favorite ones. If it has Go Again, I'm pretty sure you get the Frailty token.
Frailty Trap also basically makes this as... It also is blocking 4 because it's 3 block and it gives him a Frailty, which immediately takes 1 off the arrow. Which is kind of sick.
If it's shot from Arsenal, which it was. So yeah, correct. Yep.
Sheesh.
So you get a lot of value off the Frailty Trap in this matchup. I think Anthony's playing his traps very well. And also, the 1 damage came through from Riptide. The slow...
It's happening.
Slow grind of the Riptide.
It's happening.
He sacrifices that 1 extra block.
Next turn is gonna suck for Anthony.
Yeah.
We're gonna. There's a Rain Razors that goes face down into
Peter
the
has
loader up
loaded
area.
up his arsenal.
Sheesh.
Classic nickname, Peter Loader Up.
This is remorseless though. So anytime you want to do something exciting, take a damage. This was maybe the first thought process of this type of design of Rangers hitting you in a weak spot and making you weaker, and you do damage to yourself. Like
kind of like you're bleeding, kind of like you're
Yes.
injured. You got to, and it also is very thematic that you have to close the gap with Rangers. You kind of have to block, get in close, do a bunch of damage, and then block.
right.
And,
There's Blood Rot. There's Blood Debt. And so this is like another.
Which
bleed.
one does he have? So we have Inertia and Frailty for Peter, and then for Anthony, just Frailty
For arrows or what?
for the codexes. Those are the
gotcha,
main ones usually. Sometimes you can do Blood Rots. Sometimes.
Anytime someone's playing Blood Rot Codex, it is kind of like, what are we doing
Doesn't
here?
Evan play? Oh,
I mean,
Nine.
I think he stopped. He was like, yeah, this
it's a
is
little too much. Yeah.
This is, yes, damage, but putting a card from my hand in my arsenal is only good 17% of the time instead of 70.
Yeah.
So you got to fit the right scenario. 5 damage arrow is not something you can just sneeze at, because then it puts you guys at tied.
This is definitely a big turn for Peter. So also sacrificing cards here makes this turn less impactful, but also not blocking this on hit is also going to be net you a lot of damage. Health is a resource, in my opinion.
Health is resource.
I always remember that. So if you feel like if you take this and you take, let's say, maybe 8, 9 damage, but you do back 20,
right.
I think that's worth it. But Peter says
blocking too.
blocking
Some
2.
of our best cards.
We have
respect
a
is there.
Searing Shot and another Codex of Frailty. Peter says, I think I can do this with just what I have in hand. I don't want to take this on hit. Being safe about it, I think, in this room is probably the best bet. Not being too greedy. Because sometimes you see that greed get punished over time, So playing safe is probably, I think, anyone's best bet in a bigger bracket. He has the Premeditate, super strong. Has the Rain Razors as well.
And I think there is a thought process of, I'm playing to my outs. Well, you're also playing to keep your opponent's outs away. If you do take a bunch of damage here from the arrow and then remorseless issues, to save what? A blue arrow or a Codex of Frailty or whatever? Like, Codex of Frailty is good, but maybe not in this exact scenario, because it also goes and grabs Riptide a free Scar for Scar. Like, I think Scar for Scar is the tech for Riptide to just grab for his arsenal over and over again.
Yeah, that's always a good one. The 0 cost, just go again. That's if I'm playing Runeblade, I'm getting Swarming. The 0 cost, it's super great. This is an interesting one. You don't see as often, or at least I don't. Is the hamstring shot here, or the mobilizing shot? It gets like buffed based off of something happening. I need to look it up real quick. Sorry, I'm not.
Wait, what are you asking about?
This one. This the one where it
Oh,
has
immobilizing.
a mobilizing shot.
Yeah,
That's right.
yeah.
I think
So
that's
if
the-
it hits you, your opponent has a frostbite, basically.
oh, they have to pay one more for the next
Yeah.
thing. Okay.
Which kind of sucks when you only have one card in hand and you're hoping to do something.
Yep. Let's see. Blocking 9. This was, I think, 8. So looking good. Rain Razor's coming down.
Razors.
He's gonna take the damage from rain.
We're gonna give him basically a frostbite.
Basically a frostbite, and he gets the ponder token.
Sheesh. We're moving our counters up so we can show everybody at home how many times we use Voltaire. I kind of like that. I just would be
For 2?
What happened?
You get that on hit for 2 to get the ponder. Is it worth it, or would you rather save the rain razors for another turn?
Oh.
You keep the rain razors in arsenal. He does his thing.
I think it's like I've got another rain razors coming up in the next 2 turns.
I think this
let's be real.
he has one more
That was
left.
2. Yeah, like
There's one more left.
you're just hey, is my is my power turn better than Riptide's? I freaking hope so.
Yeah.
I think what we're doing as Anthony, though, we have not seen any of the specialization traps yet. And those are going to hurt when those come down because those are going to be ruin your opponent's turn once with collapsing.
Yep.
Do a bunch of damage to them with spike. And then buzzsaw their best arrow of the game.
And I think we're seeing one in hand, right? Is that the buzzsaw that I see in Anthony's hand?
Which, like, maybe when you're like, I know my opponent doesn't have a buzzsaw right now. Like, that is, we have not played against Riptide.
Yeah.
So, like, if you're like, the only thing I lose to is if he buzzsaws this arrow, maybe it does make sense to get 2 more right here. Or I haven't seen it collapsing, so I'm down to 3 of it. I'm down to do the Rain Razors because I know this turn isn't going to be ruined, and I need to get a couple more damage.
That's definitely interesting mental gymnastics you have to do now to play against Riptide. Once again, we don't have the practice. We don't know what the correct
He
answer
said, I
is.
have Rain Razors next turn. What do you mean save this?
Draw
This is
the
my game. I'm playing Lexi. It's the best deck in format. I
Yeah.
do whatever I want.
Peter looking way more alert, way happy. That's his 3rd Rain Razors coming down. He's going to make this turn count now. Heat Seeker and Arsenal.
Not great. Yeah, we're going to...
Searing Shot also.
This is going to be a juicy one. This is 4 + 2 is 6 more. This will get
Okay.
Snapdragon Scaler. Oh, I am paying... That's a blue one then. Blue +2 from the Rain Razors is 4.
Oh, it is a blue one, yeah. So it's 2 and then 2 from the thing. So it's blue, but 4 still a great breaking point with the Rain Razors down. This blue getting a lot of value, I think, off of it.
I love that Peter's like, okay, I've been very disciplined and looking forward this whole time, but I definitely have a really powerful play, so now I'm going to, like, relax. Let's pull these sleeves up. Talk to this guy wearing an A hat. I don't know what the A hat means, but...
It's Angels.
Oh, probably. Or maybe...
Redondo Beach Angels, bro.
Yeah, RDB. Because after this, what are we saying? Heat Seeker? 1 for 5 and go put a card where I want it to be is not good if you're Riptide. The Heart of Ice did not come down here, though. The Heart of Ice did not come down here. So
No, he doesn't have enough resources. He's only trying to make this all happen with 1 blue. It's Anthony at 7. It's so hard to come back because you know there's going to be so much pressure from this. If he can survive this turn, maybe he can slap back. Big arrow, getting full blocked out. Not going to let him get a free arsenal from the Heat Seeker. Anthony at 7. Let's see a big turn come down. He's checking through his graveyard.
I think we have a premeditate in our arsenal, which doesn't let you do the hero power. So we
Premeditate.
need this to be... Oh, Codex.
Yep,
That's
and
the
then
way
so-
to fix it.
Yep.
Let's go!
Playing Codex, getting a free fetch, getting some buffs. An Endless Arrow with a Premeditate. Endless Arrow is a great target here for Premeditate.
It's like, go find the 0 for 27 that you have. Oh, wait. It's just a 0 for 4. I guess I'm not the best deck here.
Peter getting the Frailty. Anthony getting the Ponder.
Is that a signed Ponder token?
Signed by somebody. I don't know who.
Probably the guy who painted it.
I don't know.
Just some guy by the bathroom.
Dude,
at
I just asked some guy to
Worlds.
sign it. He
Yeah.
was super stoked. So this is going to be a 7 damage turn with the Premeditate. If it hits, he gets another Ponder. He gets another double Ponder, which is like a very interesting.
He's
Yeah.
got Snapdragon too. But would you use Snapdragon to try and force a card out of your Lexi's turn? I think you maybe do that. Of like,
Yeah.
I'm going to do 4 more to you, close this gap a little more,
Yeah.
unless you give me 1 more card. Because I've seen you be more defensive. And if I can trick you into blocking my Endless Arrow round 2
Uh-huh.
with a card and Heart of Ice. Maybe this is a gap that I can squeeze in through now.
Yeah, you overextend. It is 0 to 23. How much damage he takes from this, how comfortable he is. Peter knows exactly what the game is with Endless Arrow. He knows that he should be blocking. He reveals Heat Seeker. That's the one he got from
Right.
his Codex Inertia. Now he's going to have to discard something. I see a 3 of a kind he's eyeing right
He's
now.
not going to get rid of that one then.
There's a Falcon Wing he's also eyeing. Chat, what is it? 3 of a kind or Falcon Wing you're discarding?
Yeah, if anybody discards 3 of a kind, they should go outside. Figure it out. Okay, here we go. 7 damage. If he goes, I'll take it. I don't care. I do think you
He
snap
didn't
and
say
do
that.
4 more.
Don't put words in his mouth. He hasn't said that yet.
He's doing it. He's doing it.
No, he's not going to take it. He's going to block it.
He's doing it. He's doing it.
7's a great break point, by the way, for this, making it very awkward to block. He has armor he could be using to block. Like, do you really want to keep your Heart of Ice right now?
I don't know. Like, I think if that's your game plan the whole game, and you give up your Heart of Ice when you're going for a kill, that's when it's like, that's when you need it the most, bro. Like, why would you? It is a thing. I think one thing I have learned from playing Uzuri is you have to keep your flick knives up the whole game.
Yeah.
Because it's the best thing when your opponent's at 38 and 39. You just flick them for death.
Yeah.
But it's so hard to not block some of these crazier on hits because, oh, I could just block one more for my equipment. But if you save it for the end game where it basically checkmates your opponent,
Okay.
Heart of Ice is going to be the thing that can just. But he's doing it.
Oh, I was the right one. He took my
Snapdragons.
path.
Snapdragons.
He took my path.
Snapdragons.
Why would he Snapdragons? It didn't hit.
Well, no, Snapdragon. Oh, it doesn't go back in
It
the
doesn't go back in
hand.
the hand. He
God
full blocked
damn
it. That's why. All right, so he chose my path, Blake.
Oh, good.
I was the angel. You're the devil.
And here is put a card in my arsenal and pass.
Yep,
Get
nothing much
past
you
the
can do there.
frailty.
Yep.
But now Anthony Pham as Riptide has initiative.
Snatch that
as we
tempo
say
right
in the
up.
business. Yeah.
Tempo grabbed.
We've
And-
got what's we call it nimblism and arsenal, which I don't know how that got in there.
Nimblism was from the ponder.
Oh well, that's a perfect hit.
That's a
then.
great ponder.
That won't put something in your arsenal. We haven't used Death Dealer once this whole game.
No,
Is
but it's
that-
just there.
it's just there to scare people.
It's just there to scare people.
Stealing death somewhere. Nimblism. What's the best thing to hit? Another ponder.
Oh, Premeditate, another great card. Now putting the arrow in from the Premeditate from hand.
Do you? Okay, he's like, no. Let me put this in. I think this will be the Ravenous Rabble that I was going to talk
Whoa,
about.
Don't be a blue.
It's not a blue. There's
That's
no shot it's a
nice.
blue.
It's
It's
always
going to
a
be
blue,
either
though.
9 or 10, depending on if that's a yellow.
So 6. It's gonna
10
be
big ones.
the 10 Ravenous Rabble.
And I think when you're Lexi, you're like, okay, I want to go to a 6-card hand to crush my opponent.
Right.
What's the worst thing that could happen? A 10 damage go again is not great. Does he have Command and Conquer and Riptide? Let me just see this.
Let me check the files.
No shot.
No shots. It does not have Command and Conquer.
Interesting. Because 10 into pitch a yellow, play Command and Conquer would be like, you lose here, and like, that would be so good. Anyway, 10, and then we're going to Death Dealer, so all this goes to the graveyard. We're closing the chain.
So
We're
Yeah.
talking to someone who's standing next to us. I don't know who that could be. Dennis Pham is talking to people. He's going to put something in his arsenal. Draw a card. And then is he going to pass? No, he's trying. No. Why did that already went underneath? We're pondering. Okay, we're drawing up.
the
It was
ponder
just
the-
10.
Yeah.
24 to 14, 6-card hand. Can Anthony survive?
So taking a big chunk there, Peter had his health lead. He knew that keeping that discipline will give him space. So here he'd probably go for the kill. I remember a 3 of a kind being in his hand prior. I don't remember if he blocked with it or not. I think he put it in his arsenal. If it is, and he's looking in trouble here, that's a big turn coming out of Peter, especially with already,
1-2 block in Anthony's hand. That's not going to work.
especially with arrows already in his arsenal. It's going to be a big one. If he can play 14 traps, Anthony can
Oh
win.
my god. What he does need is a spike pit trap hitting our best friend Bolton shot. That'll do 8 damage to him. Heat Seeker's the first one.
Okay.
This is definitely going to be Snapdragon. Snapdragon turns on traps. That is the only time Snapdragon. This deck of Lexi, most of them build, do not play attack reactions. And there's some of Riptide's traps that are only turned on if your opponent has played an attack reaction.
Correct.
So the one that I'm talking about Spike Trap,
Yeah.
only happens if you give it go again from this.
Yeah.
So this is a window where you're like, well, I hope he doesn't have it, but
So
also
here we go. We have there's the attack. Well, this one it has to have has to have go again, right? So here's the frailty. He waited for it
Right.
to resolve. You know, now here comes the frailty. Yeah.
happens.
That goes down 1 now. It's no longer a 5. It's a 4.
Great,
Takes
which makes sense because he only took 1 damage instead of 2. But there's a Heat Seeker trigger later, which will make the next turn
and then
also
Peter
consistent.
also took damage from the trap as well, or should have at least taken damage.
He went from 14 to 13.
Yeah.
We just need to be able to play 3 spike traps in our list.
If he had a collapsing trap along the bridge,
Yeah, we haven't seen the collapsing trap
that would
yet.
be like super like that would suck so hard to get collapsing trapped here on like a big turn.
Frailty is relevant. We're going to turn all these 4s into 3s, which will be way easier to block.
There's the 3 of a kind I was talking about. Was put into Arsenal.
Gonna load up first, which
Have
maybe that's
one blue.
has to be an arrow though. I think what sucks too is there's so many options for a Lexi player where it's like, oh, I'm out of arrows. I don't know what I'm gonna do. Draw from 3 of a kind or use my extra blues to rustling leaves.
Yep. Never see people use the quiver. It's just
We're gonna put in our pseudo frostbite arrow.
Interesting. So Peter's just waiting to see how these kind of land right now. Yeah, having the one that kind of makes it like it's like a frostbite makes your next thing cost 1 more. Still holding onto the 3 of a kind. Peter very cautiously approaching Anthony for the finish.
We are taking 1 from Anthony, so he's gonna go down to 5. We have the Seek and Destroy and 2 3 blocking arrows. So I think it'll be I can block 6.
Yep.
I don't want to block the 7th and 8th point of damage.
Yep.
I do think Peter is going to play this slow enough where send 1 arrow more and keep the 3 of a kind because the Heat Seeker trigger will happen. And then if Anthony can't do more than like 6, Peter's going to go, great, and then I'll kill you. Like he's playing it very methodical of not going for broke and getting owned here. He's just like, let's just send it and hope.
So Peter deciding to keep the 3 of a kind for the next turn, using the Falcon Wing loading the last time. So this will be the last arrow he can shoot. It's going to be 3 because of Frailty Trap. Frailty Trap doing a lot of work here
This
for
is
keeping.
5 on it. Oh, okay. He just said the wrong thing. I was
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
oh my god.
Frailty Trap doing a lot of work for keeping Peter alive.
Oh my god, the hamstring shot though. The frostbite will be relevant here.
Oh!
I don't know if
Did
he
you see what
forgot
the
about
ponder
that.
was? Did you see what he just did?
3 of a kind twice.
Yeah, he just flipped
Get
the
wrecked!
3 of a kind twice.
I'm the best.
So
This
he
is
has
disgusting.
a massive hand coming. Anthony sees it with 2 cards in hand. Anthony does have it has a frostbite technically because of how the hamstring
Right.
shot works. The next thing costs +1. Anthony just looking at those 2 3 of a kinds, just what do I do?
I think one thing that I would love to talk about right now
Yep.
is when you play off meta heroes, it feels like your opponents are so lucky because they're doing like when is the last time you saw 2 3 of a kinds face up in Lexi's thing? I have never seen that.
Yeah, this is like
But
the first.
When you're playing a hero that needs a little help, you do give a lot of breathing room for your opponents to do whatever the hell they want.
Yeah.
And when you do give your opponents whatever the hell they want, then it's like, oh, I'm going to just play 2 3 of a kind and good luck.
Yeah.
And Peter's about to do 38 damage next turn. If he doesn't draw any arrows with Gogan, maybe it'll just be 2 big arrows.
Well, the big thing is he can only shoot 3 arrows. He can only once he plays a 3 of a kind, he can only load 2 arrows after that, and then bullseye bracers again.
Right.
But I think bullseye bracers if you have your arsenal empty, maybe. But it's still a little bit awkward. He won't be able to play both 3 of a kinds and use them all effectively. Pretty much, he has to just play 1 3 of a kind at a time.
Which I think, well, we got a codex, so that'll help because we can codex and go grab our Falcon shots, but we're gonna discard a card if we do that because
You can't play codex. 3 of a
not?
kind. Right? 3 of a kind
Oh,
says
true.
you can't play. So everything
Whoops.
is arrows. Come on. So
What?
seeing the codex and seeing a pre-metadate is the best thing out of
Yeah.
the 2 out of the 3 cards you would get from 3 of a
Yeah.
kind. So he's just gonna have a,
Collapsing? No, that's Scout the Periphery. Where are your legendary traps, Anthony?
where are the good stuff?
Oh my God, Peter said, please, I need that bow. Turn the right way. I'm trying to kill you. Right now, everyone is crowding around.
Having a good time talking.
I guess I'm lying. You can see them on camera not having their backs to them, but people are excited for Riptide. Please.
Definitely. Peter not having as high of a damage turn. Like I said, he drew some non-attacks, so you're going to see probably just 2 shots being shot here at Anthony for the finish. Anthony at 4, super, super low. Peter at 12. I think Peter at 12, we're talking about what that range was, where you feel safe. 12 doesn't feel like a safe place to be against any ranger in this meta.
I mean, if Anthony wins this game, I'm
Yeah.
going to play Riptide for 3 years.
3 years?
Yeah, he deserves it.
All right, Anthony, inspiring the people, the Riptide mains out there, doing his best.
I do think Anthony's playing his heart out. Like if I was playing Reinar into this matchup, I would have lost by now.
Would you do Talishar Riptide?
I'm
Have you
not
seen that
bored.
deck?
I'm not bored enough to play Talishar. Yeah, I built the Royal Riptide. It's in my bag.
Royal Riptide's another
It
interesting
was very
variation
fun.
of it. That's what other variations of Riptide? There's Talishar.
There's lose Riptide. There's lose a little less hard. There's lose really hard Riptide.
So many options out there, folks, for you guys to
Yeah.
cook up and practice with and see what works for you.
I think what's interesting is they wrote on those cards from Crucible of this trap needs to be played from Arsenal still.
Yeah.
Don't do that.
Just let them have all
Just
the
let
traps.
people have all the
Yeah.
I know they probably tested it and they're like, Blake, you're an idiot. You didn't try this at all. But Riptide with access to those traps from hands would probably be a difference maker because there's one of those that if you trap your opponent with this, it does 3 damage to them. That's pretty juicy.
I think they just want to make sure nothing's broken at first. So maybe they'll fix
Make
it.
They didn't.
I said they're just being cautious. Peter really putting the gas to Anthony at 2 health. Unfortunately for Peter, I don't think he can load any more arrows. He would have to break bullseye bracers in order to load.
Right.
I think bullseye bracers says something about reloading, so you can't have something in arsenal already.
Oh, that's what the decision was looking up.
Yeah.
We got 12 minutes. I don't think there's any thought process of are we going to go to time here?
Yep.
If we do go to time, Anthony has 3 more arrows than Peter does because of the quivers.
Correct.
So maybe that is a way to play with it. I think we are waiting for where the hell is my collapsing trap? I've been wanting to collapsing trap my opponent. It is a thing where we're watching Riptide not play to his highest potential because we haven't seen the 3 traps come down at very important times.
Definitely some of the strongest ones. I think Anthony has a plan here. He has a lot of strong options. Man, he still has his Snapdragons available. Still has bullseye bracers available. He can also just sink his arsenal and get 1 resource.
Sink and destroy.
Sink and destroy. Looking good.
There's Buzzsaw in hand.
There's Buzzsaw. He's gonna load the Buzzsaw.
Can you put? I think this is you can't put something from your arrow like that in. Can you put whatever you want in there, or is it only arrows? Because maybe that's something where we're not aware of that. Because I think that's a trap in there. But
Interesting. So he just chose a setup turn. He played a card to get out of his hand to draw new cards, pretty much. I think that
Right.
his problem there, he just didn't have an arrow, so he couldn't do anything to
Right.
buff it. But he had other options. If he
I
had
don't
an
know,
arrow, he
can
could have pressured.
Can you pitch to Death Dealer? What is does Death Dealer say? Put an arrow in or put any card in?
I don't know.
I think it's arrow.
I think it's arrow.
I don't know if that's a miss or I didn't.
I think he just pitched, and no matter what, it could have failed. He could have ended it. Just put it in the arsenal. So no matter what, it ends up same result.
Gotcha.
I
I know there's small things like that. I'm just trying to explain what happened to people. Fail to load. Okay.
yeah. I know you
Well,
can pitch to it.
I know
to
Anthony's
filter.
not cheating. I was just
Yeah.
more of what's
No,
going
I'm
on.
gonna tell
about
him you
that
accused
process.
him of some shenanigans.
Yeah, everyone always tells Anthony I'm talking shit, talking crap about him. So.
It's not true. We love them all. Okay, 2 health is so rough to be at. You see another 3 of a kind come out of Peter. This is all he really could have did. Like I said, he bricked on that turn. He only had non-attack actions. He didn't have an arrow to shoot.
But he has a whole nother one to try it all over again.
He does have very fun traps that hopefully will keep him alive. But 2 is just rough.
Dude, everybody has played more Ranger than me. They're like, we can do this. We can pitch to not load an arrow. Everybody knows. Okay, I have not played Ranger to know how everybody knows this already. Here comes the Syrian shot. That's going to be pretty much game if it hits because it's going to do damage and then burn you for game.
All right, here comes the breakpoint. First one. Doesn't have a frailty trap. That would really help you.
Right.
Frailty Trap would be another life saving. The 2 he's played so far have been so impactful on those turns, and he knew how to play them, I think, correctly.
I am so wondering where the hell the Riptide legendary traps are. Because it's like
At the bottom, like
they would have helped so
they're
much by now.
one-ofs. You only get one, Blake.
I mean, come on. Let me
They
let
go
me
at the
tutor
bottom.
them then or something.
How do you tutor them?
Go grab a blue from my deck and put it on
That's
top of
cheating.
my deck or something.
That's cheating.
Start with the blue. Or when my opponent plays 3 of a kind, go grab a card out of your deck and put it in your hand. Don't discard.
No. I think you just need to see the traps in the first half. Of the
This
deck.
sucks. This is like a checkmate arrow of give me 2 cards or you're dead. And normally it's like, well, I could take 1 point of health and then hope for the best on the other one.
Yeah, it's definitely a hard situation. You know, Anthony lost that health lead, and that was a big thing. You know, you saw Peter take that 110 damage turn from Anthony. If Peter had been lower, more closer to what Anthony's health was at the time, which was like 11 or 10, then that would have changed this matchup considerably because Peter would have had to block some of that.
He does have a frailty.
Yeah,
Get off me.
Let's go. Frailty.
Get off me.
Clutch right now, making that 4 attack go down to 3 because it was shot from Arsenal.
I believe that's the final frailty, if that matters.
It's true.
This will take a health from Peter to take him to 11.
Yeah, Peter should go to 11 because it is a trap.
We'll see if they click the button on that.
Frailty was such a perfect trap to get here.
We haven't seen Blood Rot trap. Blood Rot is the one that needs a attack reaction, so I don't think that'll be.
No, you don't run Blood Rot. You run Blood Rots against like Assassin, like people will run. So it could be in your sideboard, but you're not seeing it as often, so you're probably not putting it on slots.
We're going to Hamstring Shot. Goes into Arsenal.
Yep.
Then we will try to get another arrow off of the. Oh.
Blocking 4.
And now if this is a 4 damage arrow, then we will be able to reload.
Yep, and reload will activate since there's nothing in his arsenal. This is going to be 3. Blocking 3 as well.
Survive. I do think Lexi should be at 11. We'll keep an eye on that. There we go.
There
Somebody
it is.
clicked it. We're all working. We're all in this. We're drawing 4. We need to get a legendary trap. We don't know how many cards are in Peter's deck. I'm going to guess 20.
And you get all the legendary traps. If you summon all 3 legendary traps in the same turn, you win.
Scyther, the Sky Dragon, or whatever.
We know that he has one in his arsenal, which is the Buzzsaw trap, so that will probably catch Peter off guard. Anthony hanging on for dear life at 2. Riptide can actually come back in the situation because of his ability. If he's able to play those traps, able to continue to disrupt,
We have the collapsing
you're
trap.
slowly
It's here.
sinking with him.
The
you know?
collapsing trap is here, ladies and gentlemen.
We're here. We're everyone excited. First load coming down. It's gonna be another 3-arrow turn coming out of Peter.
What
with a collapsing
sucks
trap.
and is what sucks and is very good if you're paying attention at home is pitching the blue to have leftover pitch.
Yep.
Because if you discard a card from my hand using collapsing trap, I still have 1 left over to shoot this Heat Seeker. So maybe the collapsing trap gets saved for a better turn next time. But I think what's going to happen is you're going to have to block 9 here and then block 6 more on the next one or you die. Or no, because you can't take Heat Seeker because it's a 5 damage arrow. Sheesh.
Yeah, it's a really awkward breakpoint. Even 1 damage here is like half your health, right, that you have left, and you want to save every point because there might be situations where you want to sacrifice that 1 health, for the slap back to go for the kill.
Right.
A lot of options here.
I do think Peter is playing it a little too close to the chest of like you can play with your food a little bit and then it's like, oh crap, there's only 5 minutes left. I'm about to get timed out here.
Yeah.
Where it's like, let me go for broke 2 turns ago when my opponent didn't have it. But I do think they're obviously playing like I don't know if you just dump your both 3 of a kinds and pick your 6 best cards to kill somebody.
Yeah, Peter is out of all his speed up cards. His 3 Rain Raiders have been used. 3 of a kinds have been used. You're seeing a lot of premeditates. A lot of buffs already come down. I'm wondering how thick his deck is left. 5 minutes left for these players.
And maybe there's a way to buff what is his name, Riptide? If he had a line of text on him that any draw that you do with Riptide counts as a win with Riptide, that'd be sick.
That would be sick. But I don't think they'd print that just yet.
Oh,
We're not ready for that.
Yeah, maybe 2027.
Yeah.
the second Riptide. That's what I'm gonna know. Oh my god, I've been playing this game for a long ass time. Is whenever they go like Uzuri star of the show, like 5.
Riptide number 2.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
that'll be like, damn, I need to. Do I have a kid and family yet? If I don't, it's like, okay, I guess we're gonna be single forever.
That's not true. Anthony looking at his graveyard, seeing what he has left in his deck. It seems like, as stated earlier, the traps were just in the bottom half of the deck.
Right.
So Buzzsaw trap coming down.
Gets rid of pre-med.
Gotta read it. New card. Turns it over so you can't read it.
Oh, he's saying, what's going on? What's going on? He's saying no block from hand. Yeah, you want to block from hand before you use the trap from arsenal, because that's how.
Oh yeah, so I think we skipped that step where he has block from hand, and then he's gonna do this here, because I think he thought that was that it would work, but it does not.
It's interesting. We're blocking with 6 here. We're gonna collapse on him.
Collapse trap. That's gonna do a point of damage as well. So Peter going down to 10.
Discard a card and draw X -1. 1 - 1 is 0, so no draw here. Shoot this.
Also block. GG. That's the only thing he had left in hand. Buzzsaw couldn't work.
Why does Buzzsaw not block it? Yeah, what the heck,
Okay, okay.
Anthony?
All right,
Don't
he
throw
said
the game, brother.
he's
Remorseless blocks. Oh, can't.
no.
play.
I think Remorseless is only on the chain. I'm pretty sure.
Don't think he can buffer. That's why he didn't
No.
do that.
Yeah.
Yeah. We are paying
No.
attention.
Okay, so
to
yeah, so
Remorseless.
Remorseless
Got it,
says
got it.
on that chain. I'm pretty sure.
No wonder he didn't bust on that. Sorry, everybody at home.
Okay, no. Okay, so
I don't remember
so
the arrow. With
corrected.
the
He got a
random
little
words.
nervous, got a little
Okay,
flustered.
okay.
Thankfully, we're all nice people here. We fixed it out. We figured out what the proper one was. Peter going down to 9 for those 2 traps being played. Anthony praying that, man, I hope he doesn't draw any more arrows.
I think what's interesting is most of these games you could hope for the spike trap to win it, but if your opponent's not playing any attack reaction, spike trap is just a pointless card.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's from Chain Link. For it says like on the card, it says specifically Link.
Which is crazy, because it's like
Weird word is.
yeah.
We'll double check, make sure.
Yeah, I need to. Remorseless is just great. Okay, we are going to Arctic Incarceration. The worst turn of the game for Peter shows up when we're trying to kill. Do you have a blue in your hand? You only have 3 blues. You just played 2 of them last turn. We're going to pitch 3 reds to Codex of Frailty, getting rid of the 3 Frostbite. Can he do it?
3 Frostbite's a lot of Frostbite.
Oh, we're giving him a Frailty token, which will probably help him guarantee the tie, which is hilarious. We're going to just do the Endless Arrow for 4. You don't want to let this hit because we can just do it again. I do think these 2 turns of back and forth will probably be played to the letter of the law of like, maybe I can kill him real quick.
Yeah, pretty much what's happening here is Anthony forgot that he could play it because Remorseless does say on the Chain Link. I just checked. So they were able to continue play because of that.
So we're going to use our Braze Eye Bracer, blah, 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 to shoot this arrow again for 5. This is turning into, oh, wait, how much is it?
Yeah, it was very interesting the way Remorseless is worded. It was like you can't play from onto the Chain Link from Arsenal. So he blocked from hand with the defense react. That's why it worked on the first Remorseless. So that's why I was kind of confused.
If it's put face up, or is there no?
Yeah, if it's put face up.
Okay.
Yep, correct. Which he can do with Lexi ability, I'm pretty sure.
Does Riptide have 3 traps in hand to take out Lexi right now? Because I think whenever you're a brute
I was
player,
explaining that. What happened? How did you get to 3? I was literally explaining it and looking away for a second because I was looking at the card.
He took 2 points of the damage. I think he blocked with a 2 block. He blocked with something here. We're going to Codex of Frailty.
Doesn't work because Anthony has an Arsenal, but gives him a Frailty.
Right. It's going to discard a card of his own, which kind of sucks whenever you're going into
They're on
draw
time
rounds.
right now, by the way. So this is going to be the last exchange. They went to 0.
Also, I want to go ahead and say maybe our timer is not the correct one, where it's kind of a guideline. Maybe there's an official timer over there where they're like,
It's time. No, don't lie to me, Blake.
I don't know.
You're not out there.
It is.
You're not out
We
there.
don't know for sure. We're going to Falcon Wing.
Yeah.
The woman in the sky says they're a minute over, but
So these are going to be their last hands, pretty much.
Blood Rot is kind of game if we hit. We do have one trap in there. The Tar Pit trap.
Tar Pit trap. That's cool. I love that art. One trap
Tar
comes
Pit
down.
trap.
Go to 2-2.
Will hit. We have tied, Lexi. Do you have a way to shoot that arrow, bud?
Come on.
If you do, you have game. Just kidding. I have a 3 block. I'll go down to 1.
Nothing in
Should
hand
be-
to slap back.
Should be 2 to 1.
So they cannot concede at this point because they've already gone to time and they've played through it, right?
I have no idea how that works.
No, that is 100% how it works. Are they just gonna?
Why would I know that? I'm the commentator funny guy. Like I hate those judge things where you just
I
feel
think-
so bad
I
about
think
that.
that they're just gonna let it play them out. Everyone has agreed that that's okay, just based off of what we want to see as
mean,
the result.
Wouldn't that suck if it was like, oh, how did Riptide do? Well,
I think this is
I
the
drew.
consensus right now.
I think most people are probably like, yeah, if somebody could take out Lexi for me, like, take all the time I need, bud.
I think people just want to see this because no one ever gets to see Riptide and wants to see how this ends. Like if Lexi purely wins off of this, or if Riptide has a way to come back.
Okay, so the
Okay.
people who are talking to the
Wow,
people
okay, so
say we have 1 minute left of
So-
actual time, and then we'll go to rounds. So everything we talked about for the last 45 seconds is not true.
they're putting us in a box in here. We don't always know, but we had someone come in and verify us as well. There is an
minutes.
extra minute on the timer, so this is where we're going. So it's not in time. This is in their last hands, and they're not.
Nobody's counting, you know. There's no timekeepers or anything here.
There's
so
timekeepers, bro.
we got clocks for that. This is going to be game if he can shoot one more arrow, and I believe he can. So the dream is dead.
Yep, no more armor. 3. That's game.
Sheesh,
GG.
all for all that.
So close. Big claps all around.
It is something where you're like, damn, why can't he have 2 more? I mean, that's kind of a whimper thing, and I screwed that up of like worried about timers and stuff. But like, you don't have enough traps to do all those points of damage. Like,
That's
if
true.
he looks back and like, how could I do better as Riptide? I got my opponent to 2. Were there traps that I should have used? I don't think so.
Yeah, it's hard because not all the traps are situations. Like I said, the Blood Rot trap was one that you mentioned that I knew was in the deck because it's mostly sided for assassins or people who play
Right.
attack reactions. So you don't have the depth. How much damage do you think on the average traps do you have if it goes off? Like
Traps you can do
5
8 to 10 damage
if
tops.
they all go off
Yes.
correctly. So
And so the spike trap is the one that fixes all the math on that.
Mm.
Spike trap is only available against. That's the thing, we never saw spike trap. I think maybe Anthony even took it out, perhaps.
for this
Because
matchup.
yeah, it's like, do I need a blue or do I need a trap that works?
Yeah.
Obviously, it's a 0 for 3 block too, but my whole if those traps were 0 for 4, if those traps were, there's so much stuff about Riptide where I think they made him so honest.
Yeah.
That like, I want Riptide to be a villain. I want him to like
Be a scourge in the meta.
Yeah, like I am just as bad as Oldham. I know Oldham into Riptide match probably isn't fun,
Mm.
but I do want there to be like, oh, I have unfair cards sometimes because I'm the new hero and I have 2 less health. The 2 less health and your cards being fair
Yeah.
is insane to me. That's kind of rude, but it is kind of like, can we have some actual Riptide? Like, this is gonna ruin your life.
That 2 health mattered. The 2 health mattered in that situation.
Oh
Remember that?
my God, the 2
Yeah.
health matter, Justin.
We're gonna
Okay,
go on a quick
short
break. We're gonna think
break,
about
yeah.
it. We're gonna go back out there talk to some players.
Gotta go to the bathroom.
Please stay
all that
tuned.
stuff,
We'll
yeah.
be right back.
All right, keep it rolling. Hello, everybody.
What up?
This is a new person. His name's Adam F.
How's it going, guys?
He is the owner, or one of, I don't know how it works,
Yeah, one of us,
Okay.
co-owners.
of the Collector's Legion that we're hanging out at. He's also played Flesh and Blood for years, of
One-
all the years it's existed, I think. Right?
I started in Monarch, but it was right out of COVID. So yeah, it was just like the first chance
2
I
years
could
in.
first chance I could get back in the card shop and play cards with people. That's when I started playing.
Hell yeah.
Um,
Well, we have a match coming in for you
Yeah.
guys. We're going to click this button. This is the Ash Artist with Andrew against Warden of Thorns, Tyler Horspool, former calling winner.
yeah. Both these guys local killers. And I mean international, both of them went to pro tours
They've
abroad.
been to France,
France
New
went
Jersey, that country.
yeah. The country of New Jersey.
Yeah. I think Rudin, his top finish that you've maybe heard about him is the second Vegas. He went number 2 at that Battle Harden.
Yeah, I lost in the final.
He's always around there. He was top 4 at the Battle Harden in Pasadena. So I think he's probably looking for what's the best deck so I can win it all next month whenever we have the Battle Harden in LA. Are you planning on Battle Hardening, or you're
You know
taking
it.
a set? Oh, okay. You're
I'm
back
gonna
in.
Be there. I'm gonna be there.
Back
Well,
in the saddle.
I know Legion's gonna be there, maybe doing some vending,
Oh,
hanging
I've heard
out,
of
slinging
them.
some cardboard. And I definitely want to be playing. I haven't got a chance. I'm like excited to like catch up with all the Pro Tour, all the new innovations, right? All these Lexi decks,
All the
these,
secrets you can get your hands on.
right? Yeah, we got some cute ones in here. I've never even knew people were starting to play.
I
Lots of
have
new tech.
not seen this matchup in a while.
I know.
But this is the 2 decks that Andrew likes to play. So I think if there's anybody that would know the interactions already, it would be him. So I think that's interesting. Can Tyler... I'm sure Tyler's played a Dromire 17 of them in his day too, though.
I mean, we both play with these players a lot, and from what I've noticed about them, they're very meticulous, and they pick up a deck and they championship it for months, right?
Right.
And so, like, Andrew for a long time was Oldham, like for 6 months straight. You would never see him on another deck but Oldham, and then when he picks up a deck, he just grinds it hard. And Tyler's been on Briar for a while now.
Right. And we see the Seeker's Mitt. You were wondering, okay, what is that doing? The whole thing is we're making an Ash. We're looking at our top card of our deck. There's a Vincerakai in our hand. So if there is a way to, this Ash immediately turns into Vincerakai, that would be pretty cool.
That nice way to get things kicked off faster.
Wait, what is going on?
So we're on Tyler's
It's
turn.
Tyler's turn?
It's Tyler's.
I thought it was Andrew's turn the whole time.
Ooh.
Boy, have I been on a different planet. Okay, so we are going to Ravenous Rabble for a bunch. Do you like these big dice? Or is it,
Dude, these are awesome.
these are going to...
Yeah, I wonder if we
prize
miss
possessions.
if we miss something. If Tyler like passed priority and then he activated the mitts, and then Tyler's like, oh well, then now I'll just attack you.
I think that's probably exactly what happened. Here, what's interesting if you're paying attention at home, why do I know Andrew again? You talk about him a bunch. He's the guy that has $7,000 worth of cards in his deck. So he's got that
Those beautiful fate
fortune. Yeah, fate foreseen fortune cookie ones. But we are taking damage on turn 0, even though we built an Ash, which probably, who cares between 40 and 37? If it was 40 and 31, you'd probably be like, I can't believe I just already punted.
Yeah, losing 3 life for an Ash is not the best deal, but kind of nice if he gets a good turn out of it here, you know.
How much Dromai have you played?
I played a lot of Dromai right when it came out.
That's sick.
I was addicted. I'm a magpie. I see shiny cards. I really
Right.
like them. So those Marvel Dragons were really appealing to me. I played a bunch of it. I played it at the first Battle Harden.
Oh,
I was on stream at the first
oh
Battle Harden
yeah, I
playing
remember
Dromai.
that. I didn't know if you took that experience and you're like, get these dragons away from me. If you're like, I'll do this for another year.
I'm also just like a meta slave, and I listen to Chris and Tyler, and they always tell me, hey, Adam,
Yeah.
this is the best deck. And I'm like, all right, I haven't played this hero before. Let's play it.
Why did they play Kano at Pro Tour, or don't ask?
Further away?
Towards you, probably.
Oh.
Why do you think they played Kano at Pro Tour? What was the last one? Baltimore? I can't believe we got to say Baltimore for the rest of our life.
So I wasn't a part of all their testing this
Right.
time around. For the last 2 Pro Tours, we were all testing together and trying to figure out what to do. And I was totally out of it. I was too busy with the shop. And I messaged him the night before the Pro Tour, and I was like, where'd you guys land? What are we thinking? What are you doing? And he's like, we're going to light people on fire this weekend. That's all he
little
told
did
me.
they know people was their own hopes and dreams because it didn't work out. Sheesh.
I guess they thought it was going to be like, yeah, aggressive, blow other aggro decks up, you know, and catch people off guard. There's a lot of people always taking Kanos to Pro Tours and trying that. They were like, but maybe the third time people did it
Yeah.
twice, right? We already did it the first Pro Tour. Wow,
You
Kanos
can't
here.
expect it again.
Fool me once, you know, or fool us all twice.
We blocked a full Kyloria, and now we're going to do our own offense, and it's time to start doing some shenanigans with Earth. I feel like Earth is either the best or the worst. I know Lightning sucks so much. Earth cards, all they do is grab you more cards and do more damage.
As like a whole, I don't really like Earth,
Right.
but the very few Earth cards that Briar plays are just amazing, especially those two in play. Like Bramble, 0 for 4 damage. Like, sure, awesome.
I'll do that all day.
And then Tome can get you that embodiment token and refill your hand. So you've used 2 cards to get that go again, but now you get to start with all of these cards.
And if you're gonna beat Dromite, it's like just like I think one line of thinking is against Icelander, you need to be doing more than 6 damage a turn.
Mhm.
And here's our first one with 8. It's got go again. Can probably draw a card off of this and just keep going.
This matchup is very interesting, and Dromai is just a very interesting deck. All of her matchups or her games just play out very differently based on what kind of board state she created in the first couple turns of the game, you know. In this matchup, I do believe that it's a little bit Briard favored. Briard's very aggressive, scary deck. It has the channels to pop the dragons when those are out to just kind of negate the turns. But if you don't put the gas on, Dromai will outvalue you and just start like, yeah.
And I think what's really good about Rosetta, though, is because Kyloria has 2 health, I can do whatever I want to Dromai, and then, or not Dromai, do whatever I want to Dromai, then hit Kyloria with that Rosetta Thorn. The Arcane goes straight to Andrew anyway.
Yeah, it's so easy to take care of some of these dragons. And I've heard a lot of Dromai players actually like to take those 2 toughness dragons out in the Runeblade matchups just because Rosetta is so good at killing them.
Why don't we take Rosetta out of that matchup? Come on.
Maybe, eventually.
Thanks a lot, Chris. Yeah. Did you ever, whenever Chris came back from Worlds, were you like, great job, bro, but could we have gotten Rosetta out of here, please?
Right. No, yeah, it would have been so nice if Chris had been the guy who got it into
made a
Legends.
T-shirt and had his face on it. And thank you for saving my life. Because it is something where everybody's trying to play Vista right now because they saw that Zach Bunn list. And it was like, I thought this guy was gone. I hate this person. But I was playing Uzuri into Andrew, I think 2 Tuesdays ago. And it was like literally fighting for every money. But Rosetta does so much in that matchup. You're like, God, if this wasn't here, this game is over 5 days ago. We're still playing dragons over here. That's interesting.
Got an Asphalt coming out.
Is this what you do with yours? Is you have all the Marvels in the stack on the right? Or?
I wish I was cool enough to get double sets of them, but I only have 1 set, and I have them all in there. And judges don't like me because when I was playing with them, I just had them all flipped because I know what the front side and what they cost, and I don't want to have to like take them out of the sleeve and flip them. And the judges are like, you got to turn that face around or use a checklist card. And I was like, all right, fine.
That's crazy. It's like you need to spend $2,500 more dollars. Or put the ugliest cards in your
But like Asphalt, like that card and a lot these dragons are probably some of my favorite cards they've printed just to own as collector items. They're just so pretty.
Right.
These full arts.
And you're about to try and get 5 of the Prism 10s, or what's your thought about serialized cards for that?
I think they are very interesting. I think it's cool for us. You know, it's wacky and a lot of things can happen with how they get into the public. And they already explained, right? They said, unfortunately, because the way they do their printing, they're only going to be available in certain regions because where we're dropping them in the boxes is only getting sent out to what I believe like
4 parts of the world instead of 7. Yeah.
So that's unfortunate, but it's cool that they were transparent about that because, yeah, you kind of have to like let us know. It's really cool, and I'm very excited to see them. All the other games are doing these serialized cards. They're very popular. I'm very, and it's really cool to like to just have unique.
Yeah. If you open up a Prism, you can buy a jet ski. If you open up a chain, you can buy like Taco Bell for 2 days, I guess.
Right.
I don't know if the premeditate got full value there, but it did get a. I think he used it as I want a lightning embodiment, which I think is interesting. A premeditate means you have to have an attack in your arsenal already, Which does Briar end her turn with a card in her arsenal that's an attack, or that's kind of an off turn, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's some times where you do draw multiple attacks without go again. You can only make one embodiment, arsenal one for the next turn. Sometimes multiple E-strikes can get awkward and you have to arsenal one. But yeah, I mean, Premeditates is a very powerful card.
Right.
I think the ceiling on that card in Briar, getting you those ponder token and an extra damage is pretty powerful.
Amazing. Give and Take's going to block here. I think that's the card that everybody's looking for a lot of value out of in Briar now, is forcing your opponent to take 6 or give me 2 of my best cards. And maybe I put a Give and Take on top, and we just do this over and over again.
Yeah.
If you're not aware of how to block this or have defensive reactions ready to go. Because that says 2 blocks
Yeah.
with Give and Take.
Not interested in that. Is Tyler.
Does Give and Take only say no? I guess it's a block. I think one thing that is interesting is they have gone away of we're starting to write attack hits a hero a lot more. Where I do want a little more hate towards dragons of like I get to hit your dragon and move forward with some of my offense on this. We are commanding and conquering, which currently Tyler's like, great, I don't care at all. I can go straight to 33 and do whatever I want.
A beautiful card from Andrew.
Yeah, that's the $1,200 or $1,800 of that part of his deck. If you are looking to sell your Prism to buy a jet ski,
I'm sure Andrew's
we do
behind.
have Andrew on every Discord he's on, already letting people know. I do not have much. I am not going to spend this on other things. I am going to only buy Prism 10s for the rest of my life.
That's a smart move by Andrew.
We're still blocking some. Probably taking 4 because I think so. No, so tomorrow maybe we had an embodiment of Earth, so we're gonna take 3. All of our equipment that we could block with has already been blocked with. So Tyler is going to be Kyloria. What is it called? Not Kyloria proof. The other thing, Kyloria susceptible.
Yeah, very. Like most people. Well, he dealt with it with the Rosetta. He's gonna get that card in Arsenal, so he used his tuna counter to deal with it. But that was just an off turn from him. Must have had 4 attacks or something awkward. The 2 give and takes. Red.
I think I've never seen somebody put their Arsenal card under their hero like this.
I know a little bit about why he does this, and it's partially my fault. Because I got in trouble at a big event by having my hand touch my Arsenal card, and there was this whole big snafu of, hey, maybe you switched cards, and the card in my Arsenal was a card that cared about being in the Arsenal.
Right.
So there was a whole judge call, all awkward, and afterwards I was like, it was my bad. I put my hand down on top of my Arsenal. Like, it's a weird spot
You're
for
such
it.
a good person.
Yeah,
Everyone
I
else
would-
would be like, "You're right, loser."
No, like there was like a 30-minute investigation. Let's figure out if Adam's cheating or not. Like they have to dot their T's, cross their eyes.
Yeah.
That's how it goes.
That sounds like a judge from L.
So I remember Tyler after that all happened. Tyler's like, I think I'm gonna put my Arsenal card sideways or even tuck it under my hero, so like that doesn't
There's
happen
a
to me.
visual difference, yeah.
Yeah, that was also like the second to last round in a big tournament, and I was playing on table 3, and that happened, and I was like, oh, that was rough.
So this is going
ooh,
to have
big
go
ol'-
again, but not use a premeditate. So this is going to be some mixing of damage. I mean, that is a thing where if that's what it takes is me putting a visual difference of it is under my hero. I think that's a crazy thing, though, because they sell the playmats with the zone, and you're like, it's in the zone, dude.
Yeah, but
It's in the zone. My cards are in my hand. The Arsenal's in the zone. Yeah.
True. And it's either we get better about, or I get better about holding my cards not right over my lap or right there, because that's where my Arsenal is.
They're putting the Arsenal slot right underneath your hand.
Like right where I put my cards. And then I'll switch them out when no one's looking. Like I need to get that unmovable in there.
It's on the list for Ellis. They got a long list. We still have honor roll from Blitz stuff to get through. You're on that honor roll or no? Did you win with Icelander or Oldham?
I did. Not with
yeah.
Oldham, but I had points for Chain, Starvo, Prism, and this new.
Don't forget Viscerai Blitz.
Oh, Viscerai Blitz!
I saw your name on that one too. I was
Yo.
like, damn.
See, that's me. What's the best deck? Let me play it. That looks fun. Winning is fun. Sorry, guys. But yeah, that Blitz Viscerai format was so fun. That was
you're a
ridiculous.
Viscerai.
It was just ridiculous. Just like the crazy things you were doing. All right, we had to block.
Andrew just took a bunch of damage when we
Yeah.
were reminiscing.
He blocked the snatch, but he didn't block the scar, and then he's getting that ponder token trigger. Now we're throwing it back over to him. 1933.
I think when you take a big bunch of damage as Dromai, your opponent's probably like, all right, I know exactly what 3 dragons in your hand. Just go ahead and play them. Miragai, oh,
Okay.
big surprise.
Mhm.
Then a Miragai, that's not the best one of those, but
It's only 5 damage, but I like the 4-bud on Miragai against.
when you're playing as Briar, do you care about the dragons as much as other heroes? Or are you kind of like, I'm going to sit over here and do whatever I want?
It's
Because you don't have a lot of poppers, maybe.
It's a tricky balancing act, right? If you ignore the dragons for 2 or 3 turns and they're built up 7 or 8 damage worth of weapons just sitting in play for free with 1 card in their hand.
Oh, that's a good way to think about it.
That's kind of how I'm viewing Dromai. Is
They're
she doesn't
weapons.
she doesn't have a weapon. Her weapon enables these cards you play to become weapons. So that's what I think of them as. They're just like 0 cost weapons that if she builds up too many of them, like, oh, they keep 1 card and attack you for 10, you're not going to win that race.
No.
So there is this like balancing act of trying to kill the important ones when you can and not sacrificing too much damage. Like I don't think I'd throw like a 4 damage attack at that Miragai. You know, I'd hope to kill him in 3 turns and only take 6 from that thing, you know?
Right.
But the scary dragons, yeah, I wouldn't let Kylorias and Chromais sit there and he can full block and then still attack with multiple dragons. It gets scary.
Because
So
it is the idea of let's get our offense going and then maybe Rosetta this,
Mm-hmm.
Rosetta the Asvalai, and then send the Arcane that way is kind of I'm cleaning up and still doing damage to Dromai, which
Yeah,
I think is the best thing you can do.
yeah, I think if you have the ability for a Rosetta to hit a dragon, it should hit a dragon. You shouldn't just try to get that 2. I think that like even an Ashwing is going to do more than 2 damage back to you than that 2 damage you're doing to them, most likely.
We're going to
There it
channel
is.
now. That's our first one so far. This will make the lightning embodiment
We're going to go again on which card? It's going to be
a big
a
one. 4 + 3 + 3 is
10.
Sheesh. That's half of the life. We're gonna block with 6. That's not gonna be enough, but there's no on hit on a lightning press, and there definitely won't be if you block it out.
All right,
I
so
don't think you play Sigil and say, Tyler, anything you want to do is free damage. You hold that card and hope you scare Tyler away. And we're gonna put this card in our arsenal, which I think is amazing for Andrew because he's gonna be able to play this on his own turn.
Mhm.
Which no right mind in their mind or no Dromai in their right mind would not play Sigil on their opponent's turn because they're just gonna save it for the go again surprise here.
exactly.
So
So
this
this
take
was
2, that's it, right? No.
yeah, this is scary for Andrew, right? This is an arsenal and a tunic counter and a channel coming up for him, but at least he got to gain that life and get some damage back beforehand. You would really love when this is happening to keep a card and try to strip a card from them and stuff.
Right.
But
And now we're going to completely run you over.
Ooh, the Wombo combo.
So Force of Nature, what is this combo for people at home who have not played against a world-class Briar Warden of Thorns?
A world-class high roller, got it. Okay, so Force of Nature, its base version says if a card has more power than its base and it hits, you draw a card. Turns everything that's bigger than its base into Snatch. And then if you fuse it, your first attack gets +1. But what's so insane is the channel is giving all of his cards +3 this turn. So all of his cards, if they hit this turn, are going to draw him a card. And he can actually just attack these dragons and draw cards if he wants.
It works on dragons.
It
too?
works on dragons, I believe.
Sheesh. What? I guess you would do 7 damage because you want to. Okay, you're building in coax.
Mhm.
You
Hey,
are
another quicken
you're
token.
drawing
You
cards.
draw 2 cards.
Oh my god!
So-
I haven't even seen this.
So
Okay.
this is something that can happen that I've seen before in Chris testing is if the Dromai has like 2 or 3 dragons in play and the Briar player draws double force, they can just kill the Dromai that turn. Kill your dragon, draw 2, kill your dragon, draw 2, attack you for so much out of nowhere, infinite. Like you saw what Chris did at Worlds with that just
Yeah.
like Force of Nature. Let's go brr. But yeah.
I mean, that was one of the coolest things. The #1 Phi hater in Southern California. I was like,
What up?
I guess it's so weird when you're cheering for major tournaments. Is like, I hate that hero so much, but if they win, they're closer to death.
Yeah.
They can legend out of here.
And I honestly don't think that Rosetta or Briar have been that big of a problem. You know, like when there was a lot of Rosetta hate before, and then we've had like 6 months and a lot of changes and stuff,
Right.
and Briar hasn't been the the forefront, like Boogeyman. It's been your Oldhams and your Icelanders, and now your Lexis and Rangers, your Codex players.
I think one thing is like whenever there's a problem hero, it's like I hope the next hero that comes out counters them. Like Icelander being kind of a counter to Briar in some ways was good at that point. In that point where like Briar's very good and now Icelander's out and it's like now she's losing some of these matchups.
Yeah, for sure. Ooh, the double D reacts to cover up that Lightning Strike for 8.
This will probably have go again, I'm assuming.
I think it was quick and tokened.
Swarming is going to be for 4+3.
But he's hitting the dragon with it, so he's just getting a free go again card, attack that dragon. What's in his hand? Another channel. Is that a Command and Conquer?
Command and Conquer would be very gross right now.
Yeah. And then he drew another attack. Let's go. More.
Coax the Kamosh.
Oh. So this
snap it.
We're doing it. We're going for it. Look at Tyler's
draw
face.
a card
He's
and
so
another quicken.
both Andrew and Tyler know
I
what's
have not
happening
seen
here.
this.
So he's probably going to draw 2 cards off the Coke
I
string.
swear to God, like, if any of you guys bitch whenever Reinhardt is the number 1 meta card, I'm going to go,
Are we
Tyler
counting damage?
Horsebolt-
How much damage has he done this turn? This is a big turn.
does it count against dragons or just people?
This is a big turn. So let's see. We started with the 10 damage from... But it's not going at the player. It's going at the dragons. Does this count? Is this just how much damage they doled out in a turn? Because we're at 10 plus 8 plus 7.
Yeah, it's a lot.
25 plus another 7. So we're at 32. This is a 32 damage Briar turn.
It's not even
Only,
over.
only
huh?
possible and powered up by the fact that Andrew had these nice little dragons
Jeez.
to farm.
Command and Conquer for 9 with go again.
Ooh. I forgot
Is-
what number I said we were at before, but
I
now
think
it's
it said
plus 9.
27 or 37. It's happening.
Yeah.
We're just gonna print out the gift card for you now.
Yeah. I think Tyler's doing it, guys.
I saw that there is a rainbow foil Reinhardt hero. I'm like,
Yeah, it's nice. It's so pretty.
uh-huh.
Go right towards that.
Yeah. I know he's been wanting one forever.
Look at everyone is so excited. Everyone's like, all right, we're counting up the damage. We're figuring it out.
This is why Tyler's wearing a jersey. Is when you're doing this much damage, you
This is-
need air wicking for sure.
This is why you play Briar. The deck is very powerful, and then it just does dummy fun things like this, and drawing cards and attacking for tons of damage. Who doesn't want to do that?
We're gonna draw a card off of Force of Nature because we hit. We already
What are
told
we-
you what card it was, and now Rosetta is gonna do freely come in.
So we got it. I mean, luckily, Andrew did get 6 cards to block with this turn, because the 2 Cokes also gave Andrew cards. So he's only at 16 after this massive turn, but all his dragons got wiped out. But Tyler was able to get 2 Earth cards into his arsenal, or into his pitch, so his channel's going to stick around, and he's got a Bramble Spark going in that arsenal to kick things off next turn. Andrew's
flow.
not out of it yet. It's still...
I think they're just calculating damage.
Yeah, I
and
think-
blah blah blah. I have not seen the coax into dragon before. I think
Mhm.
that's one thing I really enjoy about maybe advertise. Now, what is this called? Streaming your tournaments is
Oh.
like every Tuesday or whatever day you play Flesh and Blood against your opponent. You do kind of like, oh, I learned an interaction today that I wasn't expecting.
Mm-hmm.
I have played this game for 2 years. I haven't seen coax into dragons do some extra stuff to you.
And especially in this game, that's so centered around heroes, and people can become champions of heroes. Like you just get infinite reps with that hero, and you learn all these little weird situations that only come up once every 10 games versus that specific hero, and like you just have so much.
They're freaking
Yeah, this is
sure.
wild.
on stream. It is funny of like seeing how many cards are being played by this hero. It's like, well, is there any gas left in the deck?
Right.
And
Okay. So
I don't care about gas because I have Channel Mount Heroic for a second turn.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
And Rosetta, don't forget those 4 damage.
This man had access to 13 total cards this turn
That's insane. Like
with the ones.
I get happy when it's 5.
33 damage is the total we got.
Sheesh. I mean, you have to play Kano, Lexi, or Briar. I
was
guess.
as soon as I heard about it, I was like, all right, who's playing Kano today? We're gonna get someone that's like, I did 85 damage.
Yeah.
But
You only have 40.
Yeah.
And then the old version of this, exactly, pitch stack is like If we were playing old school Briar, you block with one non-attack action from your hand, and it would be better than a staunch response.
Yeah, I'll block
extra
for
pitch.
9.
Yeah. Get absolute wrecked. We're going to show Channel Mount Heroic number 3.
Look at the smile on this boy's face.
To
He knows
fuse.
he's just humming. This Briar deck is like, and there's the third coax.
Coax for 10, please. It has go again. If you let this hit, I'll do whatever the hell I want again. The flow counter means
13 and 1 coming in.
one of these Channel Mount Heroics will be around next turn if there is a next turn. He's blocking. That's a very pretty block.
Yeah. And I think that's the command and conquer there too.
Jeez. And the
12 life never cost so much.
here's a question, because we are talking about a little bit about collectors for these heroes.
Oh no.
One thought process: we don't have perfect 10s in this game.
Mm-hmm.
Will we ever have a perfect 10 card, or the way we cut Flesh and Blood cards and the dimensions of them, it'll always be a 9.5?
I think eventually, once there's more population of cards and the graders have like understood the numbers, that they'll start like, this is a 10,
Right.
this one's centering's perfect. So there's that force of nature. Is he gonna? This is rough, dude. That turn into this force of nature from Arsenal, he got this. He did, and he flashed at Andrew. Yeah, he was like, I'm sorry, I don't even
But
know.
they're
who
not
you are."
sorry though.
No.
They still play this deck. They sleeve it up. They make sure it doesn't have
No, I was
dust
playing.
particles on it. And
I was a Briar champion for a long time. This deck is so fun, dude. You just like go to the casino, spit out a whole bunch of draw spells.
Meanwhile, Blood Rush adds 2 to all brute attacks.
Yeah,
Claw for 5.
just for this turn.
I hate that thought process of, if there was an Earth Brute, we could do this with Blood Rush too.
Yeah, your channel mount Blood Rush turns.
Sheesh. Plus 5. This is a 9 damage command and conquer. Nothing to sneeze at again.
Yeah, Andrew's already full blocked. We're going through the motions. We'll see if Andrew or if Tyler can stumble, or trips up.
I mean,
Draws a clunky hand and Andrew can get back in it. Still
the
possible.
thought process is you do 4 non-tech actions and you're like, oh
That's
my
a bad
God.
hand unless his arsenal's bailing him out. I see 3 attacks that don't go again.
Creepers was in this deck too? Did he play Creepers? No, he
he's
did
snapping.
Snapdragon.
He's snapping.
Creepers is not worth it. Or do you think
I think
potentially-
Creepers was awesome when people were playing like the belittle version to flash in like Minnowisms and flash, and it's still good, like doing the tricks with force of nature and getting people like in the aggro matchup. Oh, I don't block. All right, flash in force. Now I'm drawing cards, doing all those tricks. It's really powerful. But Snapdragons is just simpler.
refusing or no?
Okay, so we got the force fused
Might as well
into
fuse it.
tunic counter plus pitching that to play this big ol' snatch for 9 draw 2 cards on hit, or 10 draw 2 cards on hit, or is that a blue surge?
I think it's a red.
It's a red, yeah. I don't think he played. All right,
Is there
well,
blues in there?
I think there's got to be blues. Yep. So
10.
it's 10. That's a red.
I think what's interesting is a lot of people are having problems with Dromite right now. And it's like, how do I beat this character?
Mm-hmm.
And it feels like, well, Briar's pretty good at handling her. There was dragons earlier, it did suck. And then one turn, eliminate all of them, and then do 15 and go.
We had that big turn, or that like attack for that strip 3 cards that set up his channel, and then the channel turn, and then the channel turn, and then this force of turn. Like, it's just, Tyler's done exactly what he needs to do for Andrew not to get a foothold in this game. Is just pressure as hard, go as gas pedal as hard as possible.
And if you have any 2 blocks or cards that don't block at all, you're probably dead already on
Yeah.
every other hero.
I've played this matchup from the Briar side. On turn 2, I had like a wonky hand. I attacked for 4 and a Rune Chan and Arsenal, and Droma's like, here's 3 dragons. You're totally behind. Like,
This is from Arsenal. It was underneath our hero.
so we got some go again on this turn.
Vincerikai. I do think there's not any Ash either, so it's like, what is Andrew gonna do? We've seen Andrew ruin people's lives too, so it's like it's not like we're rooting for somebody. We're not rooting for him to lose here, but it is
No.
kind of like, I've seen you ruin people's lives, so this is
Oh yeah, and like I feel like Dromai is such an interesting deck because a lot of other decks can be like black and white, and she's all over the place. The game's ebbs and flows.
Right.
Like these guys could play this matchup back right now, and it would be very
Multi turn one.
Yeah,
and
right.
Like,
yeah. We've seen some amazing Dromai games from these events. The Zach Alex Vor game from 2 events ago.
so stupid.
That was the most amazing thing.
Never forget.
All right, Chromai.
Another.
Good one card to
Another
keep.
Tomotai has hit. This is for Tyler. He's like, great. I don't care. I think that's the most frustrating thing about Flesh and Blood
yeah.
is like when you're on the back foot, your opponent literally goes,
No blocks. Yeah, picks up the pen.
yeah, whatever, and
Ship
then
it.
just 6 more.
It is pretty defeating sometimes. You're like, you sure you don't want to
Yeah.
block? Please?
And he's gonna draw his 5th, 6th, and 7th card from Tome of Harvest.
Oop. Okay, and we're gonna pull some good ones back on top. What are we getting?
Why have I not played Ryer? It's like, I think one thing that is this a universal thing, or if you own a store, this isn't really a thing for you. But like, I am like somebody who doesn't own a New Horizon, so I haven't dipped into the Lexi waters.
Mhm.
I don't own the Creepers, so I thought maybe Briar's a door that's shut for me.
Mhm.
But also, I like to
Oh.
hate on Rune Blades.
You have a stick. You got to keep to, right? You can't.
Yeah, I gotta play very crappy heroes that are below 13 on the leaderboards as badly as possible. You know.
No, I think you should give Briar a chance. She's pretty easy to enter and fun, and I think playing snaps is better than playing the creepers.
Okay.
Um,
Did you see the list that was doing Royal Briar?
yes, I do like that. I think, and I saw Andrew was playing that a bunch
Yeah,
here. He was
I
showing up
remember
every
seeing
Monday
that.
and playing Royal Briar. That list looks fun. I love cash in. That card is awesome. And
Cash in is half of lightning, and then once per turn, or once per game, just draw 4 cards basically. 2 cards.
two
plus.
cards,
So
but yeah,
plus.
but yeah, for free.
There's still a channel mode heroic left. I guess he put it on top. Let's be real.
Yeah.
I was about to say that's a 4th copy.
This is-
We gotta get this guy out of here. That
Jeez.
happened to you on stream.
Hmm. Oh yeah.
We still talk about that to Sam. He's kind of wondering if he should play again or not. So
Oh,
I
no.
guess
Sam's such a nice guy. That was an accident.
we did 7 damage with a snatch, which is enough. We have seen the fist bump.
Yep.
That was an interesting game of like.
That
As
was
soon
a-
as you forget about this hero, it just beats the shit. Not can't say that word, but beats the heck out of you. You know.
Yeah. Yeah, Briar, he put on the gas. Those were some very big turns. I wish we maybe one off turn at the beginning of the game. We would have seen Andrew like get a foothold and something happen. Andrew just had to block the whole game. I never saw Andrew get to keep a lot of the only time he got to keep cards to like establish a board was Maragai and Asvalai, which wasn't.
And I mean
the most
that
amazing.
happens when you're channel mount into
Yeah.
Force of Nature
into
to channel
mounts.
yeah. And I think one thought process about this too, that's the wrong button, is I keep hitting that wrong button. You can see my reflection in that.
Whoa. We
gotta-
I'll just cover it up.
I think one thing that is true too is we've had 4 different winners, 4 different heroes.
Yeah.
None of them have been Tyler Horspool, and none of them have been Briar. So this could be his week because we have done the thought process of who do you think will win today? And somebody has picked Tyler of like Tyler's due one of these, like he hasn't won an AGE thing yet, and Tyler's very good. He went and got double digits or whatever at
Yeah.
Baltimore. I don't know if it was like 30 something.
He was joking about it out there earlier, and like everyone's like, oh, every time Tyler shows up, people are like, oh crap, Tyler's here, like oh no, and then he's like, man, I suck at these events. I only do good in the other states. In the age event circuit, I'm washed.
I
So
remember
he's-
he brought Icelander to the first Battle Harden where
Yeah.
Present was still around and was like,
We were all like, what do you mean? Icelander's not a playable hero.
and then he's like, watch me, 0-2. And I was like, oh, dang. Because I wanted him to do well. But
I remember the night before, he's like, guys, I think I'm going to play Icelander tomorrow. And I was like, good luck.
I promise you, people love
And that was
Present
when-
more
that was
than
when
they
me-
hate
That was
losing.
when me, Chris, Andrew, all of us, Dromai had just come out. We're all playing Dromai. And he's like, I'm going to play Icelander. We're all like, all right.
I hope
Alright.
you have, like, the spells weren't even a thing there. There were
Yeah,
some
we hadn't even-
poppers
no
in
one
that
had
deck.
figured it out
yeah.
yet. It was, but he was on to something. But yeah, so Tyler's he's hungry to win one of these events.
Yes.
So hopefully,
I mean, Tyler needs $400 just like everybody else needs $400. It's
Yeah.
not like he's going to go, no, I'm good.
yeah, sure.
Speaking of things to talk about and money, Collectors Legion sponsoring the AGE.
Yeah, I'm happy to have you guys. Collector Legion, we're a shop in Lawndale, California, 10 minutes away from LAX on Redondo Beach Boulevard.
Lawndale? Isn't
Lawndale?
that the sign for Lawndale?
I think that's LA, but yeah,
Well, that's the
might as
first
well.
two
I think you got to do a
letters.
D, right? LD.
I don't
know.
That's too quick.
But we opened the shop like 7 years ago, and about 2 years ago moved to this awesome retail location, 6,000 square feet. We got seating for 100 players, and it's just been awesome. We're excited to do more streams and host. I need to play, and I need to have people come to my store and play with me. So,
But you said that about the goofy Lorcana deck too, probably, right?
dude, I'm so excited. I'm so excited. I love Mickey Mouse.
Dude, I saw that Mouseketeer Mickey, and the
Yeah.
Mouseketeers buff each other, and I was like, I don't even know how this game works, but that sounds great.
Yeah, I'm excited for that. I even just saw the accessories that are coming out, and there's a Stitch binder, and it's Stitch in his little bikini on the boat on a binder, and I'm like, I need that.
I have Ohana. Get
Yeah.
that for me. You know? I
But
think that's gonna be great for like you have an 8-year-old that needs a present. You're like, here's a lifelong trading card addiction,
Yeah.
idiot.
yeah, it's gonna be crazy.
Dude.
But yeah, I'm super excited you guys are here. This has been awesome, and like everyone, the staff, and everyone seeing how you guys run the event and your streams and everything is just so cool, and we're really happy to have you, and hopefully we can do a lot more of these in the future. And
And you guys are gonna be at Battle Hardened, right?
We're gonna be vending, hopefully. Yeah, we're gonna be vending the Battle Hardened. We got all your singles, your sealed product, whatever you need. We got a website. We're just a couple of gamers that really like gaming and decided to do it full time, and it's working out. And we're happy to
Man.
have all of our friends here doing it with us.
Especially if 65 people come in and buy 4 cases of Dust Till Dawn trying to get 1 card.
Yo, yeah,
That's really
What
gonna
if-
work out for you guys.
yeah, right. And that's the other thing. The serialized cards change the game. How much Dust from Dawn should I get now? Should I get way more? There's like,
And it's a supplementary set, so it'll be a cheap one. No, it'll be like,
yeah.
like, I think that'll be the first time it'll be like, why is this box $100?
Mhm.
And then some of these people, I enjoy. I get my 1 case, maybe 2
Yep.
cases every set. I think this may be the first time where it's like, I'm gonna specifically buy the crappy Reiner cards that I need instead of buying a $120 box, and then you get a chance at a $14,000 Prism card. But if you don't, it's like,
For me,
just
that makes
gave
it the
money.
most enticing to open.
Oh.
Like when the last couple sets come out, I like take it a box at a time, and I'll like open a box. I'm like, I'm not satisfied.
Right.
I'm not satisfied. I'll hit a good card. I'm like, ooh, that was. Maybe I can open another big card. And so I'm worried for this set. And if I have a bunch of boxes in front of me, I'm just gonna keep opening packs.
I got a Codex of Bloodrot, and I was like, oh my god, I'm so lucky. Waited 1 week, and it lost $100 of value. and I was
Oh, you got the awesome one.
not the Frailty one, the Codex of Bloodrot.
But it's still the Marvel. Those arts are
Yeah,
amazing.
they were like, I'll trade it to you for maybe a Plague Hive, and I was like, okay. He's in chat. Hate that. Hate that he got $100 off me. But it's whatever. We're having a blast.
Yeah, we're hanging out.
I think one thing that's interesting about this game and where it's headed is we went from 2 Pro Tours to 1 Pro Tour,
Mm-hmm.
but Worlds is coming.
Yeah.
So Worlds is every year because
Mhm.
we've been playing for 2 years and there's only been 1 Worlds.
Yep.
And there was 2 nationals. So we don't know the exact makeup of what a player, what are they called, Pro Tour / OP organized play, what a whole year looks like yet, because we haven't had a specific one without changes, or it's changed from 2 to 1, or no Worlds to Worlds. So I'm worried about, not worried, I'm interested in like, what does it actually look like when the dust settles?
Like I mean, last year it was 4 big events, right? We had to travel to. It was 2 Pro Tours and a Nationals and a Worlds for
Cool.
myself, right? If it was like you wanted to play on the top circuit, those are your premier,
Go fight Pablo Pintor.
right? Get wrecked by Michael Hamilton in round 3
Right.
in draft. Like that was.
Dude, he sat next to me in Vegas once. We did not play,
Oh yeah,
but he was scared. Let's just say that.
I got to play him in Uprising draft, and my Phi deck just did not cooperate, and I did not draw a go again card for the first 3 turns, and I like attacked with my sword, and I was like, Emberblade, pass, and he's like, oh,
He's like, "Oh, is this your first event?"
yeah. he
So
he felt bad
What's
for me.
cool is it has go again, but you have to play a card first.
Yeah, it was so funny. But so those were 4 big events, and that led to from all these players that really want to play the entire year of the highest level. That's a lot to travel to New Jersey, then to France, then to or was nationals in the middle of somewhere in the country,
Southern California, Carolina or something.
and then
Richmond, Virginia, or
and then
what
back
was
over to California for Worlds. So it was like a lot, and so I think this year. With doing a Pro Tour, a Nationals, and a Worlds, and giving us a little more space in between, and hopefully they pump up the local circuits, because I think that's the lifeblood of the game. Like, I love the big events; we all love traveling to them. That was a little too much for me, traveling 4 times that year. It was, and they were kind of close.
I
together.
mean, it is something where I am wondering if I should beef up my practice to try and do this, and it's like I kind of want to do nationals, but you gotta win first.
Yeah, no,
You also have to buy a PTI. But it is like, if I get so excited and I drive around Orange County and I drive around San Diego and I drive around all this stuff, and then it's like nationals is gonna be in a state that you've never even knew existed. Or if it's like the Bayou head to New Orleans, I'd be like, okay, that's kind of. Or like nationals is in the Virgin Islands or something, just because it's still a territory or something. I'm gonna be like,
there's so many cool places they could have it in the country that I'd be like, yep, I'm just going because we're going to New Orleans, and that's a cool place to be.
I'm hoping for Colorado or Austin.
Yeah, so I think this year is gonna be good. It looks like we got some extra space in between the big traveling events, and hopefully they lean a little bit more into the local stuff, giving the local stores like everyone loves the road to nationals, the Pro Quest. Your skirmishes are less popular because
I can win them, and people don't like variants because it lets losers like me win. You know.
I don't know. I understand both takes of it, but I also like super high powered dumb things. So Blitz is fun to me because we kill each other on turn 2.
Right.
I want to play again. But like, you want to play CC where we
tacos.
play for 40 minutes and then like, oh, I don't want to play another.
I do.
I know, no, that's fun too. No, that's fun too. But can I just like goldfish my Kano deck in front of you and like blow you up 2 or 3 times in 10 minutes and then like, yeah.
I do think like Blitz is gonna look so different. In 5 seconds of like, are we Arachnine solitary confinement, or that's trash, or
I don't know.
The Riptide deck gets popular because now there's brutality going.
And the format literally had like a thawing, right? Like the ice is gone. All these aggro decks are not going to be interacted with. They have a ton of just room to play now instead of getting.
Unless there's like, okay, now Lexi is gonna start playing ice because there's no other ice to mess with her. Or what I think would be hilarious is if the Emperor rises up, because his worst 2 matches are the ice people.
Oh, sure. Yeah, your whole deck's red. Here's 1 Frostbite. Good luck.
You're just toast. I showed up to, it was the, like, let's play Blitz into that thing, and I had already got the Emperor out of Dynasty, and I was like, I'm going to play this. It's going to be so exciting. And then Cold Snap came down, as I had an Oasis in my arsenal to block the first spell that Icelander sent at me, and the Cold Snap owned my ass.
Yep.
So bad. More than I've ever been owned in my life in Flesh and Blood. And I was like, throw this deck under my bed.
Yeah, that's the worst. Yeah, the Frostbites, that happened to me the other night with Evan. Evan does this thing with Lexi, and I guess.
Can we talk crap about Evan real quick?
Dude,
He's not here at all.
Yeah, seriously. He does like a 30 damage turn, and then at the end of his turn is like Lexi ability, flip over red, Arctic Incarceration, give you a Frostbite, cast it, here's 3 more. And I'm like, are you serious? I just took all of that damage, and now I have 4 Frostbites, and I have a yellow and 3 reds in my hand. That was going to do 20 damage, and now it does 4.
Thanks a lot, Evan. I think what's funny about Evan is we joke about Evan, we're Evan, and then...
Sorry, I kicked the camera. I'm an idiot.
One thought process is this guy went to Pro Tour and got 63rd.
Yeah.
And got $1,000.
Crushed
So
it.
now there's legitimacy to all his lunacy. So it's like... yeah, and I think he went to a steakhouse
made him buy you guys
and
all
got
steak?
1 thing of ice cream, and then he was down to his last $800.
And that's something that I've always thought about Flesh and Blood, and like I love that it rings true in our community is like the hero masters and like the guys who champion those heroes. They've gotten so good at them. Our local players who like Arya on Dorinthia, and like, man, they've just put so much time into these specific heroes, and like Evan has played so much Lexi. He knows that deck inside and out. Before all these other people picking up Lexi, and now it's the best deck. Evan's like, I've been doing that for all year. Like,
I wasted 6 weeks on Arachne, but now I'm back on Lexi.
Yeah, I was actually talking to Tim about that a bunch. The Trench is a very cool card, and I think it's very powerful.
Trench or Heart of Ice? The Heart of Ice coming down against, that's like a game-winning play. But it's like, why do you need a game-winning, like, it's like Steph Curry shooting from not, oh, don't say Steph Curry. It's too soon. Oh, my goodness. Everyone just started crying over here. Longdale Lee.
Heart of Ice to me in a lot of matchups feels like he's already dead. Stop it.
Right.
Or like, hey, that really doesn't do anything. You're wasting your time. I don't know.
It's like your biology teacher being like, did anyone cheat on this lab? And it's like, we don't know what we're doing anyway. Just fail us already. Who cares if we cheated? We're not going to use this.
We all used ChatGPT and turned in the same assignment.
Other things that could possibly happen this year. What's in Dust Till Dawn? Vincent?
Yeah.
There's not an adult Vincent. Do we think it's like Icelander where we're going to show you the baby one and then the one comes later?
I like that. Yeah. We could get a couple. I would love to see some unique Blitz heroes that evolve into constructed heroes eventually. That'd be cool. I'm like, do we think we're getting more brute cards? Do you think we're going to get those exact class talent combinations? Do you think we're going to have cards for those 4 characters in this set? Probably, right? That has to have character. At least.
Okay, so I don't know if this was coming later or not, but
sorry.
I don't. No. Nothing you do. It's
Okay.
it's more of me wondering like what could Justin say later in that segment to piss me off. But there is the layer of what is her name? Prism, baby Prism, new baby Prism, new old Prism, young and adult is the actual terms. Young Prism, adult Prism, they're getting support and new cards. If Levia doesn't get cards in that same set, you're basically telling all of your people on staff or whatever they are, the fans, the people playing your game, the people that make it move, you're telling them, we're going to support the second version of this busted hero before we support the worst the first version of the worst hero in the game, which I think is like a...
There's no way they're doing that.
Like, we throw the pipe dream away of, like, don't worry, even though your heroes on the bottom, they'll one day have a whatchamacallit. It's like, they're not going to have their day. I don't know if we are guaranteed an adult Vincent based on something I saw.
Oh.
Because I saw young Prism and old Prism, and then it said Vincent, and it did not say Vincent older. So I don't know if I'm talking to my... I talk out of my...
We're all
once in a
speculating
while,
here.
you
This
know?
is what's fun to speculate.
Right.
Yes, like,
I think that's one thing where I complained about it from LSS is LSS never lets us do the same thing twice. Of like Marvel Codex is kind of like Dragon, but it was for just 3 instead of 19 of them or whatever.
They're constantly doing a unique
We're
thing.
doing okay. Now here's Command and Conquer isn't a Fable, but it's a Fable Command and Conquer. That's different. Blah blah blah. And like, oh, now there's a extended art Trent, and everyone was like, is there an extended art everything? And it was like, no, it's just the chess piece. So I'm excited for Dusk Till Dawn. What could possibly be there? But if they do not have a Levia specialization or a really good Brute Majestic for that hero, but they release Bologna, Invoke Bologna, Invoke, Majestic Prism weapon, because she needs a new one, that makes Invoke Angel, I'm going to go, oh my god, look how many Prism cards. And if that Majestic for, whatchamacallit, what is her name, Levia, isn't like pitch 6, do 14, and turn off Blood Debt just for whatever, I'm going to go, what is the point of even pretending we're doing this?
I want them to give Levia a card that casts one of her Blood Debt card, like one of her banished cards, you know, like that gets like reuse that thing. And it doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be like Chain that does it every single turn on every card. It's just a card in her deck that lets her like Codex get a card back and use it that you've been saving in your Blood Debt. I think that'd be cool.
I like that idea of what is the best card from Chain. Is it the best version or make it a kind of version like that for Levia, and now Levia can breathe.
If they don't, I'm pretty sure they'll give her support, and I'm excited for it because
Pray to Blasphemous. Don't do that. Don't say that into a camera. All right, that's lunch because the Illuminati's coming.
I got one more thing before lunch. This is my called shot before we hit to lunch. Solana, the Great Library, was in Monarch. This set is going to have the Fabled be a shadow.
Monastery?
The Monastery. Calling it. Right here. Right
Boom!
here if it happens. I got inside info. I'm
I
leaking
did
it. I
Chris
know
Sayers there, I
everything.
don't- Yeah. The monastery. What would that be? Like, banish 2 cards. Banish 2 cards from your graveyard. Draw a card. Do 4 damage
Yeah.
or so.
No, it's just like a copy of Chain's hero card, but it's a landmark, and you just like you
Oh,
play it, and like it's an
oh.
ability where you can make a shackle every turn. It's a monastery, and you pump out. No,
Shackle and Levia.
yeah,
Pretty
let's
good.
give her some shackles. Let's wait, does that actually help her? No, because those go straight to banish. She wants to put them in graveyard and get them to banish, right? So shackles don't
The
do
6
much.
just have to go to the banish zone. So shackle off the top
Okay.
turns off your blood debt.
Oh, true.
So-
That's yeah. All right.
I think everyone at home was like, if you say shackle and Levia, I'm in, bro.
Right? Like I was very surprised they haven't created a card that just makes us a shackle, you know, and then Levia could get 1, and that's like what she needs to keep going.
It's a ban card that's a specialization for Yorick, right? Doesn't he can create any token he wants, including
Yeah,
Soul Shackle?
right? Or maybe it's listed like a bunch of them. Yeah, but Soul
Yeah.
Shackle is one of them. All right, what? We're gonna go eat some sandwiches. We'll be back with some awesome flesh and blood.
Keep it real. Long break, baby.
Walking in the mall, it's like left and right mall. You walk on the right side because you drive on the right side. So if you're ever walking on the other side and going the wrong, that's like completely different. If we're walking on the sidewalk, like walk with purpose, I think is the main thing. There's just walk slowly isn't. It is kind of like, what are we doing here? Like, I think there's a standard pace of like, this one's, I don't know. It's like, is it 3 miles per hour or whatever? But there's just a lot of people. It's not the slow walking that's the worst. It's whenever people will literally walk to the escalator and stop in front of the escalator to have a conversation with their friend, and you can't walk around them. And I literally started talking to people. That's a new tactic I've been doing of like, you guys are in the way. And people are not taking it that well. And there's some people on TikTok that will do stuff like this. I don't know if you don't do TikTok, but like there's somebody that'll go, "Oh, do you know how to get to Taco Bell?" And you'll say,
Yeah, it's right over there.
"Oh, okay, take a little bit longer."
Oh, I think.
That's enough. And so I'm like, okay, I need to start using that tactic of, like, let's just, as people are in the way, let's just go like, bro, get out of here. Like, I'm trying to go quicker. I don't know. If you see Blake in person, walk slowly in front of him. I think this is just a good way to get me frustrated as soon as possible. And, oh, that's what it was. At Odyssey, I was trying to go pay. At Odyssey, and it has a choke point on both sides.
Yeah.
And so you walk down the access ramp. If you have a wheelchair, go slow. You need it. Go slow. You got this. But there's somebody who's like literally, I guess it's just like, what are you doing when you're walking slow?
Just thinking, I'm pondering about stuff.
But
You know
that's
me.
like at the park. At the park, I wouldn't be mad about that. If you're in a place where there's nothing in between you and where you're going, you're not like, oh, let me read this stuff. If you're reading, you would stop.
And
I don't-
honestly, they've got all that fine artwork on the wall. That you
Bro,
can
and
check
if they
out.
were looking at any of that, that'd be fine. This is a good way to piss me off. I like walking fast. I like getting to where I need to go fast. Probably because I'm just trying to sit down and plump down again, and like it's like probably the whole like need to get better healthy stuff of maybe I would walk slow if I wasn't dying the whole time I was walking. Maybe we're learning a lot about me right now, but
honestly, if you want to piss,
don't do
Blake
anything
off,
slow in front of
just-
me.
Just talk to him.
Because like don't even slow play in Flesh and Blood.
That's
And-
true. That'll
And
piss
like
him off.
now I swear to God, Tuesday Hearthstone new set came out. I was like, these cards look super cool. Normally I spend $80. This is the first time I spent $80 3 times a year for years. This is the first time a new set has dropped. I didn't spend the 80, I spent 15.
Oh.
And then I played 3 games, the slowest games of my life. Marvel Snap and Flesh and Blood have ruined Hearthstone for me. I can't even sit there for like literally 30 seconds. Somebody, do you have your 2-drop or not? And like, don't do anything slow in front of me. The only thing that sucks is I drive slow. So I'm the problem in driving, which most people are like, they go fast when they drive, but why are you fast when I want to go slow and you're slow when I want to go fast?
These are the questions.
This is where I don't fit into society. I don't fit into society very much.
Society hasn't made room for you.
I don't fit in this shirt, baby.
Look,
Just kidding. There's nothing.
I won't walk slow in front of you, Blake, okay?
And that's psyops. That's how you get people. You use reverse psychology. And so I'm going to do that with, oh, and by the way, don't use the deck that someone from Vegas made for Baltimore. That was a psyops. I do know about that. And that was a psyops to get you to walk fast in front of me.
Congratulations. You did it. That was Barraging Blake.
Round 6.
Always a pleasure. We're going to go to a short break. We're going into round 6, our final round of Swiss. Shaping up to be an interesting top 8 for sure. Thank you all for hanging with us all day, and we'll be back in a few minutes.
Long Blake to a short break.
All right, we are back. We got a few minutes between rounds here, so you know we're going to take a little second to sit back and think about some stuff. It's time to ponder with Colin, Colin from the Attack Action Podcast. I'm joined by
I can be with you or by
you.
you.
Can be with and by me at the
Whatever
same
you
time.
prefer.
Sam O'Byrne. You know what? This is a time for me to ask some questions that I don't have answers to, but we're just going to talk about it.
We're gonna pond.
Yeah, we're going to ponder because, you know, I've got the face that looks like I'm thinking about something when I'm really just, you know, wondering what's for dinner or how much more Kano I can fit into my schedule. So let's dive into it. I think we got a couple of topics today that I think are somewhat relevant and interesting to talk about. So yeah, we're talking about the calls for bans, and maybe when I came up with this topic, it was like, well, maybe people should stop calling for bans. But after seeing some Azalea stuff today, maybe they're right. But you know what? I don't know. Here's my thought.
Tell me.
This is what we're pondering on.
Okay.
Should we just cool it on this like calling for bans like 2 weeks after a set comes out? We're in a new meta, and the first thing people do is see a hero do really well, and then they call to ban a bunch of cards. And my reaction is, well, why don't you just adjust how you're playing against this hero first, and then come back with a ban idea later? So I don't know. What are your thoughts?
I guess. Well, this is. I'm but the guest on your talk show here. So
I'm asking the questions. So.
Oh man. Well, can I will respond to your question with the question. What do you think constitutes a ban in Flesh and Blood? When do you look at something and you think to yourself that needs a ban?
I think when there's like a proven track record over a period of time that shows that something is like absolutely busted, or if you can point to the card directly and say why it violates the core tenets of the game.
Sure.
You know, we saw this with like Awakening. It basically encouraged you not to block and then do something completely insane that you gain nothing but value from. You know, so that was like clear, you know,
Sure.
Duskblade. Just busted.
We didn't even get a chance on that one.
Anybody who did try to take a chance was like, yep, this is busted. So, you know, things like that make a lot of sense. Starvo probably should have been banned. I'm going to say that. That's okay. I can say whatever I want.
This is your show.
This is my show.
This is just we just created this just for you to get your willies out.
You know, and I think in the past, LSS has been really great about looking at the meta and banning certain things. They suspend cards where they think they need to be suspended. They ban them outright when they think they're broken. And they've been very kind of transparent on the reasons why, and I think that's all really great. They've also been transparent on the fact that they will use this suspension and banning to manipulate the meta because they want to, you know, which you can feel about that any way you want. I just realized we got this mushroom up here that's kind of funny, but that's okay.
That's our next segment.
That's our next segment. What is this mushroom?
What is that mushroom?
But yeah, it's so, you know, I think there are clear points where that comes into play. And I'm not against banning things.
Mm-hmm.
I just think when, you know, we have one big event or like two big events and one hero does really well at that event and people's immediate reaction is like, well, this is too good, this is bad. And you're just like, just let Azalea have some fun, man. She's been like just under the rock for, for a couple of years.
Yeah.
And all the diehards who've been playing her ever since she came out finally get a chance to like have some fun. And the first thing everything people do is call for a bunch of bans. I don't even keep track of how many bans they want, but, you know, it's Codex of Frailty. It's, you know, whatever. I mean, I guess Codex is probably the only one that I would consider we might see a ban in the future, but I don't think it really needs to be worried. Like right now, like let it play. Like,
It seems like it's from what I'm understanding, for you it's about length of time with the thing. See how the thing actually develops. If Azalea is unbeatable for 2-3 months, at that point data is clear. But we're still in the period of time where we're gathering the data and we're seeing how the cards really play, seeing if there is counterplay to something like Azalea. Codex is hard to like play around. There are small ways you can, but in terms of just the hero itself, Lexi, Azalea, if these cards are pushing it too far over an extended period of time, that's when you'd want to see something change.
yeah, and I think that has been the way they've done it. You know, so it just seems like the reaction people have to a hero doing well is to just call for bans.
Yep.
And I'm not into that.
Yep.
I think, you know, I'm also, you know, not someone who's chasing the meta. I don't switch up my hero to play the most important, best deck in the meta at any given point. You know, so I'm probably in the minority for a lot of people where it's just like, well, I'm going to play what I want to play, and I have to adjust that to be as good as I can into this meta. And sometimes it's not your meta to shine if you do that, and that's okay. And, you know, it can be frustrating, but I don't know. It's just, I just don't see how your first response isn't, well, how do we beat this? You know, that should be the first response, especially if you're considering yourself a competitive player. I'm calling all of y'all out. So, you know, if that is your
Where's your fire?
Yeah, like that should be your cue to like go into the lab and deck build and try to find a counter to it. And if you can't find a counter to it, you're probably supposed to be playing that deck. So, you know, figure it out. You know, and that's easier said than done. That's why I'm not one to do it, because I'm not the
Everybody,
deck
you
builder.
deck build, not me, but you do it.
Do it for the rest of us. I mean, that's how
That's
most
true.
of this works. You
That's
know,
true.
a couple people build some decks, and the rest of us just profit. So
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Hello.
What up? Welcome back, guys.
We are here. We're casting the next round. Who's playing? Do we know?
We have not gotten the names yet. Or
Match intro. Oh, we're gonna go right there. They already have
It
it ready
is.
for us.
there it is.
There we go. It's gonna be Katsu and Lexi. Jacob Hoxton versus Alejandro Cuevas.
Alejandro. Yeah.
I do not know anything about these players, so I'm excited. That this is gonna be a really interesting matchup. I've been kind of wondering about is, can hyper aggro Katsu take on Lexi? And definitely. Okay, I know Jacob.
Yeah, Jacob's one
yeah.
of our San Diego guys, right?
No, he's up
Or
here.
He's up here.
He's
yeah.
up here. Yeah. But I met him at the Pro Tour. A very nice guy.
I believe.
Shared some bevs, some food, and that's the great thing about these events is you get to hang out with great players like that. And honestly, it's the highlight sometimes after the event is getting to hang out with these people. And
Yeah, it's the whole community vibe, right?
Yep.
You get to talk about the day. Everyone shares their bad beat stories.
oh yeah,
Andrew's going to talk about how Tyler did 33 damage to him and drew 10 cards during a turn. That's,
just laugh about it. Yep.
Yeah.
So this is gonna be very interesting. Adam, I'm not quite familiar with your profile of what you play. Would you play meta characters? Do you play
Yeah.
just meta characters? Okay.
I'm that guy that's just like,
No,
what's the
that's
best
okay.
deck? I'm going to play it. So I've played a lot. I played a lot of pretty much every hero in the game, you know. I only recently started playing Azalea.
Okay.
Because obviously,
Yeah, she's great.
She's sweet now. And
Yeah.
before everyone's like, don't bother playing Azalea.
Have you played much of Katsu at all? And since he's swinging into the meta now?
No, actually, I've looked at a lot of lists and I've been watching some games. Like they got the Bonds, they got a lot of new good cards. But I've never dipped into Ninja as one of the classes that like I played 5, but it's very different from Katsu. Katsu gets to do a lot of.
He gets
tricky
fetch on a stick.
Yeah, exactly. So powerful.
Well, I'm excited. Katsu needs some love. All the W2R enjoyers are rejoicing. Bond's Ancestry, a great card coming in. Dishonor, more fun to be had.
Oh yeah.
It looks like it's going to be Lexi going first.
Yep.
Katsu not being very traditionally good at blocking, so I think going first might be a little better here. But you probably can get the whole hand out of Katsu. But if you do something tricky like Rain Razors or a Lightning Press, if you run those still, you can sneak in some damage and really mess up the Katsu for like an on hit for his slapback turn.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm sure Katsu's probably happy to take a couple of damage, you know, block out, even if Lexi has a good turn here. Take a couple and then have the tempo of the first turn of
Yeah.
damage and mass triggers back at Lexi.
Imagine like the lowest roll you can get as Katsu is like drawing Art of War opening. And you're like,
Yeah.
that's not what I want to see. But I don't think that's going to be the case here. Got those 2 cards sideways already ready. Boom. 6 block on your 5. Good to go.
Easy.
Oh,
That's not fun.
that's a great card for Alejandro to see, especially this early against Akatsu.
Mhm.
Thankfully, Akatsu is hyper aggro. He has blues, but if he draws in all reds here, that could be hard. Even just now, he can't even Kodachi pressure.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
it's so good.
it's very good. That's exactly what I was talking to Blake last round about. Is yeah, that Arctic at the end of the Lexi turn is so mean. Just
So mean. And a lot of people run 2s, runs 3s for this exact reason. Is hyper aggro still exists. This just puts a wrench in Jacob's plan. I think the best thing is you obviously have to pressure through it, right? So I don't know if you would swing a Kodachi. I think you would just put an attack action down. Probably have to pitch like 2 cards and then get one wind up for your arsenal. And then just hope Lexi doesn't have like 3 of a kind or Rain Razors to start racing you. Jacob just didn't want to see these frostbites at all.
for sure. Yeah, 3 whole frostbites. That's a whole extra card if it's a blue. You know, like that messes with him trying to discard one to go get a better card. You know, and
Yep. Have you played a lot of Lexi?
I have played a lot of Lexi. Not as much as some of our local Lexi aficionados here. We got Evan and everybody, but man, she's so fun. New Horizon. When I read, I love card games because when the designers build cards and like it's like, hey, how do you break this? You know, it's like they'll make the rules to the game and then they create cards that break the rules. And so like when I saw that card, I was like, 2 arsenals? What do you mean 2 arsenals? I have to play with this.
This definitely warps the game.
Yeah.
No, she has some really cool equipment. Bullseyes, Shock Charmers, all beautiful art.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that Shock Charmers. I had that Shock Charmers playmat. It was one of the prettiest I've ever seen. That art is awesome.
You've been around other card games and different metas. How do you feel about the predominance of Rangers in this meta? Is it something you're comfortable with, or something that you think they would have to change over time?
I'm not one to like to hastily ban or hastily say anything, you know. We've had one, I mean 2, right? We had the I think a min-max event, we had the Pro Tour, we've had the Arcane Games events. And like there hasn't been that much. We haven't had time to, this is the big baddie. All right, now spend a couple weeks building a deck that just beats the big baddie. And then now let's play. And then let's give it another couple weeks, and you know, I think things will change, and I think people will, there's a lot of smart players playing this game all day, you know. And, and like someone is going to be like, I'm going to beat Lexi, and they're just going to play until they figure out their hero can beat Lexi, or they figure out the hero that just beats Lexi the best, and the meta will shift.
No, I think that's definitely a valid point. Just more time to figure out the counters. You know, you see that all the time. Like counters emerge into the meta. Like Azuri being someone people say is favored into Lexi because of these now new reps that have been going into it.
I think LSS knows a little bit more than we do. They're probably putting because like when they banned or when they hit Viserai when it was Bravo season, everyone was like, really? Like we didn't think that he was very good, but we didn't think it needs to be good. But they saw the forethought that like, oh, if we did this, then he's just off. You're going to be complaining about him in 2 months, so let's just get it now.
Yeah.
But I think a lot of people were kind of outcrying about Ranger because the way that the deck plays is really not fun for your opponent. Interacts with them, gives them annoying tokens, asks you questions like
draws 3 cards.
Draws 3. So the fact that it interacts well and like has all this mean interaction while being a very powerful aggro deck with these amazing cards that just like fill your hand, do explosive turns.
Oh yeah.
No one likes to get like interacted with. No one wants to get frostbites. No one likes getting their cards discarded and stuff like.
Yep. That's definitely, I think, a valid viewpoint. You know, here we see Lexi now doing what she does. Has the Endless Arrow. 3 of a Kind was played. Loads. The Endless Arrow was in there beforehand, so he's probably going to get 3 arrows this turn minimum. So first one's going to be a Frost Shot Fused. So Alejandro kind of going more for a fuse list. I think we have lists here.
Yes.
I know not every Lexi currently is pro fusing, but it looks like he has.
He is an ice Lexi.
He is an ice Lexi, so this will definitely help him in this matchup.
So that had to block out that Blizzard Bolt. What's the next arrow gonna be? We got the Chill and Ice. Insidious Chill is so mean in those, and that's like still such a cool card that Lexi gets access to in the fatigue matchup. So they want to block. You can set up those chills and then break through at the end of the game.
Oh yeah.
All right, so we're gonna load Voltaire. What do we got? What's our second arrow?
So first arrow is fully blocked out. I think from Jacob's perspective, this is accurate. You know, this is going to be a 3 of a Kind's turn. This is a very strong turn from Alejandro. It's early in the game. preserve your health. Look for another opening here. Be defensive, especially with these stronger on-hit arrows.
And especially he's blocking with 2 reds, right? Or no?
I think that's like a red and red. Yeah, it looks like red and red.
So maybe maybe if that Blizzard Bolt hit, he doesn't have another blue, or like that's gonna mess up his turn even more.
Yeah.
Drill shot is so interesting. It's very powerful. That extra little pip that it gets of dinging their armor.
Oh yeah, it's pretty much a 5. It just translates later on, and it's really annoying to block unless you have that perfect D react.
Yeah. Jacob doesn't want to give another card to fully block this. He's just happy to
just
get
reduce
one.
some of the damage. Yeah. Breaking Skills is one of those pieces of armor that you're fine using early because there's situations where you want to instantly use it to pop a combo line off, and if you haven't used the 1 block armor, it just feels like a waste.
Exactly. Yeah. I noticed myself just trying to. I notice a lot of ninja players just like getting that guy in on the first or second turn. Just get your 1 life out of it because you never know when you're going to want to.
Yeah.
When the situation might be the next turn where you want to use it to get him.
Endless Still, that's going to be the last arrow probably coming out of Alejandro.
Ooh. Oh, see, yeah, we had a quad red hand.
Yeah, that's not what you want to see as Katsu. So thankfully, pretty good Jacob decision to block hand. Blocking the Endless Arrow is definitely important here. It is unfortunate that Drill Shot hit and put a -1 counter on the mask, but that's what Drill Shot does. Unless you have the D-React, it's really awkward.
And I think Jacobs sussed out that exact. I mean, it was all face up there, but he had to throw 1 on the Drill Shot and then double block because if he throws 4 in front of the first attack, the third one's going to get the hit trigger and it's awkward. So I think he made the correct block there. We drew up, we passed back. He's got no cards.
It's all good. Have your Frostbite back.
There you go.
Don't want that. Perfect. Thankfully, Katsu does run a lot of blues, I think more traditionally than other hard aggro decks, just because that's what Kodachi's like. It's just 1 blue for 0. So Frostbites will be annoying, but I think Jacob will have opportunities to do decent damage back. It's just all up to how Alejandro wants to be aggressive against him and race and say, okay, I don't mind smaller hits. I'm just going to try and race you. Or if he wants to be preserve life and set more of a pitch stack. Against Katsu, I don't know if you're making a second cycle, but we'll see. It's new Katsu. Anything can happen.
Yeah, it's where is that right there? It's interesting. He's also playing Jacob's playing the Heart and Cross Strap instead of the Tunic. So he wants this game to end quick, right? He does not want to give Lexi too many turns to find their powerful cards.
That's very true. Tunic is usually used for those longer games, so that's a great observation. And then also Alejandro having a Perch Grapplers. Is that common, Lexi's Perch Grapplers? I think it's usually Snapdragons.
It's usually a Snapdragons, but I think it's just to try to cover up a mask or get an extra,
defense point. That makes sense. I guess if you're playing against, a hyper aggro deck or expected hyper aggro deck, that extra armor is massive for buying you space for that win.
Yeah, it can just having your boots can lead to stopping a mass trigger, like block the second Kodachi or whatever. And
such a solid 2-card hand. The 0 for 7, just like, and it's vanilla, and that's the hard part. I think people underrate vanilla damage because it's
the amount of damage E-Strike gets through is too much. It's like, oh, it's an E-Strike, I'll take it.
There you go, exactly as you said. That's 7 damage. That's a big chunk out of Alejandro's health for 2 cards. Jacob really playing, I think, very cautiously, and it's paying off right now.
Yeah, he's trying to walk him down, not take too much.
Lexi flipping the Lightning Surge, so giving the Lightning Reveal and giving the next arrow go again because of it.
Ooh, so this could be a 4 attack turn.
Yes, definitely. It's always interesting seeing Lexi's maneuver these arrows and how much they load in the quiver. I know like newer Lexis sometimes just shoot a bunch, but more experienced Lexis will have definitely multiple arrows, like 3 arrow turns, always set up.
For sure. And the deck's much more powerful when you start with an arsenal card, right? So like if you're like doing your big turn and clearing out your arsenal, you have to wait another turn to set it up and then do on-offs. But sometimes you can still have a big turn and save it and like make sure your next turn's a little bit more safer, better.
You don't have to play all the cards. If you're 3 of a kind, you can set up for the next one. You don't have to overextend at all. Keeping momentum or tempo is super great. Blocking 6 here, and blocking correctly, I think that's 2 3s. So Jacob's just calling it always, saying like, hey, you might have the Rain Razor.
Yeah, that was.
So he revealed before. I'm trying to think. Okay, so I think what happened before. I think it's more than 6. He revealed a channel. Not the channel. What's it called? The lightning.
The go again token.
No, the Lexi's specializations you can only play. That's the
Oh, the
Volt
Pulse.
Haven. Volt
Pulse
Haven.
Pulse
That-
of Volt Haven.
yeah, that's it. The Pulse. That's what I was looking for.
Oh, gotcha.
So she, played Pulse ahead of time, or at least revealed it for the double fuse, I think, and then did this for 6. It hit, so he had to pay. And then this one also, he has no more cards in hand, so he doesn't have to pay for the Chilling Ice Vein.
Does Be Like Water a 3-block?
I'm pretty sure Beer Waters a 3-block. They both block for 2. Okay, so it was over that way.
Yeah,
okay.
that's
So
why.
that's why I hit. So that then 2 goes that way. So I got lost in the sauce with
Yeah,
these, with
so
these
yeah.
cards. Yep.
It was 4 + 2, and he's blocking 4, and
Yep,
the
yep.
Rain Razors did get him.
Man,
So
that's
then,
so hard sometimes. Okay. Yep.
yeah, all right, we're back on track, and
caught up.
that was rough for Jacob. He had to pitch his whelming because of the chilling hitting, and
Yep.
then he's blocking that. And then we got maybe 2 more attacks coming at him this turn. Alejandro going to gain some ground here. We got
Nice.
all right. Or does he not want to attack? Does he just want to arsenal a second card and set up another big turn since he's already...
We were talking about you don't have to
Ooh.
play all the cards, but he's deciding he's going to go for it. He says,
He'd rather get the damage in than strip more cards, right?
Correct.
He's a ranger. He could be worried about fatigue, you know? Jacob's been blocking the whole game.
well, this is pretty much guaranteed damage. Jacob doesn't
Yeah.
have any more cards in hand, so this is all freebies. And
8,
with the
10.
pulse, it's going to be big.
I think that's a 10, but yeah, that... All right.
That is 10. How would you have done it? Would you have set up for the next turn, putting the pulse and arsenal with...
10 damage is pretty good.
It's
I
pretty
think,
sweet.
I think I'm going for
Oh,
10
yeah, going
damage.
for 10? Yeah, I think you go here, too.
Especially seeing that Jacob wants to block and is actively blocking. Like,
Yeah.
if I try to set that up and then he just blocks that plus my next arrow next turn, like, yeah.
No, that was super great use of Rain Razors. You got a lot of value out of that. And having the pulse, too, that turn is just...
Yeah, that was a very good turn from Alejandro.
Yeah. So having that health lead will net him a free turn at some point where he wants to finish Jacob when he's down, has him down his sights of his arrow.
Yeah. That's always the spot you don't want to be in, is when you're trying to get them to block and they're looking at you with like red in their eyes and like no blocks.
No blocks. I have 30 health. I'm okay.
Yeah.
That's also another big factor when you're playing Fab, is that health lead will matter later on, and when it, if they don't have to respect your damage at all, it's gonna hurt.
It will, yeah.
Frostfang, or no? This is arrow showing Frostfang. So
Chilling fuse with the Frostfang. So if this hits, he's gonna make him discard again, which is no fun.
yeah.
So yeah, and that's this ice deck, man. He's required Jacob to give him at least 2 cards every turn.
Oh yeah.
Because if you don't block, you're gonna be losing them anyways. So
And that's the hard part about Ninja, because Ninja does not want to block.
it really does so well with massive hands and can throw extra cards away to tutor and
Disrespecting people,
yeah.
saying I have Art of War, I have Mask.
And that's actually, I played more against Katsu when I was playing Chain back in the day than recently.
Mhm.
'Cause now he's got all these new cards, so we're seeing him again. But I remember back in the day, I was like, please, Katsu, just please block one of my cards. Please don't keep all of your cards. Please.
Just getting all of them out. Yeah, no, definitely. Just getting all of them out of the hand. All right, so there's going to be
Okay.
6.
And this is a Sedation Bolt?
Yes.
Cool. So that makes an Inertia.
The Frailty.
Frailty. Oh, that's
Oh,
the
no.
frail.
Sedation's the
This-
blue one. The Frailty is the yellow one. I can't see what's in underneath the dial. It just perfectly hides that arrow. Let's play a quick guessing game. You get this much of the arrow.
Yeah.
What arrow is it? It is I bought money on
Let's see. Flush. All right. What are we thinking about here? We got that. So if that is the one, Sedation makes, I think it is this one. Yep.
it is sedation. Yes,
Got
that's inertia. Correct.
Inertia. Gotcha. So
All right.
trying to mess with the arsenal.
You had your
which
time to guess, chat. We got it.
we beat you.
Yep. That's the new mini game we got to put in between the
Yeah.
slides. It's like
yeah,
guys,
right.
you
Who
just
can figure out the cards faster? Chat or
blurry.
us. Oh,
Caster Extreme Edition.
we're cheating though. I have a deck list in front of me, so
That's
that's
also true. Yeah, this is definitely a lot of damage, a lot of disruption. I don't. Why did you know from the Lexi high tables why people chose the damage build versus the fuse build? Is fuse not as impactful, or is it just another way people prefer to play?
I think all of that stemmed a lot from like the Michael Hamilton train of thought with Flesh and Blood, where you just boil it all down to numbers on the cards,
Okay.
right? And so the fact that the Blood Rot Bolt, what's that one called? The really good one.
The Bloodshot.
The
Yeah.
one that makes a Blood Rot token.
Yeah.
That's a 1 for 5 plus the Blood Rot, so it's a 1 for 7. Like just better, big number, better, more number, less. Like,
Yeah.
And so and like I don't know if you'd call it power creep, but right, we have cards that are just doing more damage than previously, right? These
Correct.
cards just do more, so you're gonna play these. And so I think that's where they went. They were like, we've played Fuse for a while. Let's just try to do the. We've added a couple damage to all of our arrows with these new cards. Let's try these.
Yeah. I see how that rolls. I don't think that makes sense. Just trying something new, but it seems like
In some matchups, damage is better than interaction. In some matchups, interaction is way better than damage. So it's a give and take too.
And I don't think Lexi has too many card counters right now for not wanting to interact with you. She says, I interact with you more by my on hits. And I think that's exactly Alejandro's train of thought here. On hits are good. You have to respect all of them. You can't be greedy. And me and Blake were saying earlier that we think it's more of a meta where it's an all-in meta. Like if you can call the all-in, then you win the game, you know?
That's a very good way to think about it too, because this Lexi deck, it is so strong. When it's pumping out its good turns back to back to back to back, you're just under the gun and like on the back foot the whole time. But if Lexi has a bad turn and Katsu starts doing stuff, Lexi doesn't block well. Like Lexi, she doesn't want to be on that side of it either. So it's whoever can take reins of tempo in these kind of matchups and make the other like. And Lexi is so good at just doing it turn after turn after turn. Like in the past, we've had like Briar decks that like, oh, I messed you up for 2 turns and then I drew 4 damage, and now you get to.
Yep.
Yeah.
And that would just actively happen. But we're seeing now with all these new cards being added, a lot of consistency, definitely, and just having to know your meta and having to know what the threats are, and honestly respecting those threats. You see Jacob here wanting to give 2 cards to overblock because maybe there's a Rain Razors in the hand he doesn't know about, And that's the hard part you get in these matchups. You both don't block well, but you both do great damage with solid on hits. At what point do you lay off the block button and then you just try and go in for a combo of your own to try and take it? It's so hard, but if you can find it, it could change the game.
That's really what Jacob needs, right? He needs to identify a turn that he doesn't have to block, right? Because there's a lot like. The Endless, I think that's a pretty good block. You don't want him to just keep cycling that free damage at you. But hopefully there's a turn where Alejandro is only coming in with 1 on-hit effect that messes with his hand, and he can mount an attack back. Ooh, see, this is not enough. Okay.
A double pitch is not ideal for Alejandro, having to know Arsenal or anything. But the discard, it helps, but 2 cards in Jacob's hand.
Oh, is that an Art of War?
Yeah.
No, this is so awkward.
This is very awkward. He wants to keep... It would be cool if he could block and then just Arsenal the Art of War, but here, even if you block, it still hits. You'd have to discard.
Oh, that's really unfortunate.
And you have the Frostbite, which prevents you from, like, any shenanigans with it, I guess. He says, okay, I have to take it.
Pitch the Art of War for later, and Arsenal is attack.
What do you pitch it to?
The Frost Fang, when it hits, you have to pay 2.
Oh, pay 2. Okay, got you. That makes sense.
So you'd want to keep it back in his deck rather than get rid of it.
That makes sense.
I was wondering if he was going to Arsenal the Art of War and pitch the other card, but he'd rather have the attack than the Art of War in his arsenal, it seems.
What is this? It's something. Something that he's like, all right, I'll take it. That was another thing, is also identifying in this meta, like, key factors of, like, what health do you feel safe at? As Katsu, at 17 health, do you feel safe?
A little bit. Like, I think you're safe, but you're close to not being safe anymore, and especially with the turns Lexi can do, right? So it's scary. He has to turn something around sooner than later, right? I don't think he has another couple turns to try to turn something around, or hopefully like if Alejandro's turns aren't too big and you can block 3, chip in with some Kodachis.
And sometimes that can happen. The other player can draw all the cards in the right order. You don't get that break point, but you do have to decide: do I go down with my arms up trying to block, or do I go down trying to swing? And the Fuse Build just doing great work against Katsu. Brendan was just saying no.
Both of these cards are just so mean to Katsu.
Just any aggro deck, you just say, yeah,
you
can't play any of those cards in your hand anymore. Better block.
Another card basically requiring 2 cards from Jacob to block, and then the Frostbite's just being shown.
Which is crazy. So sometimes it's like you play, I'm not saying it's you or any other certain Ranger players. We play against Ranger players and you're like, well, you're just going to try to fatigue me. And you're like, no, I'm blocking your stupid on hits that I don't want to get. Yeah. Stop playing good cards with a lot of words on them.
I'm not doing this to you. You made me do this to you. can't. This is the only option.
You did this to yourself.
yeah.
No, definitely. So that could be the hard part too.
I've noticed it happening in my games where I'm not even trying to fatigue Lexi, and like I'm just, what else can I do? If I don't block, I can't cast any of my cards. So here you go.
You get the cards. Yeah, exactly. That's the trade-off.
And which is weird because she's an aggressive deck, but it can lead to these really long, drawn-out games with interesting endings based on how much damage has gotten in, and we start getting in the fatigue realm and weird aggro matchups, which is kind of interesting sometimes. All right, so there's the Frostbites. We double blocked. Can we do anything with 3 Frostbites and 2 cards?
Or just see if Shadow does anything to these Rangers.
Yo,
Shadow has some fun stuff.
Shadow, we were talking. Yeah, Dusk for Dawn could do so much cool stuff. I'm excited that Prism is kind of getting the Dromite treatment with the Angels. Some more
more ally support, like that mechanic for sure.
Yeah.
We're gonna pay for the Hardened Cross Strap.
Okay, this is
break it, Surging. Go again, 5. It looks like the red one. I think that's a pretty good one, Arsenal.
No, this is exactly like. See, he would not. Maybe that's exactly where this. Without that, the chess piece, not breaking skills, Hardened Cross Trap.
Yeah,
would have been pretty hard to do this here. Maybe he knew it'd be getting interacted with a lot, and having the 2 mana on 1 turn is more important than the 2 resources.
Man, if he had not those 3 Frostbites, he could have like maybe gone for like a mass trigger, but that's how big that is. I think he only runs 2 Arctic Incarceration, so that would be his last one coming out. Yep. 2 seems to be the min-max most Lexis are settling on. I used to see 3, but it looks like 2 is the ideal ratio.
They can clunk up. You just want to see 1 every
once in a while, a little mix-up. Yeah, mix-ups are great in this game.
Stripping some cards from Alejandro is exactly what Jacob needs right now.
Yeah.
Like, I honestly think Alejandro could just take this. He's going to get a Whelming, draw an extra card, maybe get in 9 more damage and close it up. And if Alejandro's got this channel and all the scary stuff, you never know.
Yeah, I think it's pretty possible just to take it.
All right. No blocks. Alejandro decided. I got a really good hand. What can you do with the last card by discarding it?
What are you gonna find? Just dishonor him without actually. I just want the 2 damage, bro.
Makes sense. We're just getting the red Whelming. Another break point. Get him with that ninja snatch.
Does it draw a card on hit? Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, so now he has to respect it. So here's Jacob really trying to do what Alejandro's been doing all day, is putting good on hits. You don't block well. If this hits, this could potentially get worse for you.
Exactly.
This 5 damage now just turned into 9, which could turn into 12, which could bring Alejandro down into his low 20s, which kind of puts him even.
Yeah.
Yeah, gonna use it. Breaking skills, why not?
Alejandro remembering. Oh no, Alejandro asked what does it do.
Oh, okay,
not being smart about. Don't get messed up by that.
Okay.
I remember doing that a bunch when I was first learning.
WTR draft. I remember just like, oh well, I lost. I'm an idiot. Sorry.
Yeah, this is a tough choice. Yeah. I think Alejandro's in a steady enough lead if he thinks his hand's good enough not to block.
It all depends what his hand is, yeah.
If Jacob draws another attack and threaten a mass trigger, like this gets out of hand really quick.
So the problem, with the fuse build is you don't always have gas. So I think Alejandro has a hand. I think I saw a channel. That's not necessarily offensive. So you have to think. He has to consider like, well, what does my hand do to respond to this?
Exactly. I think I see a Frostfang, maybe an Ice Arrow or something. Yeah, it might not be
as impactful as you'd want. Okay, he's gonna go for it for the mash trigger. He says, "Bet
2.
Give me your purchase. Give me your New Horizon."
I would throw my perch at this instantly. Sure.
Throw it at him.
It's just throw it at Jacob. Here's some boots.
He's considering a card from hand.
That might be dueling channels. I'm blind. No, it's a Frostfang.
Yeah, instead of Frostfang and like a channel.
Frostfang, Lightning Surge, channel, and something else.
Do you block it, chat? Yes or no?
Yeah.
What do you guys do here? Insta block, give channel. Oh, give card from hand. 2's just annoying enough.
Yep. All right. Oh.
Why is he overblocking? Because of
playing around
the-
scales.
Because the breaking scales got
Okay.
you.
So he did better than both
Yeah.
of us because I would have just put my perch grapplers.
100%.
And then he would have
Yeah.
activated both of his armors.
He saw the punish, and that we did not see.
And that is why under my name it says washed up. Because I would have put perch grapplers right.
Washed up store owner.
All right, so let's see. Oh, it was a drill shot in his arsenal.
Yep. All right. So we're gonna go for the stall here. Definitely putting out the channel first. It messes up a lot of things for Jacob. Like if it was a sync or something, anything efficient, he now has to pay for. So doing it first is correct. Now, do you shoot the arrow or do you arsenal a second arrow and look for a wind up?
I like that. I like just getting the Frostfang out there. Keep that guy. What kind of defense reactions is Jacob playing? Looks like he's got 3 Flick Flacks, and that's
Flick Flack's pretty standard.
Yeah.
But Flick Flack's like also buffs
the
other
next-
things.
The next one, yeah. Reinforce the lines. Those have been coming out a lot recently. That's
Really
cool.
great
Really cool
into
tech.
dominate meta. It's like insta corrects. I like them. It's on rate. It's 0 for 4. You just have to block with something first, which is fine.
Have you played any of the new Katsu?
I've not played any of the new Katsu, but I always messing with new meta tech, and that was like one of the first things I remember being like, the numbers are correct here. Like I just need to see a scenario of that where this is great, and it's great against like Guardians and people, Azalea, people who dominate. It just gets around it.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's very cool. I like that card a lot. And it's smart tech. Whoever figured that out. I saw it creeping in a list a couple months ago or something.
Super great. So here, I think Jacob definitely has to give up 2 cards that block 3. You know, maybe do a smaller turn and do a little wind up.
But giving up a surging and a whelming to keep Art of War or something.
Art of War and something, but like he
That
has
hurts.
he
You don't
has the lake. He has the
Oh, the lake, yeah.
so you.
Couldn't do anything anyways.
Yeah, you can't do too much. You know, your big turn, which you think before, if it was anything but that, but he had, you know, he's like said, oh, all your cards cost more, and if you let this hit, you get less of those as well. So you're like, yeah, I'm just gonna block this and kind of wait it out. You know.
He has to, yeah. And I think that was pretty. Jacob didn't take any damage last turn. Got an Art of War and Arsenal.
Yeah.
We'll see. We'll see what Andrew throws at him this turn. So what's with the shock charmers? They're just doing the ice.
Punish the
punished
on
with the
hits.
ice?
Yeah, that's generally what it is. It's just, I don't know if it's a win more card. I don't know if it's like this is what you need to do to. It feels spiky to me.
Yeah, it's interesting. Either it's like insane or it's like, hey, he's already dead. Stop it.
Yeah, versus like a perch. Perch could get you like a 4th arrow if you know how to do right, which could extend for the damage. But I'm not a Rantry player, so.
Yeah. Or you meant bullseyes, the bullseye bracer.
Oh yeah, right.
Yeah.
You can wear perches on your hands.
I'm sure.
Drill shot, always annoying. Not much armor from the target left with the last armor slot for Mask Momentum. Didn't get a block all game. It's okay. Usually doesn't. Yeah, okay.
All right, we got the fuse in.
Got the Winter's Bite.
So.
All the fuses love Winter's Bite.
Wonder if Andrew drew another ice card this turn, he could even like activate his quiver to get both of those ice cards into his pitch to keep channel for another turn.
That's very true. Quivers are so cool.
Yeah, these new quivers are awesome. I've been waiting for them to do unique class equipment stuff. I was even like, we were even joking that like the winner of Worlds should get like a golden star equipment, like a little like card that's like you won Worlds, like a feather in your hat.
That's
you get to like
cool.
put on the board. It doesn't do anything. It says like activate, tell your opponent you're a nice guy.
Yeah.
But just like some kind of flash.
Just a pure flex.
Yeah, pure flex.
certified.
Exactly.
All right, so blocking the first arrow, always chilling Ice Fang. I hate that one because it's like,
Yeah.
well, if I don't block it, well,
Yeah.
you're gonna get cards out of my hand anyway. So once again, back to the theory of, you know, good on hits are good.
Yep.
Gonna be taking, what is this, a Bolton?
This is the no. This yeah, probably a Bolton shot.
Bolton shot. Tunic triggers. It was missed apparently. Unfortunate.
Happens to the best of us.
And then having one more arrow face up, you've already used Voltaire twice, so this will be the last arrow you can shoot, especially because you have the 3 of a kind. So you're not playing Anything, and the channel is staying up this turn, which is another big thing as well because you have 2 ices, right? No, that's
one's a fuse card, and then the Winter's Bite is the only ice card.
you can still do that thing you're talking about.
He could still. I don't know if he has one in his hand. but
Yeah.
I saw Lightning Surge, which he's probably trying to save for Arsenal, for next turn. But I don't know if that last card is an ice card because that'll just. And if he's able to hide the fact, Jacob's full blocked out, so it's not like the channel sticking around does anything, anyways.
Correct. Yeah, I put him in the scenario where you're so buried deep in
doesn't matter.
snow. Yeah. You're just holding your position and just hope you don't take too much damage from this frostbite. And here you go. Like you said, I think he's pitching to Shock Charmers.
Oh, there it is.
So yeah, you can pitch to Shock Charmers.
Doesn't even have to waste his quiver yet. Just
No.
Shock Charmers, keeping channel.
Yep. So that helps with the fuses and things like that. So now we see why he's better at us than Lexi, and he makes sense of his decision. So yeah, so challenges stick around. It doesn't matter because Jacob blocked this full hand.
Got to do the thing. Yep. You got to put those ice cards first. There you go.
Oh, what is the interaction here? Please explain.
So channel,
Uh-huh.
what's unique about it is it says at the end of your turn, I think that's the exact, I don't know. At the end, you have to put ice cards from your pitch on the bottom of your deck equal to the counter. So you tick up a flow counter and then you put 1 ice card under, or if you tick up a flow counter, you put 2 ice cards. That
Okay.
happens before your regular pitch goes.
Okay.
So your ice cards, and you should have to show your opponent channel trigger, put 2 ice cards on the bottom, and then put pitch. Everyone kind of shortcuts it, ticks up, put all my pitch on the bottom.
Yeah.
But those ice cards should be higher up in your stack than
Correct.
the rest of your pitch from that.
It could
turn.
matter.
And
It definitely could
yeah,
matter.
it could matter.
It's pro level plays, me not knowing these things. I've been cheating on Briar apparently the entire time. I just put the whole pitch after Mount Heroic.
Right. Yeah, you don't want those. You want those bad Earth cards lower.
Alright, so back at it again. I'm gonna have the Lightning Surge, which is a great go again. Reveal an Arsenal.
Yeah. When I see that they flip up Lightning Surge, I'm like, oh, this is a turn you can attack
A lot.
a lot. Yeah.
A lot. No,
You have a go
definitely.
again plus a go again card.
Shows you the other channel. It's like, hey, yeah, remember that winter storm that was gonna last two turns, 2 days? Yeah, this is gonna be a very long one.
It always happens like that, right? When 2 turns of channel and here's the next channel.
Just make a card
keep
that's
'em running.
Seattle. It's channel like Seattle. You just stay inside.
Yeah. Michigan. Channel like Michigan's frozen over.
Channel Lake, Michigan's great. All right, so most likely 2 cards holding up.
Mhm.
Block 3. You're gonna. I can't play cards because of the snow you put me under and the on hits you're presenting.
I don't think we're in. I think that Alex still has, or Alejandro still has so much gas in the tank that
Yeah.
fatigue's not really
No.
a thing.
Well, Kazu doesn't block well, so you're
But
gonna
he's
get.
been blocking a lot.
Yeah, it's true. It's true.
But a little low life total, I think. But I feel like we've gone through what 2, 3 of a kinds at least from.
Definitely 2, 3 of a kinds. No rain razors. Is there rain razors on the list? I imagine there would be. Why wouldn't there be?
I think we've seen at least 3 or 4 chillings. We just have
Oh.
to get through a couple more of those, and then we can stop blocking those. Maybe we can attack back.
Who knows? Maybe we're still alive.
Yeah.
We play 3 sigils at some point.
Yeah, and that effect of the chillings for the whole turn is just wild.
Yeah.
Open here, it comes in again. It's got a hit. No. Things are looking dire for our ninja friend. We putting counters on those. We got 3. We got a -1 mask of momentum.
He wandered too far into the storm of ice and was unable to accomplish this goal of getting to the next point of the bracket. Boom,
Well,
boom,
these
boom.
are our 2. I believe that both of these heroes are our most played heroes today, right? Lexi's in first.
Lexi is 7, and then
five.
Katsu is 5.
5.
Yeah.
So these are the 2 most played heroes today. These are what the majority of people decided, and
Mm-hmm.
we know Ranger's insane right now.
Frostbite right away,
Yep.
and the Frigid.
Yep, there it is. Yeah, 7, 5, and then next was Oldham, 4 Oldhams, 3 Azaleas. So 10 Rangers here today.
It do be like that. Buy your fog downs.
By your fog down. I'm happy for it. They didn't get a lot of time in the sun before, so.
No,
and
I think I agree with you. It's everyone has their time.
yeah, and that's what I'm expecting. Brutes to get some nice support in the next set. They better give us 2 good generic brute cards and then 2 good shadow brute.
Rumblade's coming back. We get 2 suns, so we get to come back again and
Yeah.
Insurgents.
They're gonna make a a Shadow Light Runeblade who gets Spectra Auras and Blood Debt cards. Prism and Chain. had a
UPF
baby.
hero only.
Yeah, you remember Starvo? Check out Chainvo.
Makes soul shackles and auras.
Yeah, your Soul Shackles are also Spectral Shields that can attack.
This is absolutely disgusting monster of a hero.
All right, we got Art of Wars happening.
All right, found the turn. Gonna do the Art of War. This is
Too
gonna
bad
be
it's-
for like blocks because it's like what else can you do?
Yeah.
Says
we're
this
finally casting.
costs 3 100% because I have my
Frostbite channel.
and the Frigid. I think that he played the channel this turn, right?
Played channel and shot a bolt.
Yes,
Yeah.
this turn out of his arsenal, correct? Because he revealed it. So I think if Jacob wanted to do this originally, he should have responded on the layer, and then he could have just blocked out here. But it's kind of a hard decision to make in the moment, you know.
The channel has a counter, so it was here.
Oh,
from
sure.
last
Okay,
turn.
then there you
So,
go.
Yeah.
That's fair.
So
Then he
did
could not have done
an
this.
opportunity,
Nope.
unfortunately.
I was trying to find the outplay. Well, there was none.
You're trying to tell Jacob he messed up, and I'm
No, Jacob, you can never mess up.
no.
I just hate. I hate playing against Ice Lexi as a Briar or anything. It just this is the experience. It's just like
Yeah.
I can't do
It,
anything.
it does not. Ice is mean. Channel Lake Fridge is probably top 3 cards in the game. One of them, it's just
Channel Lake friendship.
friendship. Yeah.
Because we're gonna sit here together. We're just gonna hang
For
out.
a long time.
We're gonna
I'm
hang out.
Make you hang out with me. You're not gonna be able to do anything. You'll watch me do some stuff. You'll block.
We'll have a great time.
Yeah, I championed Icelander for a minute after Worlds, and man, doing those. Oh, there it is. The third channel, the fourth.
Third channel, man.
He doesn't even need to play it this turn.
There's so many bodies buried at that lake.
You get a counter on how much mana channel has made people use.
That'd be a fun stat. You can just know if it was like a online game, then they could just give you that.
Yeah.
3 of a kind as well on top of it.
Yep.
We're still missing 2 Rain Razors, which is the other gas.
Yeah, we've only seen one of the Rain Razors. Okay.
Well, they can't play anymore. That's a hard part too, I think, with playing a more fuse heavy build, is you need cards like Channel Lake Frigid and Arctic, and so when you 3 of a kind, it could potentially backfire on you because you could draw just all the cards that you can't play,
Yeah, and like as consistent as these decks have gotten, there's still some pretty big fail rates built into them, and I think that's important, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I played a ton of Briar, and the amount I'd set up my channel, I'm like, all right, let's go. Draw 4 non-attack actions the next turn. Oh, yay! Thanks, deck. And yeah, I've seen Lexi players Evan 3 of a kind Arsenal pass. Wait, what?
Whoa! What happened there?
Yeah.
yeah. No, it's definitely that's card games.
Yep.
Blocking the chilling, of course. That's one of the demands always. I think that's you just run Rainbow Chilling, right? What's he?
We got Blake dancing in the back.
Dude, look, he's happy. I just want to just highlight Blake real quick.
Yeah.
Nice little guy. He's like, whoa, calm down.
Calm down. Don't put the camera on me. He's sensitive to it. Jacob, just please.
Shut up, Blake.
You have 7 cards in my hand and me. All right, second Voltaire. And it is a Blizzard Bolt.
Dun dun dun.
We can block said Blizzard Bolt and play another turn.
Yeah.
Jake's like, do I want to?
3 blocks though, which is nice.
Yeah.
Jacob holding as hard as he can for the opportunity.
Mm-hmm.
It's just so hard.
Just
All these cards demand demand you to block.
Mm-hmm.
I've not found one opening where I'm like, yeah, I could attack then.
Not Alejandro showed up with a very Ice Lexi, and it is humming.
Oh,
this
it is
whole
humming,
game. We've
yeah.
had Arctic into Blizzard, and it's chillings and
Oh yeah.
channels and third channels.
As an Ice Lexi though, who do you not want to see? Like Azalea? Don't the Azaleas eat Lexis?
I think the way that Azalea plays with the dominate
Yeah.
and going tall and stuff is pretty powerful in the Lexi, and doesn't and has extra resources lying around to fight through some frost effects. So I think Azalea's good too. I also think Dromai is really good in the Rangers.
Yeah. But
Right.
Frost Ranger though,
I
guess
don't
it
know
depends.
about Frost.
It depends on the list because
I believe a lot of the ice arrows are specific to hitting a hero and not dragon, right? So it's not like I can kill your dragon and make you discard a card. That would be rough.
yeah, that would be super rough. So here's 7. Here's the second Rain Razors coming down.
Yep.
Gonna leak damage now because Rain Rangers is a great card.
So powerful. And where are we going next? Pitch. Ooh, Charm, dead.
Yep.
He saw the line. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's the strong thing about Charm. Even let one hit, you can sneak in damage if you have those blues, and then later on when those arrows are a little more important. So
Yeah.
congratulations, Alejandro, winner. Ice Lexi, extraordinaire.
Yeah, crushing it.
A lot of damage.
Very much so. A lot of interaction. Like, he did as much damage as cards blocked from Jacob.
Yeah.
Jacob blocked with 40 cards, and he did 40 damage. And that's the world we're living in right now. So
The Ranger world.
Yeah,
We're just living in it.
for a minute until
Yeah.
people understand how to live in it better. You know?
As somebody who plays Ranger, what do you feel is your weakness? What do you think that is like you should be teching in or you should be respecting from Ranger that would help you get an advantage?
I can't comment to Lexi recently. I played a bunch of Lexi before and Azalea recently, but it felt like the deck can still have some fail rates and stuff, but it was more on the pilot to make sure you weren't like missing resources, right? And throwing arrows away when you could have saved them or gotten more damage in, and you can't be as like willy-nilly with all your attacks in certain matchups, in the control-y matchups and stuff. Like I don't know how much it's changed. This Lexi deck is a lot more powerful. But I remember just getting fatigued by Andrew on Oldham over and over and over and over. Like,
so that's a big one that you're still working at. We have a lot of old hymns here. You think Lexis are gonna hit those old hymns and it's gonna be just a rough time?
I think they've teched in so you were asking me which cards to tech in. I think it is the Insidious Chill. I think
That's the old hymn tech. That's the sideboard.
I think you can set up a couple of them maybe, and then Fuse on the Oldham, discard a card or two. Fuse on the Oldham, discard a card or two, and like strip their hand before, and do the classic like Icelander kind of combo kill thing of trying to rip their cards out of their hand and then hit them for 15 damage and do that 2 or 3 times over the game, to close it home. Because you're gonna get in. I'm probably on a normal Oldham game. You'll get in 10 or 15 damage naturally of just break points and stuff, and then you have to work for that last 30 because Oldham's not getting.
No.
Yeah.
He's gonna heal back. He's gonna have Sigil Solace. Your life is gonna feel like it was wasted.
Yeah, and that was rough when I was playing Azalea the other day. I'm like, all right, pump, do my thing. They're like, oh, staunch response. You're like, oh, what?
That hurts.
Yeah, it hurts.
I'm waiting for the meta where Snag is good again.
Yeah, it's
Dude,
been a
we need
minute.
The Snag, but I wish Snag would do what I want to do and just like prevent all buffs onto things. But it's just attack reactions, unfortunately.
Isn't there a new card that kind of works like Snag that's preventing something? What is it? Amnesia? No, what does that one do?
No, that one. Amnesia is the one where you lose names of like
You lose the
names of things. Yeah, it was just like really good against Katsu for like be like water or like lines that require the names. But yeah, fun game. We definitely saw Katsu get buried by ice. It's gonna be interesting seeing how Alejandro does later in this bracket as it progresses, as he hits worse matchups like Oldhim, like Azalea. I saw Azalea.
A lot of Dromize out there too.
I saw him at the top table. So stay tuned. We still have plenty more rounds to go, and we'll be back for a giveaway.
Ooh, awesome.
Everyone likes free stuff.
Yep.
Thanks.
Thank you.
For your service, but at the same time, I think the first reaction it just seems like kind of just overblown, and I don't know. Twitter again. Also, another thing, side comment: Twitter's not the place really for coherent.
So, welcome back. I'm not those other dudes. This is Tony and Blake. Tony's from a website that he wants to tell you more about. It's Fabrec, which stands for...
Flesh and Blood recommendations.
Oh, nice. And you also have got a box in your hand, so what's going on?
Yeah, so we're going to do an Outsiders box giveaway. We're just going to pick someone out of the chat randomly. There's no sign up, but you do have to respond and let us know you are here. So if you're just AFK hanging out in chat, sorry.
Too bad.
So stay around, be ready. We're going to pick someone out in just a couple minutes here, and then good luck to everybody.
Should we open the whole box for them so they don't get to
No,
enjoy
you know,
that at all
this-
and we just
this-
send them the cards?
This case was not good, so I have a feeling this box is like going to be fire. So it's a fire box right here. I'll just go ahead and say it. So
What else can you do on Fabrec? What happens when you get on that website?
yeah, so what Fabtcg does is we gather deck lists from all around the world. So we actually just passed 100,000 unique Flesh and Blood deck lists. So
Oh,
these
yeah?
are all individual unique deck lists. But what we do is we take it and aggregate all the data and then try to display it in a way that is more useful to the user than just looking at individual deck lists. So when we made the website, we wanted you to go there. It's fabric.gg, by the way. Feel free to check it out.
Good games.
Yep. Good games. And of course, we're from
yeah.
we're a gamer community, StarCraft and all that. We went way back. But what you do is you can see all the different heroes displayed, and if you click on a hero, you can get insights into that hero, such as what are the most popular cards that are being played, what is like the average pitch curve, cost curve. It's a great way for new players to see like what's the flavor of a hero, to see if
Right.
you like it, see what the type of cards are, and of course you can use that to gain better insights and stuff. And then we've recently added a couple other features that are really useful for the community. Whenever we add something, it's like, what do we as players want to add? Stuff like that. So we have an event section now you can go to and actually see specific deck lists from big top 8 events, AGE Opens, Pro Tour, stuff like that. You can see what the best people in the world are playing. Take those deck lists, you can export them to Fabry, and then play on Talishar, edit it yourself, and stuff like that. I have to give a special shout out to Fabry. We get our deck lists from tournament organizers, but a large majority are from Fabry.net. So we're happy to be working with them. Great deck building tool. Make sure you check it out.
I've switched to them recently because you put that straight into the felt table and it's like click a button, you go straight there.
It's super useful. The developer on Fabry is a really nice person. They're really good at what they do. They obviously play Flesh and Blood. They just added a collection management, stuff like that. Another thing we're excited about here, again, good luck to everyone in chat for this box. Maybe has a cold foil play kite.
Maybe. Probably.
No promises. No promises. But we just recently added articles. So we hired a writing staff. Right now on our website, there's 6 articles up. We have a lot more coming. We're covering a wide range of Flesh and Blood topics, such as I've never played Flesh and Blood. Pheno Black wrote a first article about, getting Magic players over to check out Flesh and Blood, people from other games, like how to start. We're hiring, very good, more on the meta pro writers, want to dive in, see what's the tech they want to use for Road to National season, stuff like that. And then a wide range of fun topics. Here's one unique deck to try, and stuff like that. So a lot of big things coming on the website, but right now we want to just add features that are useful as Flesh and Blood players. So feel free to reach out on Twitter anytime you see the boop right down there. Message me anytime. We're always looking to add new stuff, see what the people want. We have a lot of directions for where to go now, but we're really excited. So
if I go to Fabrec and I type in Riptide into the search bar, does it log me out? Does it say, please don't play this deck? Don't
no,
put you
it
through
says the brewing hasn't quite got there. The people
Okay.
haven't quite figured out how to brew Riptide properly. Good to see Anthony Pham on Riptide earlier
He's
representing.
wearing your shirt.
He was holding it down. This is the V2 shirt. So he's got the cold
Oh.
foil original. Yeah.
You got to sit up straight
I
so
need
you can see the whole
You're supposed to give me
logo.
some books to sit on. Or
Oh
something,
my God.
Come on, I thought
Take these deck lists.
Okay, yeah. Those are deck lists? Oh,
Yeah,
actually, I
dude.
need those.
Do you know any website aggregation tool for this at all? That'd
Yeah,
be great.
so those will be up there. And then the event section, you see individual ones. So if you want to see Anthony's Riptide deck, you can check it out on Fabrec. Of course, special shout out to all these amazing casters. AGE has been doing such a good job with these events. So I'm really happy you guys are getting the Battle Hardened, well deserved. So bringing the Battle Hardened back to Los Angeles. We do have West Coast players. I didn't know if LSS knew that.
No, they don't.
There's actually people in Los
Maybe
Angeles
one
that
day.
play Flesh and Blood.
I think they think Chris Eiley lives in Louisiana, actually.
That's fair. That's fair. Well, it's the pre-Louisiana purchase map.
The other LA, yeah. One thought process, should I write a write an article to teach people how to commentate? Or
Hey, content creation is a very difficult thing as an independent kind of streamer. It's difficult. So we are interested in writing about all kinds of topics. So if you're interested in writing, feel free to reach out. Actually, it's like edhrec@edhrec.com. If you didn't know, we're made by the same
Affiliates,
people who
yeah.
make that small little Magic the Gathering website, edhrec. So, but yeah, I think we're gonna go ahead and fire off. Are we ready to do the giveaway? So,
oh my gosh, put Blake in there too. Am I in there? No.
yeah,
no,
make
I'm
sure
just-
we'll go through the chat a bit. So yeah, it's pretty exciting. So what decks were you excited to see today? Were you expecting to see all the Katsus and Lexis?
I think that's something where I'm a little bit like, oh god, I don't want to live in this meta where Katsu comes back, and
It's
I
difficult.
think that's the one where like if anybody shows up with Kitty Cat Katsu and like oh, I put this in for only certain matchups, I think that kind of layer of Katsu is going to be very good because it's oh my god, he's
all right,
literally spinning a wheel. You guys can't see this at home. If it's
who's it?
not somebody I like, we're gonna keep going.
That's good. No, we got a winner here.
Yeah, it's green. His name is Marcos
Marcos-
Resende.
Marcos Resende, just say anything in the chat to let us know you're alive and an actual person, and then I'll be reaching out to you and I'll mail you this deck box. Get your address. So, Marcus, please speak up in chat. Let us know you're here. If not, we'll give you like a minute, and then we're gonna, there's some stream delay or whatever, so we'll give you a little bit of time, but then we'll re-roll it.
Oh, he just said "Let's go" like 15 seconds ago. So
Oh,
maybe
yeah,
he's on delay.
He's on there. So there you go, Marcos Resende. Congrats. Yeah. So the Twitter right there is probably the best way to reach out to me.
Oh, he said I'm on. Marcos.
Congrats, brother,
Sheesh.
or congrats for that. So yeah, Katsu. I hate playing Katsu.
I hate Katsu so much.
and like now that he's even like, there's more options for him to throw at you. There's
Right.
less way to predict. It's like a worse Dorinthia. I feel like like trying to guess what's in their hand. It's like, do I block this? Do I block that?
If you take Surging Strike now, we're just gonna dishonor you anyway.
Oh my god. Yeah. So
like what?
I'm
I need my hero power.
I'm not playing today, so just here. We're not playing, so we can just complain a
Right.
bit about the people in there. But the people in there battling are doing a good job.
No.
Uh,
I don't like the idea of 12 Katsu and Lexi together as the top two heroes.
Yeah, I mean, I'm expecting to see that in Road to National season. I mean, this
gotta
meta here, these are a room full of really good players at the AG Open. You've been watching it all day. These are high level matches, so it's definitely a preview of Road to National season. And different metas, different localities have slightly different popular heroes, but
Because we're in the Bravos. SoCal's not a Bravo town anymore.
I thought so. When I was playing Lexi, there were Bravos everywhere. And it was like the worst. I would always match up against Craig or someone on Bravo. It's like constant, Trent.
Right. I think it's time. Like, if people are switching to Katsu and trying it for the first meta, and they're doing Lexi for the first time, like, none of these people are going to come in with months and months of Katsu knowledge, where if you shake them down with some Bravo cards, maybe that's going to be enough to, like, get out of here. What sucks is Kadachi is going to be the strongest weapon play for the rest of our lives, probably.
Yeah, I'm really excited about. That's why I think Riptide does have some potential. We're memeing on him a little bit now, but it's definitely a unique play style. I think when people take a step back and try to like reevaluate how to build it and not just, try to jam whatever they think like makes sense.
Yeah.
There's definitely room for brewing there. So pretty excited about that.
Well, thanks for coming on. Thanks for giving a box to a local, or what is it, loyal follower, and then
Yeah, be sure to check out Fabtcg. Props again to Arcane Games Events putting on this amazing event here. If you're ever around SoCal, be sure to hit it up. Battle Hard in Los Angeles is coming, run by the same people. Make it out to SoCal.
there'll be more Fabric t-shirts there.
Oh, yeah. If you ever see me, I always have a stash. I've been handing them out in there, so that's one thing we do have.
He will say 2 sizes bigger than your actual size as a joke, though.
No,
It's killing every time. 2 sizes smaller, actually. Yeah.
no. I give everyone double XL, and then you have to tell me if you want something a little different. But yeah, thanks again for letting me hop in the booth. Congrats, Marcos. I'll be in touch. I'll mail this out to you probably Monday, and you'll get it this week. Be sure to let us know how the polls go. Again, I have a feeling this is going to be good. Yeah, thanks
dude.
again. Great to see you. Good job casting. Doing great.
Keep it real. See you guys in a little bit.
Uprising, Phi just fi, you know.
Hello, we're starting.
Hey, oh my God, I don't have a bald spot. Let's fix that.
Blake.
The heck?
Blake, they're not here to talk about your bald spot.
Oh
We're
my
here to talk
goodness.
about flesh and blood. No, okay. Now Blake's gonna fix it. We need wardrobe stat.
Okay, so today, what's interesting is we got ourselves a matchup that doesn't happen everywhere, I don't think, unless you're like, oh yeah, everyone has 2 Bravos. But SoCal is known as a Bravo area, and there's only 2 Bravos here, or is there more? Let's see metagame. 2 Bravos. That means we're going to do both of them. It's the only one that doesn't move at all.
It doesn't move yet?
No, this is the only one of the assets that doesn't work.
We need to get production on this. We need
No,
to
no, it's a LSS thing. Like
Oh,
from
no.
LSS, these are the ones that don't breathe.
All right.
So
well,
this looks very static.
it's okay. It's a great card. They both have their fun shiny hammer.
Yeah.
You have Thomas Briggs versus Brian. Yeah, I don't know how.
Gutierrez.
Gutierrez. Appreciate it.
Dude, I grew up in a very Hispanic part of Texas, so I know all this stuff.
Not Arizona.
Not Arizona. I didn't grow up in. Oh my God, I didn't grow up in Arizona. I'm gonna go there if I have to.
Looking at the bling, you got the Marvel Bravo, you got the CFs. These guys are Bravo.
We're pile shuffling up the area.
Enjoyers.
That's crazy.
Yep. Everyone's different. Yeah. So Thomas Briggs, a known Bravo main throughout the community. Lots of reps on Bravo. That's all I've ever seen him play. I don't think I've ever seen him play anything else. Very, very strong knowledge. That's why he's up here in the final table.
And you're like, why are we watching a 2-2 matchup? We're watching a 2-2 matchup because if Thomas loses as the old guard Bravo,
Old guard.
he's gonna have to throw his deck in the trash.
That's not. I don't think he said that.
We need some new health too, Christine.
That's true. And then we have Brian. Brian, I've been seeing a little more regularly. He's been a couple more AGs before this. I think he's been, hopping around a Warrior. Now he's on Bravo. He's finding his home, but it's always great to see new players make a name for themselves and shine with, the deck that they feel most comfortable with. And having a Marvel Bravo, I imagine he's very comfortable on Bravo.
Right. And the other thing he was looking for, to immediately tell you the other thing he was trying to do, he was like, does anybody have a Eye of Ophidia?
Yeah.
And we're like, no. He's like, I want to play Sandscour Great Bow with Zelia tomorrow.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh my gosh. So who knows if the Sandscour Great Bow mindset comes into this at all.
And I've heard about the Sand Scour list. I haven't seen it play.
Well, me neither. So I should have watched that deck tech, but I knew nobody was going to play it here unless if there is
I've
somebody.
been seeing like Azaleas at the top tables. So they've been doing what they do best. There's 7 Lexies here, so Azaleas apparently gonna eat the Lexies. So
Well, who's ready to eat the azaleas then?
hopefully Katsu's.
Right. Is that how that works?
I don't know, but the food chain is very strange with this new meta for sure. Is he pitching things or he just has that sitting there?
So he's going to do some tectonic.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
So if you're unfamiliar with Bravo, you've probably only been watching Flesh and Blood for a little bit. What's going to happen here is we're going to be using our tectonic plating to basically pitch to get a seismic surge and then swing a hammer. This is going to happen a lot. What's going to be crazy is we're going to pummel to get ahead, or we're going to be doing like better on-hit effects.
Yeah.
I haven't seen a Bravo mirror in a very long time. That's why I thought this would maybe be interesting for people at home, because it's like we have the best attackers and the best blocking in the game, and it's like, does your best attack line up with their unmovable?
Mm-hmm.
Does your crippling crush come down when they don't have it?
Mm-hmm.
I think there's a thought process of a hammer for 6 is very good into pretty much every deck besides Guardian.
Mm-hmm.
So the Anothos kind of gets nullified by the other person sitting across with two block 3s as well. And somebody, like, maybe the whole thought process of we like the word spice in this community for some reason, but the spice is what will set you apart from the other Bravo player.
I think knowledge, like, you have to be comfortable in this match. You have to have played it before. You can't go in this matchup not knowing the mirror, because I think like good Bravos who know this mirror were able to cheat ahead the damage. Like you saw Brian putting out a pummel early in the opening hand. He may know that like guaranteed damage is better than no damage, especially with all these immovables and armor that exist in the deck. So it's going to be kind of like those small little tricks, like you said, leaking those damage sneakily. That's going to be. I've seen people win by double pummeling an Anothos. So it's going to be very interesting to see how they both pilot. It's going to go back and forth a lot. There's going to be defensive one end, go back to offensive, and they're going to have to build up. Bravo has to wind up his big turns make the seismic surge, make the dominate.
And we have the hero power coming down. That's going to cost 2 extra, which gives your next attack of 3 or more, or 2 or more. I think it's 2 or more. Gives it dominate. Maybe it is 3 more because they don't do it on Command and Conquer ever. So it's 3 or more, gets dominate. This is disable. We're going to give all of our equipment to avoid getting rid of the card in our arsenal out, which I think that means that's something juicy. And if this flips over to be a pummel, what is it called? Nope, not that one either. Crippling Crush.
Crippling Crush, okay.
It's going to be gross.
Protecting it, we'll see. Lining up a Seismic Surge currently. Kind of a Zealous Belting. Zealous Belting is one of those Bravo builds I say allows you to go wide and then probably swing for a hammer. This is optimal damage. It's really hard to block with just one big immovable. I've been really liking seeing this Zealous Belting in most Bravo lists with the Rouse of Ancients and things like that.
Because 5 + 6 is 11, which is pretty good, pretty much better than most of your attacks.
That's very true. And very awkward to block, too. It gets over a perfect, sink below. It gets over, you have to get 2 cards to pretty much block Zealous Belting correctly or armor, which is fine. That's what you want. As a big factor in this matchup is definitely their armor loss as the game goes on. And currently we see definitely big armor loss from Thomas and Brian as they're looking to fight for tempo. But they might be more conservative as the game goes on because having that armor later on for big dominate attacks is super important to not lose to Bravo, Bravo hero ability.
Because I think right now I would rather have 2 more block for my arm and my shoe back than 3 health. I know that means you wouldn't have this play available to you of 11 damage off of that. So I'm kind of being like, oh, it just would have been a hammer swing and then it gets immediately eaten up by that defense reaction. And right now it's like a Nothos for 4 is not strong enough, so you are getting ahead a little bit. And then it's not even a hammer swing. So we're going to Seismic Surge. And now Thomas looks like a genius for blocking 3 with his equipment. Gets him ahead. There's no hammer return. And now I get to full 4-card hand with an arsenal.
Definitely robbing the tempo. Health relatively close still pretty even game. Once again, managing that health the difference is super important. You can take damage, but you don't want to take too much damage where you'll get left behind. So blocking super important here. Also being offensive with your hammer, getting that chip in, going to be super important. Disable coming out.
I think what's interesting when you're playing against a Bravo that has 2 floating, you're assuming that there could be a pummel. Because if they don't have a pummel, they could have used the hero power to give this dominate, and then that will come through of 7 - 3 would be 4 crush. All the math is very interesting when you look at how they designed this first set. It's very cool.
Yeah.
If you have a defense reaction, you're fine. If you don't, you're screwed.
If you drafted Sync, you're great.
Yeah.
If you didn't get Sync in your draft, I'm sorry. This is going to hurt a lot. Yes, 7's such a great break point. You don't want to use armor on this at all. You do have Iron Hide, Iron Raw booties looking. Oh, nope. Just going to put
Blocking 7 there.
reading
There's
a
the
pummel coming out. Into a Sync.
Right.
Perfect cover. So that's where you have the little additional coverage there is to make sure that if it was for like a red pummel or a yellow pummel.
I think as a Bravo player, every time you see a sync, you're like, oh, dang it. But it's one you don't have later.
It's true.
So, it is coming down to who can leverage their defense reactions better because that's where the math favors you greatly.
I think it's absolutely correct. And trading a Sync for a pummel is really strong for keeping, your tempo. Swinging hammer, great.
It's interesting. We got people smiling. We got people wearing hats.
There's a lot of hats in this,
Love to see
this
it.
frame. It's all good. Hats are great.
Terrace Sunder is going to be a
Strong.
power card.
Does he have a big staunch or a big immovable at this time?
Because what that says is we're going to add 1 to our Nothos hammer because it's going to go 4 to 5, but because there's 2 cards in the pitch zone to 3 or more, it's going to go to 7.
Yep.
And now if any point of this hits, it's not a crush, any point of this hits, we're going to make our opponent discard 2 cards, which takes my next turn for my opponent be actually awful. That was amazing. We had both of our players move Terra Sunder to the other side of the board to be like, what are we doing here? We got 1 block, 2 block, 3 block.
Giving the armor on the Terra Sunder here early. Voting to use armor, not necessarily later on to get you that 1 bonus turn, but wanting to continue staying above water here in the mirror and trying to fight for that initial tempo still. Brian is not going to give up without a fight.
It's very interesting. whenever you get out of your equipment, you're done with your equipment, you're kind of in top deck mode when it comes to defense.
Correct.
You're only as good as your did you draw a staunch or a sink off the top of your deck.
Correct. I think that you just try to avoid getting into that kind of Bravo bully style of like, oh, you have a spinal, hit me. Oh, you have a crippling, and then you just kind of get into that mode. So I think they're trying to like fight for it to where they just stay out of the range of their power cards, but are still presenting good vanilla damage.
You're swinging. This is definitely a Nothos for 6 because both of those.
Correct.
Showtime being 3 cost, I think, is one thing where you're like, wow, that's a really bad card when you think about it, but it's there to help your Nothos, not to be a good value play.
Mm-hmm. Is there a pummel coming out? There's 2 floating. Every time I see 2 floating on a Guardian side, I'm like, they have it. They have a pummel.
Don't pummel.
There we go.
I think it's interesting of why are we pummeling a Nothos?
Just getting the guaranteed damage, it seems to be the method. So this is going to be taking 7 damage, so 26. Pretty powerful with Bravo. Getting this guaranteed damage and, having access to Dominate, still good. And they're just the red pummels I got through on Nothos.
Right.
So that's the maximum you want to do. He still has blue pummels. I don't know
We're
if
going
it's
to tear asunder
yellow.
again.
Do I have the list in front of me?
You
I
don't
do.
have the equipment to help you out here.
It's just blue pummels and red pummels.
So you could block from 3 from hand and then block with a sink below. I think one thing that's funny about Thomas that I mentioned about him whenever he's on stream, he's a graveyard searcher. Definitely somebody that has a shovel and he's always looking to see what's in there.
Yep.
Oh my God, what's in your banish zone? Tell me about it. He wants full access to everything so he can know exactly what he needs to do to figure this out.
Freedom of information. Oh, seeing a Zealous come out of Brian. Like I said, popular Guardian card. I like it. Some Guardians run it, some Guardians don't, but I'm looking at their list right now. They're pretty close. 1 remembrance each, so that's pretty cool.
Is there sigils in both or just
I will
one?
say Thomas has the Grandeur in his list.
Well, that's
Ooh.
going to suck one time whenever he has it at the worst possible time.
Yeah.
I maybe would side that out in this matchup because you don't
Only
want to get
2
caught
blue
with your
movables
pants down.
under.
2 unmovables?
2 blue immovables for Brian. 3 red immovables.
Okay, fingers crossed here. We are going to pop the seismic, swing, pitching a blue. We're not going to be making a second seismic, so I think that means if you're paying attention at home, that kind of means I have a powerful red card in my hand that I don't want to use at all. That'll go in my arsenal for next time. Is usually what that means, or signifies, we could say. Which is, I think, anytime you go, okay, a 4 damage swing, and I get it exactly with its defense reaction, that's going to happen maybe 5 or 6 times a game per person. This will be Chokeslam, a red one.
Blue one? What was it look like?
Chokeslam can't be 10. It's 8 and 6, I think, is the red, and then blues.
Okay, it just looks blue from this thing. Yeah.
Yeah, he's got some shiny ass one.
The alpha Chokeslams.
What do you think when somebody shows up with alpha cards and it's like,
I mean, they're just.
look at my unmovable, it's pink, and you're just like, oh my god.
I mean, it's just expression, man. What do you?
It's stop expressing yourself and just play normal cards, guys. I'm trying to beat you. Yeah, I get that later. It's so funny that Bravo doesn't breathe over here either. That was kind of breathy. Sorry about that, guys.
Two block. You're gonna have a block on some pretty powerful cards, CNC and Pulverize. Pulverize being really great into this matchup. Really, like I said, those things where it's like big damage that gets guaranteed. So having a block with it doesn't always feel great, but he can't heave into the arsenal, and that's like the one way to make it work.
To guarantee that. I think it's interesting. Brian's got the lead here, so endless hammer pressure isn't the worst idea. And maybe there's an idea of if there's a quote-unquote right thing to do in this matchup, and if somebody does something that's a little bit different than that, they maybe would go, oh, if you're not going to block this hammer, yeah, I'll flip this thing over again and just do 10 to you and take you to 16.
Yep.
And then it'll be like, oh my goodness. We got Kale in the chat. I think he's probably the person who knows the most about Bravo of all time. I don't know if he heard the word Bravo said twice and then got here as soon as he could, but I think this is definitely, I agree with that. If whoever loses their equipment probably loses the whole thing.
It puts you in a more vulnerable state. Like you said, you're as a Bravo, you're playing off the top of the deck. I think he was hoping to get him a little lower and pressure him. We'll see how this goes. Arouse the Ancients, though, is a big to help swing back damage for Thomas's favor. 7, go again. Shows the Pulverize,
It's
the big
so
boy.
gross how that interacts. Like
Oh,
that.
yeah.
Just show 1 card instead of 2.
I mean, Pulverize is a great card. Brian shows his Pulverize, says I
So-
block, take 1.
And that's both of Brian's Pulverize going back-to-back blocks of got clumped in the shuffle.
Gonna set up for the next turn the Seismic Surge and CNC. Very strong. How many floating? No floating. So you don't have to worry about the threat of pummel here, but CNC does demand an answer. You got him with the Sigil Solus. Up
That's
3.
a classic Bravo
Dude,
trick.
classic prank right there. You thought you had me.
And we know it's in Thomas's arsenal of this is a Pulverize. So it's up to Brian to get this out of there or hope Thomas draws
All reds.
2.5 reds.
Yeah, 2.5 reds. So going to pitch the blue. We're going to do the swing hammer. Brian looking to continue to set up, hopefully for next turn. Still getting chip damage is important.
I think it's
18.
crazy that Thomas is already under 20 of like,
Yeah.
I'm trying to leverage what I have. We got the Seismic Surge, so we need 9 pitch, which Grandeur of Valai is going to make 1 for next time, so he is keeping it in there. Grandeur of Valai plus 2 other blues will Pulverize, and this is the biggest attack in his deck. Not only is it 14 on this side, you're going to lose 4 on the next one. The hammer will come in for nothing.
Nothing. So it's very hard to block. It's very tall. It is interesting. So you're talking about the pummeling of, the Nothos, but both those red pummels of Nothos are the difference of health lead right now, or else they'd be at a tie game for the Reds.
True.
So that's the 8 damage, difference right now. So you're seeing, him having more of a comfortable health lead because of that, and early on just playing out instead of like trying to line up the threat, just playing out what he had and just trying to go as fast as he can towards the other person.
And giving up 2 cards like that, I mean, we see the Remembrance in hand, so that's something where you're like, I wish I could block with my whole hand, but I have a Remembrance here.
Correct.
So blocking with the whole hand and only really getting rid of 6 damage feels pretty bad. But I think what's interesting is Brian, instead of waiting to, like, we're not going to swing a hammer next turn anyway because I got hit by Pulverize, so let me just use this time to Remembrance isn't the worst thing that could have happened
Correct.
to line up at that same time.
Yeah, he definitely was able to make his turn a little more productive because of that. Not having the cards in the right order is technically, you can see it kind of biting him a little bit. He's getting the non-blocks on turns which you want to block, and getting Pulverizes on turns that you'd rather be attacking, but has to block with those. He's still stabilizing, still has that bit of a health lead. He just needs to find that opening to all in Thomas, and hopefully Thomas bricks on a turn with just all defense reacts.
Which, anytime somebody has Command and Conquer and you got D-reacts, that's literally how this game works. I was going great, and then I drew the worst possible hand to block my opponent's BS that they had.
Another chokeslam coming down.
I think every time it's like, there's a pummel here, Brian. Can you block this the right way?
This is the mind game I hate playing with Guardians. Like, man, that's too floating.
And usually most people are doing this without access to a bunch of defense reactions. And it is like, why did you not use your hero power?
Yeah.
That would have been strong. You would have gotten damage on me. Use your hero power instead, bud.
It costs money, and you want to continue the setup. Here's the pummel. This is the red one.
We've got more action.
This is a unmovable.
Pitching
A lot of things.
blue and a red.
He's pitching it this way in order to
Get the Crippling Crush out of your hand so it doesn't get discarded.
correct. Or not. Yeah, correct. And then also
Still took damage? 12
Yeah,
versus 2 plus 6. So yeah, it took 4?
Yeah, 4 damage. You're looking at that lead, that pummel lead he gained from the Nothos early, just kind of now shore up. That was the time he bought himself. Now he's back to even exactly. If not, Thomas being obviously more ahead because Thomas has armor still, which technically counts as extra life.
Right. Unless Buckle's around.
That's fair.
There's only 1 Buckle in Brian and 0 Buckles. We saw 3 Buckles in Craigslist earlier.
Yeah.
He said that's a wombo combo used to, if you can Buckling Blow and buckle it, you can get rid of Lexi's headpiece immediately.
Immediately.
If they don't take any, if they I'll take it. You just
Yeah.
get rid of their headpiece.
And then it blows up their arsenal too, because once News
Right.
Horizon destroys, yeah, that's pretty cool. Disable, dominated, no float.
And I think if you're playing Bravo or learning Bravo or want to learn Bravo or want to teach somebody Bravo, the difference between these two players right now is I pummeled my attack actions. I pummeled my hammer.
Mhm.
And some of these are, I'm not expecting you to pummel your hammer because the effect on pummeling the attack action is so good that it's almost, you don't want to waste that pummel effective. It doesn't really do anything to hammer besides buff instead of rip a card from my opponent's hand.
Just vanilla damage. We'll see. So he blocks with 1, takes 4. Chokeslam only affecting if you're going to be gaining attack from your card, which I don't think a lot of Bravo cards do. So he's going to pitch. He's going to swing. Does it affect hammer? I think it's just attack actions.
Yeah, it would be. It does. You can't pummel, which that's the thing. That
I think this is attack damage, so his hammer should be fine. Chokeslam doesn't affect his hammer.
Right. Block 4, take 2. And now we're getting to the zone where you will be seeing hero powers used instead of not used. Because every point of unblockable dominate damage that'll happen will inch closer to death. Okay, so first Crippling Crush comes down. This is available because of the Grandeur of a Lie pitch.
Yep.
Which is sick.
Thomas was explaining this to me earlier. That this is the dream.
Dream of not being able to find 11 on the dice. It's a 5 and a 6. It's a 5 and a 6, bro.
He's figuring it out. It's new stream dice. Whole hand. You blocking 9.
Block 9. Take 2.
Best you can do. It's a big card.
We're hoping that this, if we're cheering for Brian, we're hoping the card in our arsenal is one of the 3 costs. That's maybe like a Chokeslam or something.
Zealous, maybe.
There it
Chokeslam.
is.
Wow,
There's the
Blake.
blue.
You know Bravo so well.
I mean, I don't want people to know that.
Yeah, you secret Bravo, man.
It is something where I think both of these people are 2 and 2, but like when you see there's a bunch of Katsu and there's a bunch of Lexi at the top part of this,
Yeah.
you're like, well, can I play some of them? Can I stop playing Droma and just play these guys? Because we haven't seen one yet, but the Spinal Crushes are going to just ruin half the field right now.
Tom's getting a little flustered here. Chokeslam's great because it also affects attack actions, not gaining attack. So that, for like pummels. So if you're trying to set up a pummel turn, then that would affect it. If that makes sense.
And now here's the actual part of, I'm going to use my equipment to pivot here instead of when we're both at 30 something.
Correct. Yep.
Because now it does matter of I inch you closer to death and I get one more turn of full 4 cards.
Yep.
And now can we do some pitch this to hero power this to do this? Crippling Crush dominated is Rivenerci, like or whatever that is.
Disgusting. Hopefully has an immovable to shore up some of the damage, but unlikely here. It's just going to be a block 3 from hand and have to take the rest.
That's not great.
Yep.
That should be almost over. I think it's interesting is like, okay, why did you put a Bravo? We've seen Bravo over and over again. I think this is something where, what's going on? You can keep that one.
Yeah, he said you just keep that one. The other 2 go.
Okay. Lose imposing visage. I think it's like, why did you do this? I think I like this matchup of back and forth because it's something where we can inch towards death and it's very incremental, or maybe somebody goes for broke and it just backfires on them.
Yeah, no, it that's the main thing is deciding when to be greedy and why. And I think Thomas was not as greedy with his armor early, and it's paying off because now he can be greedy later on and really threaten, just like the dominated attacks or the pummels here. This is terrifying. Seeing, this is gonna rack someone's mind. Hopefully, Brian has a defense react because they always have the pummel. This is a 3rd red pummel. Sigil of Solace +3.
I will survive.
Not gonna die, but it's still close.
We're going to heal. It was weird of like he's touching his card in his arsenal. I was like, oh no.
Down and dirty.
Oh, that's sick. Yeah, put it in there, guys.
Pummel the down and dirties.
So you do still discard, which kind of sucks because that sick play of surviving with Sigil is really cool until you're like, oh, but I have to keep playing.
And all now Thomas has to do is dominate 1 attack. And you do not have any armor left.
Hopefully that is
Arsenal.
a big-ass defense reaction.
Hopefully he didn't
Where's
draw
the big
all reds.
There's a big-ass defense reaction in his hand.
Hopefully it's not all reds. Nope, that's 1 blue.
He said, "This is what's funny is like we're thinking like all you got to do is a big dominate, but literally they put these cards with the Zealous Belting to like stretch out your opponent and then do it, and then it's like,
Oh, there's Pummel. Oh, has an answer.
what the heck? Thomas is on cruise control in his brain, and Brian's like, don't cruise control me. I've got stuff for you, man. I've got a third sigil coming. You still don't even know."
That was funny.
And I think that's hilarious because it's like that only happens if you go the Zealous Belting route instead of trying to dominate.
Well, you know, he played what his hand was, and his hand was exactly that. And Brian had exactly the answer. So there's nothing much you can do. Thomas was very surprised because he thought he had that, wrapped up right there. Surge, bravo.
Spinal. There we go.
GG. Thomas wins.
Briggsy.
So we saw, Thomas really expressing his knowledge and knowing when to use that last bit of armor because he did use some of his armor early. But he, saved some of it for that exact, that pivot turn as you saw. So it's okay to be greedy with the armor, when you think it's needed, but making sure that you have some at least for the end in order to pivot, especially in the mirror because things are going to be dominated, things are going to be really tall. You're going to need an outlet for it.
I think what's interesting too is Bravo's been. Oh, and what is his name? Thomas has been doing this for like 2 years.
Yeah.
And Brian switched recently, where I do think Brian's probably going to learn a lot from this matchup of like I don't know. I know Thomas has played the mirror 17 times. I don't know if everybody else has.
Yeah.
But it is something where like there's a good way to get behind, or there's a good way to like I think bluffing a sigil is really cool.
Yeah.
Unless you're 10 life behind, and then it's kind of like.
It's a little hard. It's definitely hard. I think you see people know these tricks or these things that you can do against certain matchups. Like that sigil thing I learned from AG. You come in here and watching and learn from Craig Pollock. I've seen him do it a couple times, and it's really fun when you can express that knowledge, that deep knowledge of, this interaction. And also it's good, I think he did his best, but I think we identified what the key factor was, and that was just using too much armor early. Mm-hmm. Disallowed him from being able to pivot later on.
I think it legitimately, it's something that I'm not trying to dog Thomas or Brian or anybody here, but it is something where what is better? Mm-hmm. Is it let's pummel a hammer to get 5 ahead of you, or is it let's pummel my crappiest attack action and turn it into like the best, like the better version of it?
Yeah.
Of a choke slam with a pummel on top. Is choking and pummeling, like that's way better than just did I do 4 to you and now you don't. It's like I did 4 to you and we're getting rid of a card from your hand. It's just so much better that it's worth disciplined Bravo's thought process of I have to wait until it lines up for an attack action.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. You said the on hits are great. I think we're going to see more of this knowledge, shared as Thomas comes out. I know he's pretty active on social media and he'll be able to explain. I think more Bravo text. I think
some people are going to be like, well, we've known about this for 3 years in New Zealand. It's like,
yeah, well, that's New Zealand.
Well, sorry, but we haven't been here doing 3 years. I think that's an interesting match. We're going to take a short break and be back in literally 45 seconds to 2 minutes. Probably 2 minutes.
Have to run.
See you in 2 minutes.
See ya.
Oh my gosh, that was a hot mic for a second there.
Whoa.
Holy crap. Some people have said that they were like, "What is AGE?" And it was like the 4 hours before barraging Blake and the 4 hours after.
Yep.
And I was like, okay, that'll go to my head really quickly. So that was like, let me tell you guys that. But it's that time again.
Barraging Blake. That's you.
Oh my gosh,
That's you with glasses.
dude! One of these times, I'm gonna get skinny out of nowhere, and you guys are gonna go.
I believe.
That doesn't even look like you anymore, dude. You really put in the work. We're super proud of you.
I believe.
Be a long time though.
Barraging Blake. Are you ready?
Sure, let's do it.
What do you got for me?
Let's see what I can yell at.
Oh.
Okay.
This is.
So this is Prism, the Advent of Thorns or whatever.
Yeah.
It's you know what? We haven't had Prism for, I mean, you still can do her in CC.
Yep.
You haven't had Prism since July last year, maybe August or something. So it's very interesting. She wasn't around for Worlds.
Nope.
She's coming back. I think it's very frustrating of like, if you're a bottom place contestant on the leaderboard, you're kind of like, are we going to get more Prism? Like, why is there a Bellona? Like, what is that Bellona card? Of you invoke Belliona or the angel Bellona?
The new angel ally. Yeah.
And so I know Levia's not getting invoke Bellona.
Nope.
So it is kind of like we're on our second round of giving something. We're on our second round of giving Prism the better cards instead of the first round of giving some other people better cards.
Gotcha.
Prism Returns is interesting too because there's some heroes where I'm like, oh, don't worry. Like as soon as Oldham's out of here, I'm gonna be able to play it. And then you're like, Prism's coming back, and like. Every time you're like, okay, what's cool is I really have my Brute card deck. I'm super excited. I'm gonna Berserk into Blood Rush and do a whole bunch, and they just go Arclight Sentinel, because Prism says that she can use Arclight Sentinel, so it's not a thing that's gonna go away.
Correct. No, that's
so overall, like Prism Returns, half of you guys are gonna be excited and only play Prism, but for everyone that just doesn't play Prism, it is kind of like, is this just the Prism show?
Yeah. Oh, well, Prism's has that main character energy, right? She is one of the main characters.
Maybe she's
in the
evil because
trilogy.
her eyes are red in this.
Yeah, and now you see a new enhanced form of Prism. She has actual wings now. She's on a throne that came out of nowhere.
That's the other thing. She's on a throne, so it's like literally gonna like, oh, is this Prism gonna be less powerful? Which I would hope so because the last one went already.
They wanted to show more feet.
But,
That's why they put her on the
oh my god,
this is now Prism with feet. That's why she's more powerful.
Oh god, her hero power is just the window's gone in it, so you can still see her feet, and it's just around it.
Yeah,
like,
perfect. That's the Prism. Eat it up. Have you not seen Phantasmal Footsteps?
Is that
That's
her?
their favorite card.
Is that
No, those aren't. Those are different ones. Those are the
okay,
the
so
bronze
Prism
ones.
Returns, who cares? I'll beat her with Blood Rush. I'll be. I'm sure Brute will have a good match. I'm not worried about it at all.
Yeah. So not worried about Prism Return.
No.
In the Brute side,
At minimum, this is just a small pain.
but you're tired of seeing the character.
We'll see. What? What is this in reference to? Oh my god. Is that photoshopped or you found a Google image that does that? I don't know if I should say this into the public eye if
This is in danger.
the jail comes or whatever.
Want me to say
So one time I took Justin somewhere and I was driving. And this is how I drive. Like you drive, you have your phone, you gotta I'm gonna type in the address and then I'll be ready to go.
Yeah.
I put my phone in my lap
Okay.
and look down real quick to know if we're turning
Eyes
left
off
or
the
right.
road.
Much like it's illustrated here. I don't know why I'm illustrating here. But look how much room there is between my eyes and the road. It's not a lot. Like I'm gonna immediately see it. And like, but what sucks, I wear those jersey shorts, I wear these dumbass.
It's sliding
shirts.
everywhere.
The phone slides, and like there'll be some times where
dangerous.
I'll like stop, and then my phone will fall on the whatchamacallit.
Dangerous.
I bought a thing where you put it right here and it sticks there.
Yeah.
Use it 4 times.
Is it still there? Like, are you just
The
not
metal is
refusing to
right
use
here,
it?
but I just don't like it because you're like, oh, maybe the sneaky link sending a text. Maybe I need to see if the Dodgers hit the homer or not. Or I'm just. It is a thing where I don't know if you guys are like this, but like, do you get bored when you're driving? Where like I literally am so overstimulated by my phone all day long that if I have to wait 4 minutes between looking at my phone, I'm gonna go crazy. So it's like,
Just
okay, it's red light. Grab it.
you need
I'm going to jail.
like the solution is, I know you like the interactivity when you're driving, but the solution is we just put a screen in your yep right there,
Right there.
and it's just playing Subway Surfers while you're driving. the
Oh
entire
my
time.
god.
And I think that'll fix everything. I think that you'll be a lot more focused when you're driving.
Subway
you-
Surfers.
You have that mount. We'll just use that as the Subway Surfers monitor, and then you can keep your phone somewhere
Just
safe.
me watching what's happening on as I'm driving right there instead of the actual.
No.
could
No.
work.
But
I've only been in 2 car accidents, so
okay, were they both in LA or?
maybe it's like 3 or 4. But I the one where I totaled my car, someone ran into me.
Okay.
Randy said Blake's driving is an experience for sure.
And
Wow.
called out chat knows about this
Dude.
topic.
He's only been in the car for me for 8 hours, so he's probably the most
doesn't-
out of anybody in this community, to be honest. But
Can confirm.
it's funny too. The other crappy thing is you see this radio console.
Yeah.
On my car, that doesn't work, so we just play music through our phone. So that's another thing I got to click through. It's like, oh, this little non-suck song. I've heard it 3 times in the last
Like
hour.
filing an
Let's
insurance
change
claim on you,
it. All that.
and just wait.
Good luck, buddy. I'm sure somebody's gonna be like, we have visual proof of this, and we're gonna send you a bill or something.
No.
All right.
Next topic.
What else can I say?
When is the next East Coast event?
It's literally happening tomorrow, probably, and then there'll be another one on Tuesday, and then we'll think about having one next week, but
Yeah.
then they'll be like, no, we're gonna have that again. Is this the official East Coast? So everything else is Midwest? Oh, this is the United States, of course.
That's just East Coast.
I think it's interesting. I think this is a thought process of like, I said something to somebody on Twitter. Somebody was like, Nationals should be in Atlanta. It's got a wonderful airport. It's close to it's right next to, and it's like, come on, you guys. Like literally 3 days ago, you guys were in Baltimore, and like, I get that there's less populace on the West Coast, and that's how it works or whatever. But like, I get that there's an idea of like, well, there won't be a calling in Canada because there's more people in America, and you want to be where the most people are, so you
Trying
don't
to
put a
balance
lot
it.
of people out.
Yeah.
But it's like, is Nationals going to be in Vegas? Is Nationals going to be in Dallas? Is Nationals going to be like, can we get somewhere that's not on the East Coast of the United States right here? Or is it going to be something like, yes, we're going to Cincinnati this time, or there's another thing in Columbus, or what's like, is there a third city in Ohio?
I've
Youngstown?
My
or
first time going to East Coast was the Pro Tour.
And like, I think here is what I actually want to say to the camera.
There's at least
Is like
5 of them in here.
Flying from West Coast to East Coast, you get absolutely boned because you have to wake up early or go the night before, and you lose hours as you go east.
Okay.
People going east would gain hours as they go west.
Okay.
It's easier to go from east to west. Yes, I'm a little tired, but I'll go to bed early that night. But when you fly home from the tournament, you're gaining hours that you don't care about anymore. Because going from the East Coast to West Coast, we're gonna leave at 9 o'clock, and then at our home it's gonna be just 10 o'clock, and it's like you gain 3 hours out of nowhere. But at that point, you're like, I was already gonna go to bed. So if East Coast people were flying to West Coast, they wouldn't be tired for the tournament, and then it would just be West Coast time, and the West Coast people wouldn't be tired for the tournament.
So everyone wins.
And then when you fly home in the East Coast and you lose hours, you're already sleeping in the plane already, and you wake up and it's like 3 a.m. You just drive to your house and you go to sleep for the rest of the time. It's not like it's a double negative traveling from West Coast to East Coast.
Okay.
So whenever you're like, why are you guys complaining? It's because it sucks going from West to East. Maybe this would be a thought process of, hey, how was Europe going from Europe to America? You know what? The flight was great. We gained time. It's that, but United States.
Okay.
But it's the opposite of that. Of like, oh, how was going to France? Did anybody go to France for Lille? And they go, oh, it was awful. We lost so much time. That's it on the lower scale for us. I haven't gone anywhere east of Utah.
What if we just
I
always travel east?
I don't know
for
what I'm
events?
talking about. But like, it is a thing of like, I was gonna go to Florida for Orlando for Nationals, and then it was like, you got to get there Friday because we're going to start nationals on Friday. And then it was like, because it's East Coast and how in airplanes work,
Yeah.
you have to go a whole day before or you're going to be jet lagged.
Yep.
And then it's like, you got to take 2 days off of work instead of 1. And it's just like, bruh.
Inconvenient.
Vegas has hotels.
Vegas has hotels. Vegas has hotels. Vegas has
Convention
food.
centers.
Vegas has Fab.
Well,
Everyone likes going to
they,
Vegas.
They have trained our community of Flesh and Blood, all 9,000 of us.
Yep.
They have trained us to expect a thing in Vegas every year. It happened in, what was it, August?
Yeah,
then
it was for the
July?
Uprising, and then we had one for Tales
Tales
of
of
Aria.
Aria. Tales of Aria was like
Yeah.
August or September? September?
I didn't go to that one.
Oh, I did. Because I will come to stuff that's in Vegas.
Oh yeah.
And it's just a thing of you've trained us once per year. Where's the once per year? It's going to be nationals. Let's just do nationals in
do
Vegas.
nationals in Vegas.
Let's get it over
Please
with.
do nationals in Vegas. I would love that.
Is there anybody in Vegas in the chat from Vegas here?
Yeah.
No, it doesn't look like it.
No. Okay, never mind then. But I know there's Flesh and Blood people out there. It's a great time. I think you know who's excited to go to Vegas.
I didn't say
Everybody.
come to
Who's
Los
excited?
Angeles. I gave you one state over. You know.
That's fair. We met in the middle.
I will compromise. Have it in Vegas.
Yeah.
I won't say I'll compromise. Have it in the lower part of Connecticut. Hartford.
That's not much compromise.
Oh,
that's fair.
it's super cheap to the Hartford Days Inn, like whatever convention center is.
Would you go to Texas? Would you
I would
compromise
go to
Texas?
Texas,
You would compromise
yeah.
Texas as well. So that border.
I would not go. What if?
Just looking at the map.
Like Tennessee is as far east as I'm gonna go on purpose.
Well, where's the furthest state? Like, would you do Missouri?
No, I said Tennessee, right? there,
Tennessee, right above it.
Yeah, I don't count Missouri.
I'll go
as
to the
a real
lakes.
Place.
What if we do the lakes? Like
Which lake?
The
This
like.
cold ass place.
Well, then it's like
this
in the
barren
middle for
wasteland.
Canada too, and everyone wins.
I don't
then.
care about Canada,
There-
and I
we
never
have-
will.
No, we have Canada players. All right.
They have
gotta-
Canada players. Which ones are good?
There is.
You said
Yuki,
instead. You didn't say. Oh, I know
Tarek
it.
Patel.
Oh, all of them made top 8.
um,
We're fine without them. Let's go. And it's nationals. Who cares about Canada? What are you talking about?
Part of the nation.
This is a deck list. It's just something where I would like to have some representation. I know we just had Worlds in San Jose,
Yeah.
so this is national.
Okay. All right. Final statement. Where should U.S. nationals be?
I will compromise for Austin, Texas,
Okay. That's on the plate.
or Denver, Colorado.
No Arizona.
What? Girl, bye.
If it's in Arizona, Blake won't show up.
Phoenix, just your cars light on fire as soon as you get off the
Oh,
plane.
okay. So
Great.
Texas and Vegas is on the table.
Why do you think Alex Ward plays Icelander so his cards don't burn up? Jeez. Let Blake cook. We got Texas,
No.
Texas.
Thanks on it. So okay, so we'll do Vegas or Texas. That's our statement from the West Coast. Everybody here supported that statement.
Send it.
They signed it.
Signed, sealed, delivered to.
Vegas or Texas. Those are the
assistant to James
national
White.
locations.
Why Austin? Have you been to Austin? That's sick. Okay, next one. Oh, there's one more.
Last
Great. I hope
topic.
it's about me driving again, so I can tell everyone the worst parts of my life.
Oh.
Remembrance.
Remembrance.
Okay. So what's interesting, I've paid enough attention about this to believe I know what I'm talking about.
Okay.
So I'm gonna just spit
All right.
and just go.
I'm gonna let you cook. I'm not gonna say anything.
Everyone from Texas hates Austin. Kadachi for one. That sounds.
Don't get
okay,
off track. We're in the middle of a segment, sir. Don't.
So what's happening here with Remembrance is when you walk into a saloon here, it's like, do you have the gun in your pocket, your hand, and the gun in your boot? And they'll be like, put your guns on the table, and you'll go, here's my gun in my hand, but then you have one in your pocket and you got one in your boot. So what I'm trying to say is Remembrance, when there was lists of 3, there's 3 Remembrance. You just auto lose if you yourself don't have 3 Remembrance. So it's almost a thought of a gentleman's agreement of whenever we present our hero, this is what I was hoping. I know this isn't how this game works, but the idea of let's both present our heroes. We're both playing a Dromai into Oldham or something. Do you have 3 Remembrance? If you do, if you have 3 Remembrance and I have 3 Remembrance, let's just take them out, throw them away. Put them in the sideboard, because if we both play 3 Remembrance, we're going to spend an extra hour and 15 minutes on this game searching for the small little bitty pieces of getting ahead. But if it's all or it's nothing. Or maybe you go, let's take 2 guns out and put one gun in. 1 remembrance. That way there's a little bit of variance of, did I get my remembrance early and then it hits me early? But like the thought process, somebody was telling me this is what they did in Yu-Gi-Oh! Of like, do you have this card that's super powerful? Because I have the same card. We either both play it or we both don't. And that was the whole thing. And then someone screwed it up, or they're like, yeah, I'm not playing it. And then they did anyway. They put it in their sideboard. They're like, yeah, I have 2 copies. And they're like, okay, I'll take my 2 copies out. And then they had a 3rd copy in the sideboard and just won the tournament. And he was like, I didn't really lie. Nobody even said that visually, but that's what I heard them say. I think what's interesting, too, is Remembrance is a tool to use against our friend Oldham and Fatigue. But if Oldham has 3 of them as well, we're just doing stuff for like an hour for no reason. And like I think that's something where I don't want to lose a game because I only put 2 Remembrance in and my opponent did 3. That feels bad. I don't want to lose a game because I put 1 Remembrance and my opponent had 3.
Okay.
Because that just feels like we're not playing our best cards and getting our advantage going. We're blocking with Crippling Crush, which is such a bad thing because I need the Crippling Crush to beat you. Oh no, I just put 3 Crippling Crush back in and with Remembrance. And that's a valid strategy and makes sense, but it's always been kind of 1 copy, not the entire game plan. Run my opponent out of stuff, Remembrance my stuff back in early, and then go. Is something where I'm like, okay. Like, I wish everyone knew I don't have any Remembrance in my deck. We can play this to the letter of the law and just go, or we're both, like, the idea of 3 I'm going all over the place. 3 Necria, 3 Uvia, and 3 Remembrance sounds awful for everyone. Like, if you said, I have that, I would just concede. Like,
right away.
I don't want to play against Stromai that has all this, but there is a chance you draw 3 Remembrance on my Blood Rush turn and I just run over you.
Right.
So I get that that's why that Remembrance has a 0 in the bottom right, a 0 in the bottom left.
Instant.
Like, there's nothing going on here.
Do you think it should be banned?
I think it should be get out of here.
You should be taken out of the meta for health
I would love for it
purposes.
to say legendary, much like a Gorganian tome.
Oh, so like a one of?
I see this as a Gorganian tome,
Okay.
which would be sick if it was like, oh, that's what they're going to do. Ban Remembrance,
Okay.
make Remembrance number 2, make it cost 1 red, or what, not cost 1. Make it pitch for 1,
Okay.
cost 0,
Okay.
call it Remembrance with
Remembrance.
ANTZ, and then go shuffle up to 3 action cards from your graveyard into your deck. Banish Remembrance. If your opponent's already played Remembrance, shuffle 4.
So it's kind of like it punishes you for continuing playing for each side. So it's like,
I don't know. I just want this to say legendary. 1 copy only.
what if it was random?
That way the light switch is 1 or 0, not 0 or 3. Because if you walk in there and you're like, oh, hi, you're playing Oldham? All right, let's do it. And your own opponent's playing 3 Remembrance in their list, you're just like, oh, I'm going to lose. I just don't know this for an hour and a half.
What if it was random? 3 random action cards from a graveyard.
You know nobody plays random shit.
Exactly. I think it would fix it, and you still get the power of getting.
If
the
you
recurve
said
stuff.
if you said shuffle up 1 to 3 cards in your deck, roll a dice.
Yep.
Roll a dice, divide by 2, and if you roll a 1, it does nothing.
Maybe. I mean, you love dice games.
Oh.
I know how much you're a big Brute fan and dice rolling.
It's just something. Dromai wouldn't be playable if she didn't have a Remembrance. Good. Why is that a negative thing? There's other heroes that aren't playable if they don't have certain cards, and I don't have cards to deal with go wide strategies, so I can't play my play. It's not playable. Who cares? I think it's so funny whenever it's like, oh, my Runeblade loses hard to something. We should get Skeletor back. It's like, no, you just lose for 6 months. Stop talking about Skeletor on the freaking internet and want it back. What, Breezy or whatever your name is? Like, you're going to be bad for 6 months. Why can't you be bad for 6 months? Why can't you play another hero?
I want to be bad for 6 months. I want my Skeletor.
Well, I didn't want to be bad for 2 years. And we're still, well, after a whole set of Prism cards and a whole set of this, maybe there will be a Brute card that you could have. Dromai wouldn't be playable if she didn't have Remembrance. Why is that a bad thing?
I'm going to flip it when you get good Brute cards and be like, No, not allowed to have fun. But I definitely see like the worry with remembrance. I think remembrance causes a certain play style into the game and definitely kind of warps
It's not.
that.
Yeah, it's not fun to do that play
Yeah,
style of the
correct.
game.
Yeah.
And then instead of losing because of cards we're playing, we're losing because of card count that I have of that card.
I just have more cards than you.
Right. I
in
have
that scenario.
3 copies of Remembrance, so I have 9 extra cards. You have 1 copy of Remembrance. You have 3 copies of extra cards.
So they do this in Yu-Gi-Oh! I know, is they'll ban certain copies up to a card. So would you be fine if they like you can have up to 1 copy only of Remembrance in a deck?
Yes.
2 copies.
No.
2 is the limit.
No, 1's the limit. I
One's
said.
the limit.
Yeah.
One's the limit.
You're really trying to play a second Remembrance.
So 1's the limit. Yeah. What if you have a Abyssal Quiver and 1 Remembrance?
Lexi's not going to play Remembrance regular, so
So they get a
I think
built-in
there
one.
is interesting that the Quiver has a stipulation, because I was just going around like, oh, I'm going to go put 3 Endless Arrows in there when I was on Talishar the first time,
Yeah.
and it was like pick 3 different names, and I was like, oh, this is way worse than I thought.
Yeah.
And I think what's interesting is if you draw Remembrance in your first 8 cards, you are kind of like, well, this sucks, but how many times do people not have this?
Yeah.
How dare you not
he's,
count
he's
Missouri,
on a mode, guys. He's gonna read
Kansas
the
City,
comments.
and St. Louis
He's gonna
have
read the
massive
comments.
Fab crowns?
It's gonna spill over. They do.
Prove it, Emery.
do.
I haven't seen a tournament from you guys yet, brother.
We're gonna go out
Prove
there.
it.
I think they have a ton of tournaments in that section coming up because they gave them all the
Is
East
it on
Coast.
YouTube or what's up?
No, it's all like all the East Coast tournaments that popped up.
In Missouri, Kansas?
Missouri, Kansas. That's like mid East Coast.
We're doing our best. We're gonna have a battle hardened next
I'm hungry,
month.
dude. I'm so hungry.
If you want to fight me in person, I'll be there.
Yeah, Blake's gonna be there. Come out of the battle harden, please.
Unless
invade.
I'm driving
We wanna
there and my
see-
phone falls and gets underneath my foot and
Yeah,
I go like,
Yeah, we want to see more people. We're always excited to interact with the community and connect these
Yeah.
smaller communities that may not know about. That's also why we broadcast, so you guys can see our lovely small community. They're all back
Right.
there. We keep them behind the glass. They're a bunch of animals.
this is a community that's not in a flyover state.
I don't know what that means. But okay.
That's what they're saying. They're saying no one cares about them states because they're called flyover states.
Oh,
But that's
oh,
something
because
we
you fly
say to
over
be
them, you get
rude,
to
and now we're
places.
coastal elite when we do that.
That makes sense. Okay. I
I've
didn't
never
know
been
that.
elite at
I've never
anything in
even-
my
I've
entire
never
life, so I've been
made it.
coastal, but that's cool. I've been something else that goes with coastal.
All right. Any more? You got last little bit on the remembrance. Any more?
we're
Are you
done.
barraged? You threw your
We're
punches.
barrage out of here. I
said your piece,
drove Justin maybe 6 months ago.
and he still didn't forget it. He made you talk about it.
Yeah. And what's nice though is when somebody did carpool and brought me because they know I'm not a good driver. So if you do that enough, you can passenger princess your way around LA. It's really
That's
great.
fair. Just out of
Oh.
concern for other people's safety.
That's Barrage and Blake. We got round 6.
6, bro. We're almost
Round
we're
6
almost-
after a short break. Love you guys. Thanks for sticking around. Maybe pick somewhere good for nationals.
though?
Good morning. Oh my God, the mod sponsorship.
Dude.
We had no idea.
No, but we're here. They're supplying us with some food. Fruit snacks are great.
This is the Arcane Games and Events Open Series, round 6 for May.
Do you want to talk about our sponsors before we go into the last round
Sure.
of this thing? We have a couple sponsors today. First off, we're going to plug Collectors Legion for hosting the event. Great venue, clean, has AC, sells fab singles and products, as well as a lot of different other products as well.
And then, don't forget
Thank
about
you.
these guys.
Savage Lands News Bounty. We're going to be tying this up after this round. Current high score for damage done is 33 by Tyler Horsepool on Briar. If he's able to keep that lead, his rewards will be a cool custom playmat from Savage Lands and also a $100 store credit for Collectors Legion. So really cool extra bounty to work towards in the bracket that's not top 8. Thank you again, Savage Lands, for supporting the stream, and go check out his content at youtube.com/SavageLandsNews.
Right. And then let's just take another sponsor, Alan.
And that's Alan. Alan's not our sponsor, but one of the guys who comes and competes a lot. Might be seeing him in top 8. I don't know his record currently. Another highlighted player out here. Alan is from San Diego, my area. He's been a great player out there for a long time.
A beast.
He's definitely a beast and currently known around the world, world famous. So keep your eye out for this player and follow his story. It's been pretty fun so far.
Speaking of stories, we got one more coming at you.
We have the Reinhardt animation. It's so sick, bro. I'm so stoked. The Alpha Rampage Reinhardt versus
Standing in front of a fire, in front of a tree, in front of a light.
something burning.
So this is Connor Davenport. I'm not aware of him. I should probably shake his hand and say congrats for going 4-1 into this meta
Nice.
with a Reinhardt. I'm not. You said he's not from San Diego?
None of them. I don't need none of
I
these
saw him with a Blood Rush Bellow mat, which I think is very interesting because most of the people who are playing Reinhardt had to have been ready at Worlds to get that mat very quickly. I have one. I thought it was special.
Yeah, any of the
Connor
Reinhardt
has one too.
Yeah, the Reinhardt one's cool as well. The artist mats. But definitely great seeing a lot of diversification. We had 2 Reinhardts in the bracket today, and I think their hope, especially in this matchup, which is the Lexi matchup that they're expected to see, is we're just going to race, we're just going to do damage, we're going to draw our Blood Rush Bellows, maybe play our Berserks, and swing big.
This is something where I'm hoping Connor shows me what I'm missing of you need to play it this way. We're going to play it more aggressive. Grab the cross strap and just go. Hold on for dear life.
Cross Shop is the new favorite over Barkbone, it seems like. I've only been seeing cross straps come out of the Reinhardts.
I mean, I've been doing Tunic like an idiot this whole time.
You're
getting my 1 resource every 3 turns to...
Like, you paid $300 versus, like, an under
Oh
dollar
my
card.
goodness.
Come on.
Well, I'm sure cold foil... What is it called? Cold foil cross wrap? That's probably at least $200.
I know Craig has a gold foil one, which is cool.
Sheesh.
All right, so coming down, starting off with Alejandro being the first on the priority of the turn, putting a sedation shot. That's the one with inertia. Loading
Inertia's
that.
pretty good against Reinhardt because Reinhardt does a lot of combo pieces from I need to have this in Arsenal, and then because I can't discard a card, I need to have my Savage Beatdown or my Alpha Rampage in Arsenal so I get the full effect of it instead of accidentally discarding it before I go. Especially Savage Beatdown, because Savage Beatdown requires a discard before you can play it.
Yeah.
And that's pretty much the only way that card can come out is if you put it in your arsenal. We just did a whole bunch of stuff to say, actually, I'm going to put my cards the way I want them in my arsenal instead of only getting to put 1 in there.
Pulling the quiver back, Lexi getting ready for the setup to shoot a rain of arrows at Connor. No hard CC, so like no frostbites or anything coming Connor's way. So free rain to intimidate all the way. Barraging beatdown red.
What the hell is Shock Charmers for?
If they give you an inch, you take a mile.
Dang.
Yeah. So pretty much it punishes on hits a
I
bunch.
did not.
Yeah.
I don't like that. Riled Up is not a great card for an on-hit because there is no on-hit on this.
But still probably going to pull 2 cards out of hand because of the barraging. You need 2 cards from hand to turn off the extra buff.
If I'm Alex, I would just, let's take it. Who cares?
How much vanilla damage is this? 8?
8.
8 vanilla damage. Are you confident with taking 8 vanilla damage?
Yes.
Say yes.
I
okay.
have 3 of a kinds. You don't have 3 of a kinds. It's like I think 3 of a kinds just fix so much math for Lexi players because it's like, oh, I'm 2 full cycles behind. 3 of a kind into Rain Razors is gonna do 3 turns of damage in 1 turn. Like, thank you. But we are blocking.
You do have extra
I don't know
cards.
anything.
You don't need to. He has. What if there's just a bunch of non-attack actions, not as many arrows?
Right. Unless he flips up 3 of a kind right here,
Which I believe
and then
you
he's
can.
like, great. I don't.
Drawing the
I will block 6 and draw better cards.
Drawing the cards in the right order is definitely a really great skill. Ooh, great hand of Connor. We saw him kind of flash it as like a massacre, a skull.
Somebody was trying to use Skullhorn to start off a combo. It's like, I'm not brave enough
It just gets
to
the
do that.
intimidate. Yeah, that's more of a blitz move. It's more successful.
Like, I think the block and get a 5th card from Crown of Providence is just so strong in Reinar.
2 M's blocking, cover the 5. Easy day. Does not want the sedation shot, as you said. Reinhardt not very big fan. Reinhardt's usually pretty good with 2-card hands. You know, block 2 cards, swing a romping club or swing some claws.
Very interesting. It feels like Alejandro is like, I'm gonna take a little bit more time than you're used to. I'm just gonna set up a really good turn, which only really backfires if the Command and Conquer is there.
It's very true. Thankfully, not presenting any pummel or anything. Doesn't have any floating mana. But Command and Conquer does demand an answer from Alejandro, or else he loses his setup that he's been trying to craft for the next couple turns.
It's most likely always going to be 2 arrows because everything else in his hand is going to be 2 blocks.
Correct. Yep. And he is running the fuse build, so I don't know how many more 3s versus 2 blocks you get. I think you have a little better 3-block options.
Which 2 arrows hitting the discard pile, if you are ever going to pivot into, let me just fatigue Lexi, doing that on offense is so good. Instead of having to block all these arrows out. I'm going to reveal.
Give go again to my next arrow. It's going to shoot the endless arrow for 4. Now, does he have the Rain Razors to guarantee the hit here, or is it just going to be a little bland 4? It's never a bland floor.
I think it's so frustrating because it's like all I want to do is kind of use 1 card and maybe my scab skins and just block this. And then you can do it again with another one, and you're just prove it. Do you have... I think we were talking about a prove it meta earlier of like, you can run yourself out by over-respecting your opponent's cards, but if you truly don't think they have Rain Razors here, the smartest thing you can do is block this out with a card from hand and then scab skins and just be like...
Do you want to use scab skins that early though? 40 health, running armor. It's not necessarily.
It's 5 versus 4 of what's a 5 on hit that is worse than this card currently presented.
He heard you, Blake, and he's going to do that exactly.
And he doesn't have the Rain Razors, so we have guessed correctly. But now, what sucks is normally that would be the greatest. Oh my God, we have gotten so far ahead. We got one of his endless arrows. But Codex of Frailty says everything we just did correctly can be immediately undone by 1 Codex of Frailty.
But thankfully, no Codex has the sedation shot, though. So trying to run the setup a little bit. Going to be taking the 4 from the Lightning Surge go again, just because it's vanilla damage, doesn't do anything. So, and you're at 40 health as a resource.
Do that 10 times.
But this one's a little different. This is 6. You're going to block for the full 6, trying to avoid the sedation shot and the setup. Looks like he has something in his arsenal. He's trying to protect, maybe a Blood Rush Bellow. Maybe a Swing Big.
I think what's interesting, too, is like, oh, I'm going to pitch a card from my hand to play the Swing Big in my arsenal.
Yeah.
Only gets Lexi from 40 to 32. It's like, that doesn't really do anything for you because we didn't get any cards out of their hand.
It's true. Having to find that opening for the all-in is going to be rough. But I think Connor so far is playing it cleanly and just trying to be very cautious right now with this Lexi. Alejandro not having any more arsenal, though, is going to be unfortunate for his setup. He's going to have to reestablish it and look for an opening. Well, Connor might be able to get that Blood Rush Bellow in and zoom ahead in damage, because once Blood Rush Bellow comes out, that's a ton of damage.
And it is something where, what's more damage, 3 of a kind and Rain Razors or a Blood Rush?
Yeah.
And I think the 3 of a kind and Rain Razors is just more efficient, too, where you're like, you can't be more efficient and do more damage, and we're going to do this as a race.
Yeah. I think it's going to be interesting because Alejandro is playing more of an ice build, more of an ice Lexi build, and Reinhardt likes playing against ice builds because they take their time to set up things, to put down control things. But Reinhardt says, I play 1 big card, I smash you for vanilla, it slowly as a grind down. Especially if you're intimidating the right cards off of Reinhardt, it could be super detrimental to Alejandro's game if he's forced to block with key components.
Yeah, that's the thought process of, I am doing so much indirect good stuff, and I don't even know that as a Reinhardt player because I'm not going to know until the end of the game where you say, oh my gosh, you hit my sink below 3 times in a row.
Yeah.
I kept it in my hand trying to stuff out one of your things.
Feels bad.
But you kept hitting it.
Correct. So another arrow for 4, keeping those breakpoints up. This one,
This
wasn't.
is an ice arrow. We haven't seen one of these in forever. Blizzard Bolt.
Yeah, I don't think it was fused at all.
But that's maybe where this comes in of Shock Charmers goes, oh, did I hit you?
Correct.
Hit it a couple more times with this, give you a bunch of... Like, if that was fused, there is the ability to do that.
You can also filter, too, with Shock Charmers a little better for your hand.
5 more damage from the drill shot.
Yep.
If this hits, get rid of the last point of damage on your Scabskins.
He says, I want to keep those. I have a 1-card hand. I can claw at you, claw your eyes a little bit. That's the hard part, once again, with Reinhardt, is the vanilla damage. It's so easy to take, but starts adding up over time.
Right. Like, to swing a club for 4 every turn, I think there is something where it's like, we maybe have to go back to doing, dang, he's got the blue. Man, this guy's so much cooler than me.
The extended art ones, yeah.
He
that's super cool.
does.
Pretty cheap.
We're pitching a blue, because this is a blue claw for, or not, we don't care about the color. This is a claw for 3 instead of a club for 4.
Right.
And it is something of, well, if I'm going to race Lexi, I have to run
Claws.
claws.
'Cause
So
that-
the one time I take 15 damage from Lexi, I can swing back for 20-something.
Correct.
You can't do that with club, but club is better from turn to turn. Of instead of doing 3 per turn, I'm doing 4. And that 1 point of damage 5 times or 12 times a game is 12 damage. But
See an Alpha
it's
Rampage.
it's so like we're coping right now of like Lexi has all the agency in this match.
But doesn't seem to be drawing the power cards. I've
No.
not seen a Rain Razors, not see a 3 of a kind. You're seeing already 1 Channel Lake Frigid being used to block, so only 2 more left. I think he's not just crafting these long chains he's looking to see early to race the Reinhardt. But that's the trade-off you get with the Fuse build, is not every card is going to be an arrow, and most of the time it's going to be like ice, delay, but Reinhardt can get over that if you're not careful. So
Reinhardt's going to get over everything if you're not careful.
it can definitely get really scary really fast.
I do think one thing that sucks as the Reinhardt player is you're like, my opponent's not drawing power cards. This is great. Oh, wait. I'm also not drawing power cards. This is awful.
So you're probably going to draw them probably in the same time. So who flinches first? Who is like, I give you my power cards in order to block this turn.
Right.
We'll find out. How much health do you think that Alejandro is safe at to avoid a Blood Rush Velo blowout?
Oh, you're gonna be fine if
34,
if you're at, just don't go under 15.
Under 15.
Let's
15
not
is the
do that.
danger zone. The light turns on.
I think there's one thought process too of like, oh, I'll take an arrow that has a frostbite on it. I'm not too scared of that.
Yeah.
And then, oh crap, the shock charmers. I forgot
Punishers.
about that.
Yeah.
The shock charmers gives you 3 frostbite, and now you can't even really play your blood rush the right way without ruining your whole card economy.
Thankfully, with that setup, if you know what arrow you're looking for that to get punished on, there's only a couple heroes that say when I do damage versus when I hit. Hit making the physical and damage being, the shock charmer. So you'll be able to tell if you can read the right arrow if like, oh, this is the one that I can get punished on shock charmers.
It's just, I think it's going to be all the Tales of Aria arrows, right? There's not another arrow from another.
Yeah, it's like all the Tales of Aria ones. All right,
2 damage comes in. We're going to, is that a drill shot, right?
that was a
no,
Bolton
Bolton.
shot and then also a sleep dart.
I think if you're Connor, you're like, this is great. Let's keep doing this.
Yeah, Connor's is chilling right now. He's like, please don't play 3 of a kind. Please don't play Rain Razors. I see the Endless.
This is barraging. This doesn't have go again, and there's nothing behind it like a pummel or anything. Nothing allowed to do that with claws.
I'm interested to see what the other card is at hand. I know a really strong tactic Bruce uses a lot is barraging beatdown claw, because it requires like a 2-card hand and you pull cards out. It does a lot of damage, but he probably had a red, and that's why he couldn't pitch it that
Right.
way, or else I think he would have gone for that line.
I mean, it's like we'll pitch both of them. Get that red out of there too.
That's also true. You probably like pitch it a certain way where you pitch the red first and then you pitch the yellow, but
Because if that card's bad for this hand cycle, it's going to also be bad for next hand cycle.
correct.
Based on we're not. What's interesting, 31-31 after 10 minutes. So it's
It was
whatever.
a sync, so I think he's trying to save a sync for like a good arrow block on the
Right, which
Endless.
makes sense because we can also fix our hand coming up.
Yep. So
Older trap.
holding the D react. Boulder trap. Oh man, that's scary.
This isn't a table. I just realized that.
No, this is a table. We're on a table.
This is a table on. I like almost pushed our whole thing and fell over.
Oh man, that would have been
We almost died on stream. We got an arrow for 4. It's fused. This is Aether, not Aether. It's the other one, Chilling Ice Vein.
Chilling Ice Vein, correct. I think this is the one you can punish with Shock Charmers a lot.
And this was, if this hits you, we're going to make you discard cards.
Correct.
So you can
Or
definitely punish.
Pay 1 or discard, yeah.
Is it pay 1?
It's pay 1 or discard.
Yeah. So Aether Ice Vein is pay 2. So spells are stronger than arrows. Pretty cool.
Yeah.
Both in damage and in payment. We got Justin looking on. Looks he does not want to block. No, with 2 cards.
I wonder what's in his arsenal.
It's been there a very long time.
I really think that it's something he's waiting to pop off on.
We just drew cards. Is it a Blood Rush in there? We're going to
Scabby
first.
Scabs.
2 is not enough. You hate to
Well,
see that as a Rhinar.
You know, but you didn't lose.
Swing big,
So
pitch a
that's
couple
good.
reds, and swing big.
Got your money back.
That's so frustrating because it is like, literally, if that's a 4, Rhinar is now kind of in charge
Correct.
for a long time.
Correct.
So it's interesting that the roll mechanic is what makes that possible,
Uh-huh.
but we can't guarantee that roll mechanic because we would just go ahead of a lot of heroes.
Correct.
So it is basically a 50-50 of if I get to go ahead of my opponent or not.
Would you dare to Gambler's Glove that?
Never.
Never in
Never.
your life. Do you ever run
It has-
Gambler's
it has-
Glove?
if I'm 4-1, I have Gambler's Gloves. It's just the only parachute with a 1. You don't get greedy of like, unless it's like I need to. That's what everyone talks about.
So it's only for the 1.
It's at the end of the game. If you need to do this to get back and make your math better,
Uh-huh.
you do try the Gamblers messed up, or I messed up. Let's do Gamblers to get back.
Yeah.
You don't do it whenever you're tied or ahead.
Makes sense. I think that's a good rule, for the gamblers.
And Reiner has thumbs, so rule of thumbs for Reiner.
Yep.
This is how you can learn. 6 damage vanilla is not going to scare Alex at all. I think he goes by Alex. I don't know if we write Alejandro because that's what's his name inside of Gem, but I'm just going to say both, and then he'll let me know. Reveal.
Winter's Bite, Frostbite. It's gonna be annoying for Reinhardt a little bit.
But sometimes it can fix your hand, too.
Sure.
If I need to get this out of my hand so I can Blood Rush.
Winter's Bite.
This is where Tunic becomes an all-star. Tunic's a Winter's Bite counter.
It is. I've done that with Islander and popped Frostbites and stuff. All right, so it pays the 1. Gonna load Voltaire. It's gonna be a 3 arrow turn, it seems like. Another Boulder Trap being pitched.
Boulder Trap's an interesting, like, do you just need yellow pitch? Because it's not good against Reiner, I don't think.
It's a good question. I don't know why Boulder Trap's in there.
Because, oh, you're going to put a -1 counter on one of my equipment. It's like, nah, we're going to be, it's going to be a long time before that Boulder Trap gets value against me.
That's true. We're gonna see a 5 attack. Fuse. So if it hits, he pays 1 or discards. Still has the Crown of Providence. We're looking at a point where maybe you want to start figuring out a method to pivot with your armor, and that arsenal's been in there for a bit. What could be in there you're hoping so much to hold on to? Maybe you just Crown of Providence get an extra block this turn.
I think what's interesting, he's either playing the most discipline I've ever seen a Reinhardt player play, and that's a Blood Rush, or maybe it's something where he's like, damn, I shouldn't have put this in my arsenal.
Rain Rage is coming down.
And it's going to be bad. The 5 bumping up to a 7 is so juicy here.
Correct. 1's going to get through, and he's going to have to pay. On top of that, he can choose to Shock Charmers more, but I don't think that's necessary because you're pretty much guaranteeing a free
There's only
endless.
1 card left.
Yeah, free endless arrow. One of the cards revealed in his hand was a non-attack action with Dominate. That one's still there, and this was the second card that was in his hand. So, endless is going to be guaranteed, and then he's going to put an ice card into his arsenal most likely.
We're pitching the barraging.
Correct.
The 2 floating probably won't matter, and then this is just going to be 6 free damage, which is gross. I think there's some thought process of maybe I'll use my crown to block 2 of the 6, and then draw a card from it.
Yep.
And then hope I get a yellow so I can at least swing a claw. That's kind of desperate.
What's also funny is you can crown sink into a sink below, and then you can also
Oh my god, we're giving our arrows
go
their
again.
face up, go again.
Yep, because now he's only loaded once, so he's floating that. He's giving go again. He's gonna really try and punish Connor here with the endless.
So that's 6.
Yeah, that's 6. It's gonna be endless into Razor a bunch of times. Man, this is going to be a massive turn for Alex. This is a good identification of guaranteed damage and also keeping that arrow constantly. So 6, can't block it. Do that.
Do that.
Pray for a sink below. If you get a sink below here, you're a god. But you can still pay for the sink below because he has 2 floating. Does he get it?
Dude, that would be sick.
Please play the sink.
Flip it.
Flip it.
Do a flip.
Flip it. Flip it.
But now does this count and he has to discard it? Oh, no. He can pay.
Correct. He can pay for it. Yep.
Wow.
Man, that would have been so spicy if you got that sink
There's
below.
no
But
way
it was a good try. It was a good try.
He's going to use his last thing, shoot it again. This will have go again, but it doesn't matter because there's no way we can put it back in our arsenal to shoot it
You
again.
can block with scab skins to full block if it's a 3 block in your hand. Oh no, because the rain rays
Yeah,
is
we
active.
still got
You're right,
rain
never
rays
mind.
are
Yeah, so it's over. It's like over like the damage.
It's so funny because it's like Connor's playing so disciplined and I'm doing everything I can to stay in play. And like, that didn't feel like a normal Lexi turn that is disgusting. That felt like we pieced something together.
Yeah.
We like that could be a combo if I'm going to winner's bite. Then I'm going to hit you with an arrow that makes you discard something. And then you have nothing left and I'll just do this over and over.
He did draw a D-react, but it was reckless swing.
Of course.
So he can't. You have to discard. So that's like part of the cost,
That's
right?
nice because it's part of the cost. So you can't play that raw without another card in your hand.
Which is unfortunate. He almost had the exact counter to save a ton of damage there, but just didn't quite line up, unfortunately.
That's probably one of his like 12 to 15 blues though, so that comes at the right time, so we can still claw.
Yep, still applying pressure. 1925 isn't that bad of a difference, especially if you're getting a card out of hand.
Yeah, I think it is kind of greedy to not pitch blue to winner's bite, especially if you maybe know that your opponent maybe is more icy if you're through the first 30.
Yeah.
But it is kind of like if you only have 1 blue in hand and you're gonna end up with 3 reds, it's like you probably should just be blocking anyway. First 3 of a kind turn.
Only arrows from here. What is in his arsenal? I don't think it's an arrow, if I remember correctly. I think it's a fuse card.
We're
Nope.
flipping.
Oh, it's endless. That's right. Endless was the one that came back.
The endless. The pressure is endless, you mean, because we're going to just be shooting arrows again and some more. It's interesting we haven't shock charmered. If we haven't shock charmered so far, what arrow do you think is the best shock charmer thing?
I think that you just don't do a win condition early to show them, like, hey, I can punish you a ton with this. So it's like you let them forget about what shock charmer does, and like, yeah, I'll take 1. And you're like, no, you're taking 4, and that's game,
And one thing I think I just realized about shock charmer is another maybe thing that nobody thinks of on the first time you think about it, but like if you 3 of a kind and you don't draw stuff to play, your 3 of a kind can just fuel your shock charmer. Of like,
Yeah.
oh, I can't play all these blue arrows, but now I'm just going to shock charm
But you
you
can
worse.
pitch to shock. Yeah, that's a great way to look around it. So he blocks the first one, of course. That was the first load and the first shot. Now he's going to load again into a battering bolt. Very interesting. No floating, so he's going to have to, pitch out a blue or a yellow. But he's got it. So battering bolt, 6 attack, it's a popper, and
Reinhardt's Phantasm is toast.
yeah,
I don't really get this card much besides you have to have a lot of stuff to kind of support it. Of like, oh, you can't play defense reactions from hand if you have Dreadbore going or whatever.
yeah.
Oh, you can't do instants because of something else, or like maybe you do Heart of Ice and this is a weird combo nobody's ever used, but like. I'm going to be using my defense reactions to block this, so I'm not going to have any in my hand if this hits.
Yeah.
Is an interesting, like, when it's good, it's good. Oh, my God.
He chooses to take 6, forgetting about the chill vein, so immediately putting down the Reckless.
No, Connor.
Well, he couldn't full block it because of Reckless. If you commit Reckless, then it has to be discarding, right?
I mean, it's better than taking 6 and pitching, right?
I mean, you're trying. I think he's just trying to save a 3 block plus Scabbies for the Endless, maybe.
And I think this is what's frustrating. I obviously play Reinhardt, and I want to play Reinhardt next week, but it is like, Lexi's going to eat your lunch. And, like, what happened during this game? Oh, I played really well until I ran out of cards because they had so many mess with my hand effects. We call those disruption. It is something where you're like, well, how am I going to get through this whole meta like this?
I think that it's not necessarily that case always. So you have to understand that Connor hasn't drawn any Blood Rush Bellows.
So
Hasn't drawn
sad.
any of his power cards. Alejandro has drawn a 3 of a kind, has drawn a Rain Razor, and you saw him before when he wasn't drawing these accelerators that they were pretty even. You know, they were
Right.
pretty back and forth. But now that Alejandro is able to get down into his accelerators, get deep into his deck, and to really extend the chains, Connor's having a tough time without him finding one Blood Rush Bellow. You know,
Right.
so that's the big thing is that
'Cause
Connor.
is Blood Rush going to do 25 damage? Well, maybe, but not.
It will definitely swing you back tempo and then net you some more damage over time. But that's the big part I think with it is that Brute only has so many accelerators like that. Well, other classes have much more and are able to get to them more consistently.
Ooh. Use Command and Conquer off of the cross strap. Pretty good to make something out of nothing.
Tunic can't do that.
Tunic can't do that.
Can't free CNC, man. Cross shop's where it's at. This is going to demand a response from Alejandro. He doesn't have any armor in his boots anymore. He's probably not going to use New Horizons or Tunic,
Right.
and his gloves don't block. So this is definitely have to come from hand if he wants to stop the CNC, or just do you lose 2 or lose 1? That's the math, right? He has 1 in arsenal if you can let it hit, or do you give him 2
got
from
it.
hand?
I think you say, is this card in my arsenal worth it? It's not.
No, it would have been annoying, but
I don't need I don't
not
need
an arrow.
incarceration to mess with Reinhardt.
yeah.
I think what's interesting is if Connor ends the game with the Gambler's Glove, I think there will be I do need to play this. I need to play this aggressively to race Lexi.
Correct.
I think one theme of today is if you have a game plan, you got to go with the game plan completely wholeheartedly. And yes, you auto lose the game if you roll a 1 in that moment.
Correct.
But to leverage all of the stuff you're fighting for, you need to break that Gambler's Glove, take that 2, and switch it into a 4 or better. Because that's your whole game plan of I need to get ahead, get ready for the Scabskin roll, and make sure I hit the Scabskin roll.
Risk it for the biscuit.
Yeah.
That's definitely the Brute mentality. Now we're going to see the last bit of Scab Skins plus a 3 block for this Endless Arrow. Does Alejandro have the Rain Razors?
I think what's interesting is playing that raw is kind of like, well, that's
I almost thought that was a Rain Razors, how fast he played
Yeah.
it. Just playing this does not have go again. This is just from hand. So it would have to be something crazy to give it go again, which I don't think
other
he's
high
running.
roller. We got a full hollow deck going on for this right now.
Connor getting some room to breathe. You know, that CNC, really helping his case now being able to slap back because the Incarnation would have been so nasty.
I mean, let me look for Connor's deck. Maybe he's not playing Blood Rush. That'd be the craziest thing ever. Like, where are my Blood Rush? I as a Reinhardt player, it just hurts so bad to draw through 80%, or not. We're not at 80, let's be real, but we're definitely like 40% of your deck and you haven't seen 1 Blood Rush. It's like, what did I do to deserve this?
Well, they're definitely in here. He has all the classic Brute good cards.
What are the classic brew cards, if you had to say?
Barraging Beatdown. You have Beast Within. Blood Rush Bellow. All the yellows. Reincarnate.
Because there's a bunch of those that we haven't really seen. We got 1 down and dirty. I like that thought process.
Oh, yeah, that one's fun. It's a 6.
It's a
Reinhardt
6.
likes 6s.
Plus, it hits your graveyard, and then you can put it right back in there if they send one of those 5 damage arrows that does 2 blood rot on you, too.
Alejandro trying to shore up some of the damage from that 6 attack. He's going to be taking 3 of it, 1 card. He says, I have 1 arrow loaded. I'm going to try and do my best to slap back here and regain my tempo. Oh, Volt Haven. Getting both, not only the go again on the next arrow, but also giving the Frostbite. Making your defense reactions a little bit hard to play this turn, which sucks because Volt Haven is a house. It's going to give plus, was it 4 to the next arrow? Elemental arrow?
Yeah, plus 4 to the next elemental attack.
Yep. It's interesting, though, because you have to play it beforehand for it to work. You got to telegraph it. It's not like Rain Razor, you can just play on top.
I don't understand that. Because it's like...
It says the next arrow you play, not... So if you were to play that at instant speed, then it would not work. Because you'd have to work on the next arrow.
I mean, you should play it at instant speed anyway, just to mess with people. This is for the next one. This 4 damage arrow, don't take this. This...
Another Arctic coming down to fuse. So he's definitely going to know that he's going to get frostbited heavily.
So if we look at Connor's defensive options from his deck list, there's 2 Fates, 3 Sinks, and 3 Oasis.
He has.
Which I
one
don't
of the
think he's playing
sinks.
Oasis in this matchup.
No, he would not play Oasis in this matchup.
It just feels bad of like I want a Tunic and Oasis if like we need to play defense. I don't know. It is why are we not racing faster? Because
you're not trying to Blood Rush Bellows. What are you supposed to be racing
as
with?
soon as there's Ice Card, you're just like, God dang it.
Yeah.
We've got Pulping to race with. There's there are 3 Wild Rides too. So there is the Cheetah package for the Rhinar
The
players
what
at home.
package?
We call it Cheetah because it's our race, so it's the
Oh.
fastest thing we could race.
It's the fast
Cheetah,
package.
Cheetah has 0 block though.
Is Cheetah the fastest animal?
Mm-hmm.
Full blocking the arrow because he knows there's nothing else he can do after that. It does have go again, but he knows the 1 card in hand is not an arrow. So feeling pretty comfortable to be blocking 9 here.
16 to 8. It's like 1 Blood Rush. That's all we needed.
1 Blood Rush.
Is there a line of text that says this card starts in the bottom 20 cards of your deck?
No.
Then why does it do that?
There's Sand Sketch Plan.
I swear. When people tell me, why don't you Sand Sketch Plan for Blood Rush? I'm like,
Get it.
please stop talking.
What? You don't
Not
you
that
don't
you're
like
good.
you
Not
don't
that you just. Yeah, I
you
can't.
like drawing little.
I already
pictures
have
in the
bad
sand?
enough luck. I can't roll a 4. You want me to Sand Sketch Plan for Blood Rush and just hope it doesn't hit? I
Get the
have
beast within on the
another
top.
card. Yeah.
Perfect. Is there Terror Limb from Limb in his list? Did you see?
No, he does not have Terror Limb.
Not a Terror Limb from Limb believer.
Which I think is I would love to see him play against one of these really good Dromai players to see what he does to try and get ahead of that. Because Terror Limb from Limb is one of my favorite things to do to those guys. Okay, we got Arctic Incarceration. Let's do it. Fatigue Shot's amazing against Rhinar because it makes your swing big for 4, and you're just like, oh my god, why is this happening to me? We have a Blood Rush, and we have a Beast Within. Do we have enough to block the rest of it?
Can he somehow survive 8 here without being punished? But having that Arctic right there really hurts on a Blood Rush turn.
Right. That's the thing where it's like, as soon as you do finally have it in your hand, it's like, does Alexi have disruption? Does Alexi have disruption?
Does Lexi have double your health?
Yeah, Alexi has disruption. Does Alexi have yeah?
Yeah.
It's like every checklist you would need to have full systems go is just the opposite right now.
Correct. Everything says block on the radar.
I think what's interesting is people have talked about Voltaire and its strengths of like, is it too strong? And basically what it does is I can shoot 3 arrows a turn basically.
Mm-hmm.
Forever and ever amen if I have a bunch of Bolton shots. So Bolton shots is important.
Uh-huh.
It came out in the same set as Voltaire.
Yeah.
But it is kind of like, that is super strong. Of like just super consistent and all that stuff instead of like, oh, Voltaire only really works like every 3rd turn or if it was like, if there was like counters on it like Tunic or something, if it was not consistent, obviously people wouldn't play it at Pro Tour anymore, but it would be like, this is more on par with some of these other heroes from Welcome to Wraith and Arcane, right?
How do you feel about him having 4 Frostbites on a Blood Rush
Well,
turn?
I think he's about to do absolutely nothing besides take them off and pass it back over.
Shrug off the ice and hope for the
Right.
best.
Now there's
Seeing
2 Blood Rush and
Skullcrook. He's having a fun time here, but once again, he's saying he's not going to have that space to do it.
This is why I think Tunic is what you need to do is for these crappy situations at the end of the game. Is he about to? What the hell is this?
This is
Icy Encounter.
Icy Encounter. It just gives a Frostbite on hit, but because he revealed, the Lightning Surge, it gives it go again, the next thing.
This is whack. This is going to be played from Arsenal, so it'll have go again.
Correct.
I don't know how much this comes in for because, boy, if I memorize this card, I'd be toast. I think it's probably a 5-4-3, red, yellow, red, whatchamacallit? Red, yellow, blue is 5-4-3 on those. We got a and meanwhile we're gonna just 3 of a kind in between here. This game is over.
Another thing I was thinking about is like, we haven't seen Alejandro's threat in the first half of the deck, so they're gonna pop up in the bottom half of the deck, and so he's just gonna continue getting faster as he.
Did he say never mind? I'm gonna pitch Icy Encounter or what? Why is there an icy encounter in Arsenal, in Pitch Zone and Graveyard? Did I looking for fruit snacks gave me
Correct.
they switch turns already again?
Bane switched you a little bit there.
Blood Rusher Boss says hi kudos. You better believe it. It is kind of like if you go home and you're Connor and you're like, let me count how many cards on stream I drew without Blood Rush. That card, I hate saying it's a broken record, but like, can I have my power card within 25 cards in my deck? Is that something I'm allowed to do in Flesh and Blood?
Yeah.
Oh, variants. Well, it's like,
You get 3 of
I
them.
need variants the good way to beat this character. I can't have variants the bad way.
I mean, people do it all the time. They just draw cards when they
They
have
just-
more health.
They just
You know.
shut up and let it.
I think we're
You
gonna.
don't bitch about it like you, Blake.
I think
I'm trying.
if you had like things like sigil and stuff, I was just seeing around hard players before, you might be able to gain some advantage back to buy that space. But as long as these 3 of a kinds keep coming down, it's really hard to say like, hey, I have enough space to do what I want. I shouldn't be blocking. And also 8 health is super rough to be behind or in front of the Lexi's bow. You know.
And we're gonna have to like reckless swing, immediately draw a 6 off of a Beast Within.
Mm-hmm.
Like that kind of stuff can get you out of like. I think one thing about Reiner that is fun playing that hero,
Yeah.
is just as much as you get yourself into crappy situations, you can get yourself out of crappy situations too.
Yeah.
But you can also die.
It's true. It's hard here. Do you think so? Going back mentioning earlier in the game, he had the that chance to re-roll scabs.
I think.
Was that the point, Blake? Was that the needle? Was that the?
And we kind of said something about it earlier, so I'm not gonna say the exact same thing I said last time, but it is like if that is your game plan, you got to go all the way to that game plan.
Yep.
So if I get this roll, I'm ahead and I have initiative on Lexi, and
Yep.
we're at the same health. I just told you don't do it at the same health, or if you're ahead.
Got you.
Maybe we move that slider a little bit to don't do it if you're ahead.
Yeah.
But if you're at the same health, go for it. Or
Yeah.
if this is your window of, like, who is more likely to draw into power cards, Reinar or Lexi?
Lexi.
There's no bones about it. Think we can race Lexi if we have to do what's off the top 5 of your cards. What's off the top 5 of your cards? By the way, 3 of a kind draws more cards.
Blood Rush Bellow
Draws 2
draws
and discards
more
one,
Blood Rush
so it draws
Bellow.
1. I hate that card. And I think
that's
some
right.
people would be like, Blood Rush is super powerful. It's like,
It is.
it does like a third of what your card does, brother.
That's super good. I think they just need more accelerators, and Bree will get that. I have a friend today running 1 Berserk for the fun acceleration if you can get to it. Just really upping that the threats.
I
to
got
it.
3 Berserk, and it doesn't work ever.
Not one time. Damn.
It works. Sometimes.
Sometimes.
It beats Katsu. It doesn't beat Lexi. But
y-
Katsu, I think, is interesting because it's a very strong aggro deck,
mhm.
but half of its stuff says vanilla.
Yeah.
And then the other half of its stuff says, you know exactly how much this is going to be because we're doing it.
All right.
Shock Charmer time.
Shock Charmer time. I'm wondering, Shock Charmer works. Yeah, Shock Charmer works on attack actions because I use it in Briar.
2 more damage.
Correct. Just
3 more damage.
leaking damage through when he can.
Yikes.
You're gonna give me that 1. I'm gonna take him out. Once we talked about that before. Now here's
And that's off of 3 of a kind played, so those blues that he can't play does turn into fodder or food. Food. For that.
looking to move to an Arsenal play to set up. Connor having a 2-card hand. What could he do?
But he's going to hope like hell, swing a claw,
One of them is
put
a
that Blood Rush in
Bellow.
Arsenal, and
Yeah,
hope
I think
to
Swing
God.
Claw, Blood Rush Bellow. Hope he draws all non-attack actions for you to come back. There's a sand sketch plan, Blake.
You hear me?
That's him rubbing his hands
You
together.
hear me rubbing my hands together?
No, I don't.
It's to prep.
So much ASMR
my
going on with
sadness
Blake
for
right
whenever-
now.
Like, Alejandro's going to go Arctic Incarceration into Arctic Incarceration into Arctic Incarceration.
So there's Bolton shot revealed. So at least he doesn't get any fun elemental buffs. This is just a arrow he needs to buff.
Can Alex do more than 6?
So +1 to
That's all he
Bolton
has to
shot,
do.
I imagine. Or no, it reveals. It's when you load it, it gets the plus. So now he's loading his first arrow, which is going to be an elemental arrow. Boom. Pew pew. Fusing.
No.
Winter's Bite. All right. No, you have the Winter's Bite.
Damn it.
It can mess up your turn
Connor's
for Blood
dead.
Rush.
The Winter's Bite is going to close it out.
Yeah?
The math is not mathing for Reinar somehow.
That's not good. So he blocks 6 here. He plays winner by. He does another one. He reloads for free. He shoots.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the style. That's the combo out. Yeah, it's seeing really hard for Ryan. It depends what's in his arsenal. What if it's a defense reaction? What if it's like a sync below? It's a blood rush. That's right.
Oh my god, a 5 damage block.
Perfect.
Clutch.
Perfect 5 damage block.
I would give this +1 instead of go again.
Sleep dart. Sleepy time dart.
+1. That's what's sick about shock charmers. I honestly, hand to Wraith or whatever it's called.
Yeah.
Shock charmers is the most underutilized piece of equipment in the game. Like if someone came in with a game plan of I'm gonna play shock charmers weirder than anybody else in the game, I think you would crush people. That's game because we did all the math when we weren't paying attention. It's just an extra arrow. I do 5 + 5 + 3. You only have enough to block 6 + 6 + 3, or 6 + 6.
Yeah.
We got the other guy. Other Reinhardt guy's like, damn.
He's chugging the blood rush.
Better you than me, bro.
He said, if you would have gave me the chance, I would have yelled so hard and won. Definitely.
If you
very
wouldn't be
close.
able to shoot a 15 damage turn regularly every other turn, I really would have had some room to breathe here. Dang it. I don't know. If you're a Reinhardt player at home and you're watching that, are you like, well, great. That was super close. Are you going, wow, I feel worse than ever about that matchup? Because I have been paying attention to some of that chat of like, what do we feel about this? And Lexi feels like such a bad matchup of you got to draw your blood rush early and run them over. I know somebody did today do that.
Correct.
Maybe it was even Connor. But it was like, oh, I drew a blood rush in my opening turn. I went first. Boom, boom, boom. Lexi's at 22.
Yeah.
Drew another blood rush. Took 6. Took 12 from her. Did another 18. 20 + 18. Now they only have 2 health the rest of the game. Let me just... Reckless. There's 6 more health, and now I'll get the rest somehow.
Somehow. But those are the only accelerators you have in the deck. While Lexi has lots of options, lots of buffs.
What? Accelerators?
Accelerators. They make
More
your-
accelerators for Brute.
Yeah. You draw cards. You get through your deck faster. You're accelerating through the deck. 3 of a kind is a major one for Lexi being able to go through and start just pulling arrows out of the deck,
Right.
pitch stacking correctly. Trying to think of another one. Inertia doesn't pull out of the deck unless your codex is unless it's inertia. Things like that though. Things that draw and give you advantage.
Right.
Sonata. If you're a big Sonata, you can do it.
I mean, I think
Tome.
it's interesting of why did we make you guys watch that matchup? It was close. It does feel bad for Reinar. I do think if you are bringing Reinar, don't go over state lines if you know there's going to be a bunch of if Lexi's the number one thing. Like
Okay.
it does kind of suck of why did you take Phi or Reinar or something that auto loses to Lexi to a deck, what are they called, tournaments, where the most popular deck is Lexi. It feels bad, but you have to have your game plan of I'm going to go aggro into them. That's why I set this load up on the left. But you cannot be at like if there was a tutor to grab Blood Rush, if it was like if there's just a card that says I'm angry and it's a 0 cost red that was like if your opponent does over 5 damage to you, go get Blood Rush and put it in your arsenal.
Yeah.
Bruh.
Just a quick production. Can we get that card made on stream, please? Of just like saying I'm angry and then it fetches Blood Rush. I think that's a great idea.
I mean,
that's the
Chief
chief.
Ruka-10, okay, well that's not available.
We'll put
And-
Lex.
yeah, and you gotta like do something 3 times, and like I can barely do 1 time against Lexi. I'm not gonna have 3 times of stuff. I think the thought process of, oh, I was saving a perfect block of my sync. Maybe that backfires a little bit. Oh, I'm gonna wait to go full force at this. I missed the dice roll. I think those are the 2 turns where you're like, oh, I need to redo that.
Do you have to bring claws every time, or do you switch to a romp build? I know there's a difference between a claws build and romping club.
So I actually do know this, and I'm smart at this thing, so I'll tell you what's going on.
Perfect. That's exactly why. I
So
asked.
claws,
Claws.
they do so much damage on Blood Rush that it's important. However, club was once a really good control build.
Yeah.
Of I'm going to put 9 Blood Rush, 9 barraging beatdowns in my deck, and now this is my main strategy. I'm not overly relying on Blood Rush.
Okay.
I'm going to say over rely because that's what probably happened in this matchup. Is if you over rely on a card to power your whole deck. If you don't draw it, you're playing a very bad deck. Playing Rhinar alone is not great, but playing Rhinar without Blood Rush would be pointless. And that's kind of what happened during this matchup if I played this lower tier hero without its best option. That's just what happened. It sucks because of variance. It's not anything on Connor. It's not anything on Lexi players.
Yeah.
It's just what happened this time. So I'm going to play club of
Romp it.
block 9,
Gotta romp 'em.
save a yellow or a blue, romp for 4. Romp for 4.
Romp for 4.
Romp for 4. What will happen is it'll be a no-brainer. Lexi will go from 40 to 36 to 32 to 28. But, like, they literally have 10 rompings in them of not blocking any of it before and most of the time they'll just take 4 because it's not something that's messing with them.
You can pummel it.
However, now those decks are doing way more damage
Yeah, sure.
because 9 plus 4 is 13, and I'm going to block 9, swing 4. That's a 13 swing damage. Can they do more than 13 a turn?
Yes.
So now they're getting ahead of you.
Eventually, once you get the accelerators, like,
3 of a kind rain razors.
Yeah.
I'm going to shoot 4 arrows. That's way more than 13.
Yep.
I'm going to block 9 of that way more than 13. Actually, I'm going to probably block 12. And then you missed your club. You're blocking 12. You didn't swing your club, so now you're doing 12 for your thing.
So you're slowly losing that advantage.
Or now I drew a reckless swing. I have 3 cards that can block in a reckless swing.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to block, reckless swing, and now I can block 3 plus 3 plus 4 is 10. And now we're going further back before. So, like, you can only play control club into decks that, like, Oldham, where I'm just going to get rid of every single one of their defensive options and club them for 4 base plus 4, plus 3 plus 3 plus 2 from those red, yellow barraging beatdowns. And that does a bunch of damage. Or yellow, red. So it's something, or yellow, blue is what I was doing in that math. It's just something where the club strategy against Lexi, against Katsu, is not enough anymore.
No.
Because they're just doing more damage to you.
Yeah.
And they're just not afraid. And then it's like, it's literally the most vanilla damage ever, of just swinging a club. And like, if Rock
Worked.
Here's one thing I do want to say. Rock is 7,
7.
not 8.
Yep.
So if Rock was a blue, there was
having-
not a stipulation.
Yeah.
Blue 7, we just power creep a Nothos for
So
whatchamacallit, and maybe say, if you're going to Rock, every time you throw this at your opponent, it does 1 damage to you or something. Some stipulation there. Or maybe some, like, you need a helmet that take your helmet slot off and now you can Rock because you can't have a helmet on when you can Rock.
Yeah.
If there's some kind of design that way, I would have loved to use that strategy, but you use Rock. You build a more blue brute.
Yeah.
And now you are control blue brute with Rock.
Now, you came up with your own kind of fetch for the accelerator. Let me pitch you an idea for a brute card, and I call this a de-accelerator. This is stopping the progress of the game a little bit, and I think Brute will like it. What if Brute got a card that was on hit, we both lose 1 intelligence, and it's like a headbutt card. So it slows down their threat density, and it slows down how many arrows they can draw. And you don't care because you're
It slows them
Brute.
down when they still draw 3 from.
Oh
my
God! So close. You almost solved it. I'm sure they're gonna come with a lot better stuff when Savage Lands comes around. We're seeing more art and more kind of mystery. Like what are we gonna see in the Savage Lands? We'll find out probably more after Dusk Till Dawn.
I do hope there's some creativity. I've always talked about, like, if you do 10 or more to Rhinar, or I don't know if there's a 5 more, and then like the blue is 5, the yellow is 6, and the red 7. If you did 7 or more damage to me, it's gonna give me a mini blood rush effect.
Yeah.
And then I'll go, take it, because you know I got a blood rush right here. Are you gonna give me an extra 2 buff? And maybe they'll be like, I'm playing Katsu, so I can control my damage a little bit. Maybe I'll hold back a Kodachi because I don't want to turn on Rhinar's overt mechanic or whatever.
Yep.
Like, I just literally want that, but, like, have it make sense. And what sucks is we have Vincent that we got to get through. We have 6 Prisms that we got to get through. And then it'll be Rhinar's time.
We'll believe.
Don't say how's Brute into Icelander when I didn't draw a Blood Rush. I did draw a Blood Rush, but I didn't draw... You hit everything that wasn't a 6, man.
Blake's getting a little riled up. We're going to cut
That's
for
a card
the
too.
top 8 and Oh, word.
We're cutting to break.
Okay.
We're gonna get dinner, and then we're gonna make another stream.
Gotcha.
But most of all, what you should care about is we're gonna populate this top 8.
What?
That's last time.
That's not correct. That was not right.
I wasn't supposed to do that, but that was to illustrate you.
What that might look
We're-
like once the names are correct. 100%.
Take a screenshot of that and spread it around.
No,
It'll be
no,
wrong.
no, no.
Oh, we're gonna end this stream, and then we're gonna make another stream,
Correct.
which will be the top 8. So don't miss out on the excitement. We're gonna go eat spam musabi from
gonna be
4 doors down.
About an hour in between the time, so you go get some food. Get ready, get buckled in for the.
Go find where your blood rush are. Maybe you didn't put it in your.
Call your friends. Like the top 8 starting. There's gonna be great.
But most of all, don't let them put nationals in Ohio. That's what we're saying before everything else. We're gonna see you guys in an hour.
Yeah.
Hasta luego.
Bye.
It's not the only thing I'm being a bit glib about that, but
Yeah.
it is what it is. But I think I think it will be interesting. I'm excited. I was talking about this earlier. I'm really excited